you. Something horrible happened to me last November. Someone I trusted took advantage of me and hurt me, Kantara blurted out. I've never told anyone about it. I've been too ashamed. You shouldn't be ashamed of something that was done to you, Zainab said. Who was he? I take it was a man. Kantara started to cry. I loved him and wanted him to make love to me. It was my first time, but though he started gentle, he suddenly changed. He was so horrible, so brutal, as if he wanted to make me suffer. I cried for him to stop, but he didn't. That's rape, Zainab said emphatically. But even if I wanted it at first, you wanted him to stop and he didn't. That's force. It has no place in a loving relationship. She watched as the tears began again. Oh, you poor thing. She put her arm around Kantara and held her. It's a bit cold out here. Shove over so I can get in. Kantara moved across to let Zainab slide under the covers. In the narrowness of the single bed, cocooned in trust, they entwined hands. In the pale orange glow from the street lamps outside, until the seeping half-light of dawn washed it away, Kantara spilled out her heart. With frequent pauses for tears, she told the entire story of how she had first met this married man when she was a child, and then how overawed she was by his power and presence, and what he had done for her shattered family. Then she told of her sorrow, that her growing attraction to him didn't seem reciprocated. So who was this bloke? Zainab asked. Kantara whispered the name. No way. The bloke from the radio. Oh, my God. Did you ever go to the police? Kantara shook her head. They wouldn't believe me. Not against him. I still feel it's half my fault because I wanted him to stay. It's still rape. The thing I can't understand is why. Why would he hurt me like that, even if he didn't love me? Why did he hate me? Men are like that. Power through sex, dominance over women, all that stuff. It feeds their inferiority complexes. Kantara was silent. She couldn't match that picture with the Chris who had scrubbed her carpet of another guest's vomit, the Chris who had come to her and saved her when she was going to kill herself. It's very hard, Zainab. I think about it all the time. Chris Wycliffe is famous for his good works. The Fuad Adwan Foundation is named after my father and brings Palestinian people like me over from the camps for a British education. No one would believe what I said, especially now, months and months later. Castration, Zainab eventually said, lighting an illicit cigarette. Has a lot to recommend it. She offered the cigarette to Kantara and kissed her on the cheek. You know, you are too beautiful and too sweet to suffer like this. I'm really glad you decided to tell. You'll feel a lot better now. Besides, we're sisters in Islam, aren't we? It's time for Fajr in 10 minutes. Shall we pray together? They did so, and in the morning Kantara felt much better, elated to have found someone who she could tell everything to. There is no better place for a secure meeting than the top deck of a London bus, especially at dawn on a Sunday morning when it's almost certain to be empty. The first number 182 leaves Uxbridge Road at 5 a.m. On Sunday the 7th of March, in the chill of a grey dawn, Irfan Tiwana was on it. The only passenger, he had clattered upstairs and breathlessly splayed his bulk on the left-hand back seat near the heater. From there he could see anyone who got on or off, and by turning around, anyone who might be following. He was wearing a full-length shalwar kameez, thick grey socks, sandals, and a heavy brown duffel coat. A few stops later, a young woman with a mass of green hair and facial piercings got on to sit 2 rows in front of him. She wore a short tartan skirt, laddered black tights, and engineer's boots. It was Zainab Picho. Her thick eye makeup and pale face made her look like she had been up all night. Reverting to her pre-Muslim conversion appearance was Zainab's idea, but Tiwana was stunned by the visceral discomfort he felt to see it. Yet it was brilliant. No one would imagine that they would have anything to say to each other. No one would suspect that they shared a religion, yet alone a radical ideology, and no one could even imagine that they would be conspiring together to plan one of the greatest acts of terror that the world had ever seen. When Zainab Picho turned to speak to him, she talked of Kantara. She talked of their growing friendship, how much she had got to know about the Palestinian woman's neediness and vulnerability, her hopes and aspirations, the dark pain within her. It was enough for Tijuana to be sure that the next phase of the operation could go ahead. "She trusts me," Zainab said before she got off the bus. "And she believes everything I tell her." It was later in the week when Bram came to Kantara's room. Zainab was there too. They shared a cup of tea, and then Bram said, "There's something you can do to help Zainab, Kantara." "Of course, what is it?" "You know that Jamal, her husband, is being held in Jordan. He has been tortured and abused, and hasn't been able to speak to his wife and family for years." "She told me. It's awful." Bram looked intently at her. "We need to get you to fly to Jordan and take some things for him." "What things?" Kantara said. Zainab answered. "Some letters from me, a card from my little Harry and pictures of him, stuff like that. They would mean so much. I can't risk them to the post, especially as they're unlikely to be given to him." "How would I get them in?" "Oh, we have a contact who is going to try to smuggle them in for us. You would meet him there." She turned to Zainab. "Don't you want to go yourself?" "Of course, if there was any chance of seeing him. I went to Amman myself 18 months ago, and I was followed when I got there, arrested in my hotel, and then interrogated at the police station. It wasn't that bad, nothing compared to what Jam suffers. But they were just letting me know that they were onto me. It's this whole excuse that terrorism brings. Anyone can be accused in secret of anything because of so-called security." She indicated the quotation marks with fingers. "When I got back, the British police interviewed me too. I'm sure I was being watched at home, which is why I came here last year. One day I left Harry with Jam's mum. Then in the night I slipped over the back wall of our house in Stoke Newington with just a small rucksack. They've no idea where I went." "Can't the police just trace you with your bank card and credit cards?" Kantara asked. "I haven't used them. I maxed out the credit card the night I escaped and withdrew what little cash I had. The imam here has given me sanctuary." Kantara suddenly realized the emerging parallels with her own behavior. "Why would the police be so interested in you? Is Jam accused of being a terrorist?" "To be honest, we don't know exactly," Zainab said breezily. "It could be because he's spoken up about repression in Jordan and the Gulf states, and has membership of some banned organizations. But the fight against so-called terrorism provides the smokescreen to cover up anything they want to do." "So you wouldn't go back to Jordan?" "Well, I would, if there was even a tiny chance of getting to visit him. But it is better to have someone unknown just taking the stuff he needs. Someone who would fit in a bit better in Jordan than a pale-face from Bradford." "Well, I'd love to help. I really would, but I have this visa problem too," Kantara said. "I'm staying on a student visa, as you know, and if I left, I might not get back into the UK. My own passport is Lebanese." "We've been thinking about that," Bram said. "We'll get you a new passport." "From Lebanon?" she said incredulously. "No, it will be a British passport," he said. Kantara looked bewildered. "But I'm not British." "Look," said Bram. "A British passport would solve all your problems. You could stay here, you could study, you might even be able to work if we can get you a national insurance number. The UK Border Agency would stop writing you letters." "I don't know," Kantara said. "Isn't it illegal, what we're doing?" "There's nothing illicit about it at all, really," Bram said. "What is definitely illegal is the arrest of our brother on trumped-up charges and the denial of all justice to him. Obviously, the authorities wouldn't approve of the new passport, but they will never find out. It's a one-day operation. Heathrow to Amman by Royal Jordanian. Fly in, fly home. We'll pay the bill, and we'll grant you a free term on the course as a sign of our gratitude. You really don't have to do anything there. You just take hand luggage, go to the transit lounge, and meet our man there. You give him the letters and other personal items, and he will do the rest." "Kantara, I'd be very grateful," Zainab said. "Really, I would." She showed Kantara the phone with the picture of Harry sucking his thumb. "It would mean a lot to Harry, too." Kantara stared at the child, his wide-eyed innocent face, his smile. "All right," she said. "All right, I'll do it." Chapter 21. Rustam Khan Mohammed had found it easy, so incredibly easy, to get inside a system which was crucial to the security of the United Kingdom, and indeed to what was grandly termed the war against terror. But then real wars are often fought on the most mundane of battlefields. Few seem as mundane as this. Rustam worked in a post room in an obscure civil service department in a 1960s office building just off the A4042 main road in Newport, South Wales. There is no barbed wire or high fencing, just a token security presence at the front desk. And at night, when the doors are locked, nothing. The main defense of such a place is its bland anonymity, but you can see it clearly on Google Maps. Just type in the postcode NP201XA and zoom right in. How did he get this job? It was advertised in the local job centre. It was that simple. The post office van arrives pretty promptly at 8:40 a.m. each day. The van comes off Kingsway, turns left into Corn Street, and then reverses down Skinner Lane into a secure loading bay just behind Marks and Spencer. There are usually 3 sacks, though it can be as few as 1 or as many as 4. 3 employees, not civil servants as such, but like Rustam, employed by a large outsourcing firm, stand ready to unload. Today, as well as Rustam, they are a cheerful 50-something Pole named Hannah and a gangly tattooed youth called Ellis. Most weeks there is somebody new. It's not exactly a career, after all. The pay is minimum wage, and it's boring. Boring as hell. The job is to manhandle the sacks onto a trolley and then steer the trolley into the service lift. The lift goes up 1 floor to a large and untidy office in which the post is gradually sorted and opened. Most of the post then goes directly upstairs to the passport office, one of the biggest in the country. Hundreds of civil servants there deal with applications for new and renewed passports, queries over applications, all that kind of stuff. About 1/3 of the post goes down to the basement, a windowless cavern of a room lit by flickering strip lights and smelling of scorched dust. This basement has hundreds of old filing cabinets in ranks for the surplus paperwork from upstairs. At the back there are also shelves groaning under the weight of hundreds of cardboard boxes, the oldest passport records going back to World War II. It also has just one dusty and outmoded IBM PC and a desk permanently loaded with papers. This echoing chamber is known as the Hall of the Dead, part of Britain's bureaucracy of death, the place where the passports of the hundreds of thousands of British citizens who have died are sent to be cancelled. Or not, in some cases. It should be simple. When someone dies, a relative is supposed to send in their passport for cancellation. If they don't, the government frets that someone else could, in theory, assume their identity. Someone could become that person and use the identity of the passport to gradually open utility and bank accounts. In fact, they could do anything that doesn't require further picture ID, anything that doesn't require a physical presence to compare the passport picture with the appearance of the person presenting it. In these days of online transactions, Rustam knew those possibilities were almost endless. A stolen passport is a key to acquiring a new life for those who want to shed an old one. The authorities don't want this to happen. They like to keep tabs on us under our real names. So they asked the bereaved to send in the documents for disposal. But the truth is that these ciphers of the departed are far safer in some dusty drawer at home. Far safer shredded and destroyed by a relative, because the system is flawed. At key points, a single member of staff can subvert it entirely. Rustam found it easy to gain a position of relative trust. By showing enthusiasm on the safety courses, on correct lifting posture and workplace risk assessment, he was quickly offered the de facto position of deputy postroom supervisor. No pay rise, obviously. His boss, a chubby and lethargic civil service lifer called Adrian, was often off sick. Back pain, supposedly. So, quite often, Rustam was unsupervised in his logging of the incoming post. It was child's play, really. The form was just a single page. Details of the deceased, the name and signature of the sender, the number of the death certificate, if available. Then there was the crucial choice. The sender could opt to have the passport cancelled and returned, or they could allow the state to destroy it for them. They were also asked to cut off a corner from the passport before enclosing it. A good third of them didn't bother. Rustam had become proficient at looking through the incoming post. He opened all the envelopes and stacked the forms and passports all ready for logging. In a separate tray, he set aside those which hadn't been cornered, and where the sender didn't want it returned. Roughly a fifth of the total. The next step, only undertaken when he was alone, was to look through this pile at the photographs. He was very picky, had very strict requirements. No one old, no one white, no freaks of nature, no passport with less than 3 years to expiry. That instantly eliminated more than 95% of the pile. Most days, often for a week at a time, it was just hundreds of deceased white pensioners. What he really wanted, and rarely came across, fell into 2 categories. First, youngish Asian women wearing a hijab or other religious head covering, preferably with glasses. Spectacle frames are easy to match and help mask underlying physical differences. He maybe got 1 or 2 a month. And then there were the young Asian or black men, also preferably with spectacles. 1 a week, roughly. Ideally, he was looking for bad passport photographs, too. The worse the photo, the easier to pass someone else off as that person. Washed-out images where eye colour isn't obvious, loss of contrast that eliminates cheek and chin features. There were certainly plenty of those. The photograph rules are very stupid, he thought, because they were twisted to the requirements of computers. The demand for a neutral expression, no smile, no shadows, no teeth showing, was made because such things confuses the programs which use fixed points of eye location and bone structure to sort appearance. But, in doing so, they eliminate within those photographs almost every trait that humans use to recognize each other. For Rustam, this was a numbers game. 150,000 passports were sent in for cancellation each year, which worked out at roughly 600 a day. He accumulated, at most, 5 per week that looked of interest. These weren't logged on the system as they should have been. The attached forms weren't copied and filed as they should have been, nor was the paperwork sent upstairs for the database staff to delete them on the database. Instead, Rustam slipped them into his bag and took them home. It was that simple. For the past 2 months, Rustam had been looking for some particular likenesses. His contact, someone he had met at an Islamic light group meeting, but whose name he was never told, had sent him some passport-sized photographs. 3 of men and 1 of a woman, all of whom needed a British passport and didn't have one, all of whom would need a reasonable match against a passport likeness. One of the men, a classic mustachioed Pakistani with a luxuriant swatch of hair, had been an easy match with one of the passports he still had at his flat. The 3 others were more difficult. One, a very coarse-featured North African, didn't match anything he had seen. That was going to be a problem. The next was a young Arab. A week ago he'd found a reasonable passport match for him, except someone had cut a notch into the corner, a kind of half-hearted attempt at cornering. That would attract attention. It wouldn't do. The final candidate was a young woman in a hijab and squarish glasses. She was pretty, and despite instructions to match expressionless passport style, had half a smile. He had put her photograph in his wallet, so he could pretend it was a sister or girlfriend if anyone at work saw him looking. The thought made him happy. He would like to know someone like that. Once the post was opened, Rustam Khan Mohammed took the photograph out and stared at it. Today would be a good day to find her a matching passport. He was feeling lucky. Adrian was off sick, and he would have the IBM station to himself. There was a pile of possibles about 2 feet high in the in-tray. As Rustam started to look through them, he smiled. These passports were for the dead, but in the parallel universe of bureaucracy, they were still very much alive, and soon some of them would not only be alive but kicking. No one had told him who these people were whose pictures he had. The Pakistani man, the North African, the dapper Arab, the pretty girl. But it was a fair assumption they were in training for martyrdom. Chapter 22. Kantara's passport arrived in 6 weeks. Bram brought it to her room one day when Zainab was downstairs hoovering the prayer room. "It might not be quite as you expected," he warned. Kantara looked at the magenta booklet with its impressive golden United Kingdom crest. It didn't look quite new somehow. Then she opened it, and the shock came. "This isn't mine," she said. "It's someone called Musaina Abbas. They've made a mistake." "There is no mistake," Bram said. "We have built you a new identity. It's the only way to get you a UK passport." "But who is this person?" Kantara exclaimed. The photograph showed a young woman in a hijab with dark eyes, squarish spectacles, and a prominent nose. "I can't be someone else. What happened to the photographs I had taken?" "Kantara, it's just a document." "But Bram," Kantara squealed, "you said you could get me a British passport. This isn't right. This isn't me." "We will eventually be able to get you one," Bram said coolly. "We have lawyers who know their way around the system. But it will take a year or so. It isn't easy. The British immigration system is one of the toughest ones in the world. Look, we've taken you in. You have a subsidized room. We viewed helping you as a charitable duty. Now we're spending a lot of money on you. Please, don't be ungrateful." Kantara said nothing for a moment. She realized that yet again she was spurning the good intentions of others. First, the foundation, which paid for her studies, then Chris, who had got her a job at the BBC, and now this sacred zakat duty, part of the Holy Koran's charitable teachings. Her guilt closed around her throat like a vice, but her doubts were not quelled. There was only one thing she could think to say. "But she doesn't even look like me." "Actually, she does," Bram insisted. "The photos you supplied helped us choose her. It wouldn't fool your closest friends, agreed, but once we get you the right spectacle frames to match hers, no one else would know." "Bram, I'm grateful, really, but this seems so wrong." That was the word. Something about the whole arrangement just didn't sit right with her. So much trouble to get her a passport, when she could have just sat here anonymously in the Musala learning the Quran. "Okay, Kantara, look. I see your misgivings," Bram sighed. "Perhaps it's best if you leave the course. I can ring the UK border agency tomorrow and let them know you're here. You could be on a plane for Lebanon next week." "No, that's not what I meant." Kantara heard her own voice, shrill and panicky. "I know we require a lot of trust," Bram said. "A lot of faith from you. We had high hopes. You seemed ready to be devout, but perhaps it isn't to be." "Bram, it's just that a false passport—" "I know. But it isn't wrong to break rules when those rules are bad. The border agency regards you as an overstayer. You've broken the terms of your student visa, and some very official and threatening letters are probably piling up in your old flat. They really could send you home." "I know," Kantara said, staring at the floor. The prospect of going back to Lebanon, to the squalor of Ain al-Hilwa, to the misery of being a refugee, was more than she could bear. She hadn't spoken to her aunt, who had been so kind for so many years, for 2 months. If she went back, she would have to admit to being a failure, having messed up a free Western education that had been offered to her on a plate. The shame would live with her forever. No one in Lebanon would ever understand the choices she had made. As if reading her mind, Bram continued, "Your BBC friend wouldn't be able to help you now, even if he wanted to. His foundation has paid your university fees and you've disappeared, leaving them with a big bill." "I hate him anyway," Kantara said, staring wistfully at the passport. There were already some stamps in there for Thailand, New Zealand, the United States and Australia, all a few years ago. She was curious to know who this Moisena Abbas was, who had actually visited these places, and presumably had her passport stolen. There was, she had to admit, a thrill in handling this prized document, proof of British citizenship, for which many people were happy to marry a stranger. It would allow her to come and go to the UK without having to fill in a landing card, and with none of the long queues and searches endured by those with a non-EU document. She was excited, but nervous. There was something else to remember. She would be helping an innocent man who had been jailed and abused, and she would be helping her friend Zainab and her beautiful son Harry. Both these thoughts eased her discomfort. The day of the flight was nerve-wracking. At the Musala, Kantara had been shown the plastic bag of personal items she was to carry. There were a dozen or so sealed letters, a mobile phone, 2 framed pictures of Zainab with Harry, and a big crayoned card from the boy with "Daddy, I love you" written on it in multicoloured felt tip. Tears started in Kantara's eyes as she looked at it. She wanted to help Zainab. She trusted her and liked her, and found herself relaxed and happy whenever she was about. For that reason, she wanted to do something, anything that could help her, and helping others would, she hoped, help heal her own wounds that still burned inside her. Check-in was packed at London Heathrow's Terminal 3. Kantara had arrived 4 hours before the flight to be absolutely sure, but others seemed to have the same idea. Large Arab families with trolley loads of baggage were waiting even before the desks opened. There were a few Europeans, mostly male businessmen, travelling light. Women ranged from overdressed matrons in leopard skin print, high heels and dyed blonde hair, right through to the majority, more devout, wearing hijab or niqab. The Arab men, as usual, were all in Western clothing, from the scruffiest tracksuit right through to sharp suits and jackets. Kantara herself, at Zainab's suggestion, had opted for a neutral but conservative appearance. Long black trousers, slight heels, grey jacket, a little eye makeup, and a flowered hijab that exactly matched the one in Moisena's passport picture. The glasses, ordered over the internet, were a perfect match for Moisena's. Still, for all the preparation, she felt that people must be looking at her because of the nervousness and guilt she radiated. Here she was, a woman masquerading as a British national, hoping to meet a smuggler who would take banned personal effects and a phone into a high-security Middle Eastern jail for someone who may or may not be a terrorist. Apart from the clear bag of items for Jamal, she only had a few clothes, some toiletries and mobile phone. These were all in a zip-up nylon liner that Zainab, who had insisted on checking her packing, had given her. Zainab had also, at the last minute, clipped on a little teddy bear luggage tag, explaining that it was from Harry, for good luck. "Did you pack the bag yourself?" asked the check-in woman as she typed something into her screen. When Kantara hesitated, the woman looked up, blue eyes gazing flatly at her. "Yes," whispered Kantara. "Did anyone give you anything to take with you?" "No." Kantara felt her face was burning with the lies, and her voice was barely audible. After being shown the rules about liquids and the list of banned substances, she was given her boarding card and pointed towards security. Like everyone else, she had to take off shoes, and was casually frisked by a woman who never looked at her, but carried on a conversation with a colleague. Just as Bram had promised, there was no passport control on leaving the UK, which was something that surprised her. The flight was long, crowded and boring. Kantara couldn't settle to reading a book nor a magazine, and was stuck in the middle row of seats, which made it hard to even see from the window. She let the in-flight entertainment wash over her, a mind-numbing distraction. The first feeling of descent into Amman and the lighting of the seatbelt sign brought a renewed wave of anxiety. Bram's instructions were clear enough. Go to the transit lounge, sit by the Coke machine, or as near as you can get to it. Above all, keep your phone on, except where you are explicitly not allowed to. Put the Puma bag on a seat next to you and wait. This person will arrive, address you by your assumed name, and sit on that seat. He will then visit the bathroom with your bag and reappear to give it back to you. Then go back to the transit check-in desk and check in for the flight home. Kantara sat for more than 40 minutes waiting in the transit lounge. There seemed to be 2 soft drinks machines, one at each end of the large crowded lounge, and she wasn't sure she was sitting by the correct one. Anxiety pulsed through her. A large family came over to her and parked huge amounts of baggage around her, while the children ran around, shouting and playing. After 10 fidgety minutes, she got up and walked to the other machine. No sooner had she sat down than a young, clean-shaven man with tinted glasses walked up to her. "Moisena, I'm sorry I'm late." She smiled, made room for him to sit down, and then watched as he went off to the bathroom with his hold-all and her red bag. He was back within 5 minutes. It was with huge relief, 2 hours later, that she boarded the return flight. In her hand, never leaving her sight, was the red Puma bag with its teddy bear luggage tag. Chapter 23. It was 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon when Irfan Tiwana arrived by moped at the Eastern Way Islamic Bookshop just off the Uxbridge Road in West London. With his rotund figure squeezed into a bulky oilcloth motorcycling jacket, flapping shalwar kameez, white socks and sandals, he was hard to miss. The Imam pushed his aged Honda right to the bookshop window and locked it. He then removed his helmet and rang the doorbell. The door opened and he was let in. The roar of traffic, unrelenting even on the Christian day of worship, carried right through the grimy and tattered shopfront, and even into the small meeting room behind. Rifat and Bram were already there, having approached along a back alleyway and a side gate into the backyard. Tiwana, always assuming he was under surveillance, took no chances with the identity of associates he wished to keep away from official eyes. The bookshop was one of dozens of Islamic community facilities that the cleric used occasionally, a bewildering array of pastoral, educational, and religious visits to confuse surveillance. To the casual viewer, these visits, rarely longer than 20 minutes, were innocent. The cleric arrived with a plastic bag of books, could be seen getting them out and talking to the owner in full view through the window. But contacts, alerted by texts on a network of little-used mobile phones, were met infrequently and at short notice. They were advised to arrive before him, to approach on foot via side roads without CCTV, and to leave at least an hour afterwards. Rifat was hunched over a laptop in the darkened back room. The others sat so close to see the screen that Rifat could feel their breath on his sensitive neck. His hands tingled inside the black gloves. They were all transfixed. They were staring at a bright red dot on the GPS tracker that he had loaded onto Kantara's phone. Real-time longitude and latitude data boxes ticked away, digits racing as the crosshairs moved in line with the dot. The velocity counter showed the phone was moving at 3.5 kph north-northwest. Rifat had superimposed the tracker box over the Google map of Queen Alia Airport in Amman, and side by side had opened a PDF file with an official terminal map to fill in the details. They had already tracked her through arrivals at Gate 11 and into the Royal Jordanian Transit Lounge. "There," said Rifat. "She's put the bag down." "How on earth do you know that?" Tiwana asked. Rifat tapped at a readout in the corner of the tracker. "GPS altitude has just dropped by 0.7 meters. That matches exactly the baseline figure we've seen on the altitude graph." A few minutes later, the phone began to move. "The bag's in the bathroom," Rifat announced. "He'll be switching bags now." He had posted an identical Puma sports bag to Yemen a month ago, so that a false bottom could be constructed and the 2 kilos of PETN inserted as a thin layer between the plastic outer and inner linings. The contact would have this bag inside his own hold-all, so Kantara would never see it. "I hope she won't notice the extra weight," Tiwana said. "She won't. Remember that the contact is removing all those heavy items that she was bringing in, ostensibly for Jamal. Only her own clothes, shoes and phone will go back. The bag will be lighter." He and Bram high-fived, but when Tawana went to do the same to Rifat, the Saudi wouldn't raise his hand. Kantara's return flight went without a hitch. It was only after she had landed at Heathrow and approached immigration that her heart started beating hard. She had memorized her story and her supposed address, and kept reminding herself what Bram had said about her resemblance to Moseyana Abbas. She took a detour into the ladies' toilet and looked at herself in the mirror. She took out the passport and checked herself against the washed-out image of another woman. Surely no one could think they were the same, despite the same clothing, spectacles, and supposedly similar nose. Shrugging, she returned to the immigration hall and followed the sign for British passport holders. As she followed the hurrying knots of weary travellers, she gazed at the huge queues building up for non-EU arrivals. These were the people who looked most like her, and she belonged among them. Instead, walking past the UK queue, she felt like a privileged celebrity. There were only 2 people ahead of her at the desk, and they seemed to be waved through in seconds. She walked up to the booth. A male officer smiled at her, and she offered him her passport, already open at the picture page. The officer took the passport and flicked through the pages. He pressed it face down on something behind his desk, looked down, looked up and into her face, looked down again. Then he passed her the passport, smiled again and thanked her in that classic piece of English politeness. She grinned in response, a wave of relief buoying her up as she marched past the booth, through into the green channel of customs and, unchallenged, out into the bustle of arrivals. A man held a card with her bogus first name on it, picked up her bag and wordlessly drove her in his minicab back to the Masala. Zainab was waiting for her and hugged her fiercely. "Thank you. Thank you so much," she said. Zainab and the other female students had cooked a special Lebanese meal for her, and the cookbooks in the kitchen were still open as they gathered around the cramped kitchen table, scooping up the grilled lamb, tabbouleh, stewed aubergine, and chickpeas. The big news was that Irfan Tawana was coming to visit the Musala next week. It was very rare for him to address such small audiences. Kantara was excited. She had never forgotten the evening when she heard him speak, his wisdom, his wit, but above all his magnetism. She had never known anyone so charismatic, who made the hairs stand up on the back of your neck by the things he said. The week went slowly, and for the first time Kantara felt irritated by the menial chores she had been asked to do and her constricted life within the Musala. Having made that trip to Jordan, something which had made her feel important, she felt a seething fervour, but didn't know what to do with it. It was a power within her breast, as if God himself had a purpose for her. She just didn't yet know what that destiny was, and that was frustrating. She felt it would probably not be one of quiet diligence within the school, but outside in the wider world. Holding that passport in her hand for the first time had made her feel that. Perhaps Irfan Tawana could be the intermediary who would reveal it to her. In the evening, she and dozens of others assembled in the main prayer room to await the cleric's arrival. The men were at the front, the women towards the back. Among the throng was Rifat. This was the first time she had seen Rifat in several weeks, though they had exchanged some emails. She was pleased to see him, and it made her realize how rarely she now set foot outside the Musala, except on Bram's errands. She hadn't left Acton, she now realized, for more than 2 months, except for the flight. After exchanging greetings, they sat down cross-legged on the floor at the back to talk and wait. Zainab joined them. They waited, and when the time for the Imam's arrival came and went, the crowd started to get restive. Tawana finally swept in 25 minutes late and was greeted with cheers and applause. He clambered onto a dais, grabbed the microphone, and immediately began a story. It was the tale of a friend of his from Lancashire, a man called Bob. Now, Bob, that's not his real name, of course. Bob was a middling Muslim. He believed all right. He went to Friday prayers sometimes, but he drank and rarely observed the Salat. However, Bob got involved with a community group trying to get a mosque built on a derelict piece of land in his town. No, my friends, he wasn't Bob the builder. He was an engineer and offered to help get the place built, and was put in charge of raising the cash too. Everyone was very pleased to see him involved. In my book, Bob's all right. He's starting the long journey to devotion. But then something happened. Tawana looked around the audience with raised eyebrows, indicating the arrival of a mystery. At 3:05 a.m. last Tuesday morning, armed police used a battering ram to knock down the door of his little terraced house. They didn't even knock. Officers, many in plain clothes, burst into the bedroom he was sharing with his wife and pulled him out of bed. Tawana made a violent pulling movement. His two little girls, aged 5 and 7, started to scream, but neither he nor his wife were allowed to comfort them. Tawana walked around the stage, hands clamped to the side of his head, face held in a rictus of agony. Bob argued, and was then knocked down the stairs. An accident, they said. He was bundled into a van. The house was sealed up, and Bob's wife and children were driven off to relatives, without even being able to pick up a toothbrush or a change of underwear. Bob, it seems, is being held under the Prevention of Terrorism Act at Belmarsh Prison. He's a British citizen, but a week later he's not been charged with anything, nor has he been told what he's supposed to have done. His family hasn't been able to see him yet either. He paused. So, brothers and sisters, is that right? There was a roar of no. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Again. He cupped his hand to his ear. No, 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 the audience roared. This is a war against Muslims, isn't it? Can you imagine a white man raising money for the new church roof in the village of Little Snoozing or wherever, being bundled into a police van and chucked into clink? Of course not. Tawana continued to expand on the theme for the next half hour, getting more and more indignant and raising the excitement and fervour in the small audience. At one point he did an impression of the Prime Minister. The British people must be able to sleep easy in their beds, free from the threat of terrorism. Well, I agree with that, Tawana said. But Bob wasn't able to sleep easy in his bed, was he? His children, torn away from their father, can't rest easily in their beds now. His wife, not knowing when she'll be able to see her husband. She can't sleep easy in her bed, can she? And all because he wanted to help build a mosque. What should we do? Asked someone from the audience. We have to mobilise. We have to fight, Tawana said. The crusade against Islam is being fought in every country in the West. If we are all treated like terrorists, then some in the community may decide to respond as terrorists. If civil resistance and the assertion of Muslim identity and equality in Britain is not permitted, then some will strike. And they may very well strike back in the way the West does understand. I do not condone it, but I understand it. We have worked hard, very hard, to choose other more nuanced channels to get judgment for our grievances. But every day, across the world, our Islamic brothers and sisters in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, and even still in Iraq are being slaughtered from the sky by American drones. If the world will not listen, then we must make it listen. Tawana fell to his knees and tossed his spectacles to the floor. Beads of sweat stood out on his furrowed brow and on the sparse stubble of his head. In a strained and emotional voice, he cried out a supplication. "Oh, my sustainer, grant me victory, and do not give anyone victory over me. Devise plans in my favour, and do not allow the plans of anyone to work against me. Guide me, and make guidance easy for me. Help me against those who oppress me. Oh, my sustainer, make me such that I remember you abundantly, that I am ever grateful to you, that I am ever fearful of you, and that I am ever submissive to you, that I am ever obedient to you, that I find solace from you alone, that I turn my attention to you alone, and alone that I turn to you." He leaned back as far as he could and cried out, "Allahu Akbar!" Though this time Kantara knew what to expect, she still felt a wave of energy and power surge through her at the crescendo of Tawana's address. She stood almost breathless and watched this little ball of charismatic power waddle off the dais and, ushered by the Masala's own imam, go into a private office. "My God, wasn't that something?" said Zainab, who seemed to be trembling. "I'm ready for my suicide vest right now." She immediately put her hand over her mouth and giggled conspiratorially, as if she'd done nothing more serious than belch. Kantara stared at Zainab, dumbstruck by the implications of her joke. Is this what she thinks? Is this what she believes I feel too? Kantara glanced at Rifat. He too was looking at Zainab, but he had a completely different expression, almost stony in its seriousness. From the corner of her eye, she had seen him raise his finger to his lips, as if to say to Zainab, This is our secret. Keep it quiet. Chapter 24. London, July 2010. Rifat was nervously pacing around his father's apartment. It was midnight and his hands were hurting, as they often did when he became excited. He kneaded them gently, trying to ease the tingling pain. He had just stumbled across something incredibly exciting on Wycliffe's computer. A confidential BBC email. Strict embargo. No news reference until midnight GMT, 31st of December 2010. Restrict circulation. Colleagues. State Department sources unattributably confirm long-awaited UN Middle East Peace Conference. Agreed February the 11th to the 15th, 2011. Location shortlist now Aqaba or Sharm el-Sheikh. Jerusalem dropped. Please find attached updated conference logistics plan and begin resourcing as required. NB, this information released for logistical assistance reasons only. Regards, William. Wycliffe hadn't been on the original circulation list, but it had been forwarded to him by Gerald Monaghan, the Middle East editor, with the single-line message above, Mid-East Career Opportunity, G. For Al-Qaeda, it was dynamite. To know 7 months in advance that global leaders would be converging on one of 2 Middle Eastern resorts gave them every chance of planning a spectacular operation to disrupt it. Rifat was convinced this would be a far better 10-year anniversary project for 9/11 than trying to replicate an attack on New York, which Yemen had originally been working on. He logged into the secure email he shared with Yemen. He opened the latest saved draft, and beneath the page-long spam-type text that was always there to fool casual viewers, pasted a message in, with a suggestion that this could be the operation they had been waiting for. Now, all he had to do was wait for a reply. Kantara was confused by the messages she was picking up from Rifat and Zainab when they had exchanged that knowing glance. It struck her with force that they must know each other quite well. Neither of them had ever mentioned it to her, even though she had written acres of email to Rifat about her new and bubbly roommate, and likewise told Zainab about her Saudi friend. Rifat, she had admitted, was the man who had brought her back from the wilderness and into the arms of Islam. Now she wasn't sure what to think. She had little time to mull it over, because later that evening Bram came to see her in her room. Bram Malik was normally one of the calmest and most thoughtful of all the Musalla residents, yet tonight he looked slightly distracted, excited even. His brown eyes seemed wide with possibilities, a smile never far from his lips as he paced around. She made him some tea and had to ask him twice to sit down on the room's one easy chair before he did so. She placed herself opposite him on the bed. It was obvious Bram had something important to say. Dr. Khan says you seemed quite distracted in classes today. I know. I stumbled over 1 or 2 surahs. I wasn't concentrating. I did apologize. You have seemed restless since the Jordan trip. When was it, a week ago or so? Kantara smiled. 9 days. Yes, I haven't really settled down from the excitement. Learning text by heart seems a little boring by comparison. Well, I have some good news. I know you have wanted to spread your wings a little, so you are going to do some travelling for us again. Something important. Really? That's good news. Where will I be going? Bram paused, then gave her a little smile. I don't know the details. It's something that Rifat is organising. But I can tell you one thing. If you absolutely promise not to breathe a word to anyone, I can tell you where the first leg of your journey takes you. The intensity of his look was almost alarming. I promise, Kantara said. Cairo, he whispered. You're going to fly to Cairo in November. Chapter 25. Hammersmith Hospital, West London, July 2010. Khalidar Tanoli was washing his hands when the call came. He had already rubbed antibacterial surgical solution around his hands, between his fingers, into his wrists, up almost to his elbows, and was just about to finish off with a single-use brush to get under his finely pared nails. A process undertaken many times a day, and second nature to all clinicians, but never to be taken lightly. Then the vibration in his tunic breast pocket. Always the way. Important calls, always come just when you are getting ready to operate. In truth, he should have had his mobile switched off at this stage, with a cardiac patient already being prepared for theatre. But this was a call he had been expecting. A very important call. A worrying call. But there was no one present who would dare reproach him for taking it. Mr. Tonoli was a consultant cardiologist at Hammersmith Hospital's National Pulmonary and Hypertension Service, and, like all consultants, demanded and received respect. Tall, lean and narrow-shouldered, with a swept-back wave of dark hair and a sharp hooked nose, he had the intensity of an eagle focused on prey. He looked like he knew what he was doing. In control, capable, calm, confident. If only they knew what he felt like now. On the fifth ring, the last before it would go into voicemail, the surgeon plucked out the phone with an antiseptic wipe and answered it, tersely barking out his surname. "Mr. Tonoli, be in the Muslim Workshop Centre at 9:15 a.m. on Wednesday," the voice said. "Tomorrow? I have 3 operations scheduled." "Cancel them." The caller hung up. Tonoli replaced the phone, and then sprayed some surgical solution on his hand, carefully wiping each finger as if the taint of the message could somehow be eradicated. He wasn't used to being told what to do, but from the message passed to him by the imam at his own mosque, he thought it would be foolish not to take this seriously. So, having tried unsuccessfully to find someone else to take his place in cardiac theatre that day, he did reschedule the 3 operations. Tonoli left his home in suburban East London a little earlier than usual that Wednesday. He walked to Gants Hill tube station and boarded a crowded Central Line train, as usual, that rattled its way through central London and out into the fading western suburbs of Acton. Normally, he would get off at East Acton and walk back along Duquesne Road and past the notorious Wormwood Scrubs prison, with its Victorian battlements capped with razor wire and its dozens of CCTV cameras. Hammersmith Hospital was right next door, and it was the quickest route. But today he didn't want to walk past the jail. He didn't want to be reminded of the brooding weight of British justice that might one day catch up with him if his suspicions of the danger posed to him were accurate. Instead, he got off at White City, a stop early, and walked past the BBC TV Centre, then past the newer buildings in Parkland, which were the home of the BBC Trust, guardians of the state-run broadcaster's conscience. The attractive young media women, plugged into iPods or texting as they walked, were a welcome distraction from the worries ahead. He entered the hospital's main reception area, as normal, and took the south corridor. But instead of turning left and taking the lift to the second-floor cardiac unit, he carried on, heading towards the postgraduate teaching facility of Imperial College, a newer set of buildings at the rear of the hospital. Just before the end, he turned right through a set of fire doors. These opened into a narrow courtyard surrounded by high Victorian outbuildings, an area often used illicitly by staff desperate for a smoke. To reach the worship centre, he recalled, you had to climb a red-painted fire escape into a wood-clad 1950s building. While most NHS hospitals had a prayer room of vaguely Christian configuration, Muslims working in or visiting British hospitals normally had to use some bland shared worship area, a catch-all minority facility devoid of anything specific to any one faith. Hammersmith Hospital was different. Tonoli didn't normally pray while at work, and on the one occasion when he had tried to attend Friday prayers, had found the worship centre crowded. While some worshippers were reading quietly, others were making mobile phone calls or holding loud conversations. There were many men there, but no women, and some were dressed as if they had just stepped out of the bazaar in Lahore. He didn't know a single person. He doubted that many of them were in truth employed by the NHS at all. Today, though, the centre looked quiet. It was 9:10 a.m. After passing a paramedic and a workman finishing off their roll-ups, he ascended the stairs, his feet clanging out his arrival on the rusting metal. The door was unlocked, and he stepped inside, finding only one other pair of shoes on the rack. They were a pair of well-polished black brogues. The prayer room was deserted, and for the first time he noticed its green carpet laid obliquely, so the woven minarets pointed southeast to Mecca. The surgeon felt he was being watched, and turned around. A young Arabic man, smartly dressed in a suit and raincoat, was looking at him, and beckoned him into a smaller room at the end, one normally reserved for women's prayer. The young man was wearing black leather gloves. Tonoli introduced himself, but the young man declined to give his name. He ignored the proffered handshake, but instead fixed him with a steady stare and asked him, no, he told him, to sit down. Dr. Tonoli, unused to being ordered around in his own hospital, sat cross-legged on the floor. Perhaps he had a premonition of what was to happen next. Over the next 15 minutes, the young man described with incredible accuracy parts of Tonoli's past in Pakistan. These were not only his past as an Islamic agitator who had been arrested in Islamabad in his youth. Anyone could have found that out. No, there were real secrets, events that Tonoli found shameful and which he thought would be unknown to anyone here in the UK. Tonoli denied the accusations. The young man nodded and then withdrew from his briefcase a sheaf of photocopies. They were copies of documents that proved the lies Tonoli had lived. These facts, long buried, would destroy Tonoli's career and perhaps his entire life in Britain. They couldn't be allowed to come out. Then the young man said that there was no reason they should, just as long as Tonoli understood his religious duty to put his life on a path consonant with the wishes of God. At first, Tonoli thought he was being asked to pray more often, but then the young man said what he really wanted. Surgery. Just a minor procedure, with which the young man said he knew the doctor was familiar. The fitting of a heart pacemaker, plus an ancillary device, for a special patient whose name he would never know. The existence of the operation would be totally secret. The venue, equipment, and all support staff would be arranged for him, and at the end there would be money. Rather a lot of money. Enough to pay the surgeon's substantial debts. But only so long as he kept his mouth shut. Rifat sat in his bedroom at his father's London flat. He was wearing disposable vinyl gloves and staring intently at a Nokia mobile phone under the harsh light of a jeweller's lamp. He was out of practice at building bombs, so relished the chance for this very important one. First, he turned the phone on, then typed in *#3700*. This code accessed the firmware, which closed down a series of the most power-hungry facilities in the Nokia. The only functions required were the SIM card, the GPS chip, and silent mode. Once the screen was removed too, that would extend the battery life from just a few days to 6 months. He also set the phone to only vibrate when a call came in from a predetermined number. That was his own BlackBerry, the trigger phone. He undid the tiny screws with a jeweler's screwdriver, removed the screen, separated out the motherboard, and found the vibration cylinder in the top left corner. The cylinder powers the vibrations on silent mode. He soldered 2 tiny leads onto the connectors. Using tweezers, he connected a tiny glass tube of lead azide, smaller than a pencil-top eraser, which had electrical contacts at each end. The bottom end of the tube he connected with a fine wire to the phone battery. A second wire from the phone battery was connected to the negative lead of the vibrator cylinder. The detonator was now assembled. Now for the explosive. From a foil bag he took a handful of what looked like light brown modelling clay. He broke off a fist-sized lump, setting it on a digital scale. When it read exactly 200 grams, he picked it up and moulded it into the shell of the phone. He then took the base shell from a second identical Nokia and fixed it over the top. This black pod was now somewhat thicker than a normal mobile phone and weighed in at 272 grams, about the same as a pack of butter. He put it on his tabletop and admired it. Compact, sleek, and deadly. A bomb that was truly undetectable. A bomb that could be triggered from the other side of the world. Al-Qaeda's very own drone. Chapter 26. 8 o'clock on a dull, wet evening. Though it wasn't dark outside, there were candles burning in the cosy bedroom which Zainab and Kantara shared. Zainab was sitting on the bed, brushing Kantara's hair, while she sat cross-legged on the floor. They were listening to Capital Radio, but the music was turned down low. It was one of Zainab's abiding weaknesses that she liked to listen to pop music, even though it was frowned upon in the Musala. Dr. Khan hadn't banned it as such, but had warned that popular Western songs filled the heads of the young with immoral ideas and material aspirations. "These are not ideas consonant with Islam," he had said, a favourite phrase of his. "They are ephemera, seducing and twisting the mind with daydreams." Zainab had nodded in agreement, and was very careful about her listening from then on. She had concealed her MP3 player and only listened in secret on earphones. But she soon found a partner in crime with Kantara, who seemed to enjoy the illicit feeling of minor rebellion as much as she enjoyed any kind of cheerful pop. The Palestinian woman's dark curling tresses were so thick and lustrous. As Zainab slid the brush through, she envied the smooth, silky weight of Arab hair. Her own naturally mousy hair, wiry and unmanageable, had been the bane of her life since she was a child. That is why she had dyed it green. However, there were some things she could show Kantara that perhaps she hadn't seen before. Zainab gradually pulled and fixed Kantara's hair into an unruly ponytail. "Hang on a mo," she said, getting up and rummaging in a drawer. "I'm sure I've got a Shabasa Khaliji hair clip somewhere." She found the ruffed hair clip, designed to give hair extra body, and clipped it onto the back of Kantara's ponytail. "I'm going to be a Khaliji girl," Kantara giggled. Zainab opened the wardrobe door, which had a full-length mirror on the inside, another female frippery frowned upon by the imam, and angled it so Kantara could see herself. She next took a wide-ribbed black headband, much wider than a makeup band, and pulled it across Kantara's head and down past her hair before reversing it back so that it sat just under her hairline from forehead to neck. Kantara was moving her arms up and down and singing with the radio until Zainab forced her to sit still. She elongated the ribbed headband, stretching it back over the Khaliji clip. It extended the line of her skull behind and upwards, and made her coffee-coloured neck look even more delicate and poised. "You look like an Egyptian queen," Zainab said. "Just wait until I do the makeup." Zainab took a plain black hijab known as a shayla and made a clean edge under the left side of Kantara's neck, folded it over the top of her hair, and pulled it right around and under her neck, securing it in place at her throat with a special hijab safety pin. The final fold, to make sure the back of the neck was covered, took an edge from the tip of her shoulder under the back and was secured with a long pin. Zainab then rummaged for another hijab, but Kantara had other ideas. "No, I've got a crinkle hijab," she said, waving excitedly towards her wardrobe. "It's a lovely purple one with white flowers." After retrieving the specially creased hijab, Zainab wrapped it around like the other one, but with more pinning to each side of the shayla underneath. Kantara's face was wreathed in flowers, which swelled to encompass an imposing and puffy hair arrangement behind. "Hey, it's the true Khaliji look. Devout but trendy, from the beaches of Dubai to the esplanades of Alexandria," Zainab said. "That looks fantastic," said Kantara. "Thank you." "I'm not finished," Zainab said. "Keep your face still." As Kantara did so, she felt the delicate touch of an eyebrow pencil tracing her brow. "Now open your eyes wide." Zainab's breath was close on her face, and she could feel a delicious sensual concentration between them as she approached her with the eyeliner pencil. "Now close your eyes," Zainab said. Kantara now felt the smooth brushing of eyeshadow on her eyelids. "Okay, open them." Kantara looked in the mirror and saw herself transformed. Her regal headscarf and the dark edging around her eyes served to deepen and intensify her expression. "You really are beautiful," Zainab said. "I dare you to walk around downstairs." "No, I couldn't," she said. "They'd all stare at me." And it was true. She felt so special, and there was no one but Zainab she could share it with. For the first time, she felt a little like a prisoner in the Musala. "Then let's go out," said Zainab. "Let London see you." It hadn't been hard to slip downstairs unawares. Though the front door was usually locked after 7 p.m, the back door, which gave access to the madrasa and the car park, was never locked until midnight. Zainab and Kantara stole out into the drizzle, and once they were out of the car park, changed into their high-heel shoes. They took a bus to Piccadilly Circus and stood by the statue of Eros, absorbing the dazzling lights of giant advertising displays that made this the glitzy heart of London. It was packed with people, mainly young, often drunk, and dressed for a night out. There were hustlers of one sort or another, tourists taking pictures, and some NHS staff by a trailer advertising safe sex who were handing out free condoms. "If Dr. Khan knew we were here, he'd have a heart attack," Zainab laughed. "This is what he's always warned us against. Bright lights, consumerism, sexy men, glamorous girls and free contraceptives. But we're adult enough to handle it, aren't we?" It wasn't long before two middle-aged Asian men approached them. One whispered in Zainab's ear. Whatever he said seemed to horrify her, and she recoiled. "What was that?" Kantara asked after they had gone. "They wanted to buy us for the night." "Ugh," Kantara said. "Let's get a drink," Zainab said. "I need one." Soon they were in a crowded pub, drinking overpriced white wine, while a crowd of jeering white men watched football on a giant screen above their heads. "I'm dizzy with all this noise," Kantara said. "Me too. It's fab." With the rain now stopped, they wandered around the streets of the West End, looking at the shows and films that they couldn't afford. After sharing a burger bought from a van and a long bus ride home, they got back to the Masala just before 11. There was no sign that they had been missed. "That was great fun," whispered Kantara as they climbed the silent stairs. "It's a special celebration," Zainab said, as she helped herself to a carton of orange juice from the kitchenette. "I'll get you a drink." When Kantara was in the toilet, Zainab looked at her watch and recalled the instructions she had been given. She opened a drawer and took 2 green capsules from a folded slip of paper. She poured a glass of orange juice, then dropped the 2 tablets into it. A quick stir, and the tablets dissolved, the bitterness lost in the sharp citrus taste, which Kantara had always said reminded her of home. Chapter 27. Berkshire, England, July 2010. Brampton Lane Hospital in Slough might easily be mistaken for a prison. Built in the 19th century as a women's asylum, its 2-story red brick hallways radiated from a central castle-like tower, from which sprouted 4 huge and crumbling brick chimneys, each decorated with faux Gothic carvings. One chimney had vented the giant laundry, now disused. Another 2 rose from the furnaces and boiler house which had powered its heating. The final soot-scarred edifice vented the squat and grimy efficient crematorium, which is still reserved for the use of the local authority in time of war. The hospital had been largely closed in 1957 after the Clean Air Act. 2 things had prevented its redevelopment for West London's housing boom: the grounds, which were consecrated for the burial of the miscarried infants of the unwed, and the chimneys, Grade 1 listed and preserved against demolition. Instead, over the years, it had been reborn as a maternity unit, then a daycare centre for the elderly, and finally an ambulance station, before Westfield Primary Care Trust in 2007 had finally sold it to a private hospital group. This company had expected to make money providing orthopaedic services for knee and hip replacements for those who couldn't wait their turn for the National Health Service, but had been caught out by an unexpected fall in queues. Brampton Lane's struggling owners, therefore, were more than happy to rent out their small but modern operating theatre for a private operation to install a pacemaker, particularly when the office making the booking was that of Mr. Kaladar Tanoli, a consultant cardiologist at Hammersmith Hospital. With Dr. Tanoli's credentials and the unusually high fee paid, the firm was more than satisfied that everything would be above board. They were wrong. Tanoli was the surgeon, but he wasn't in control of the operation, and he knew it was illicit and unethical. It was undertaken outside all the guidelines of the General Medical Council, which would almost certainly lead to him being struck off if it was ever discovered. His career could easily be destroyed, but had he refused, his career would equally be at risk. The backers had somehow found out that his original medical certification from Karachi, a registration with the Medical and Dental Council of Pakistan, was a forgery. He had completed his studies but had failed his exams, having spent the 2 weeks immediately prior to them in police custody. As so often in Karachi, he was offered a chance to retake with a guaranteed top grade. There would, of course, be a fee, a substantial fee. Afraid to tell his parents of his failure, he instead borrowed the money and paid the fee for a top grade. His entire subsequent medical career, both back home and later in the UK, though diligently executed, was built on a bed of lies. But the biggest worry now for Tonoli wasn't the fate of his career. It was what he was being asked to do. When he arrived at the hospital, the patient was already there in the operating theatre on a trolley. She was a young woman of Middle Eastern origin, in her early 20s, and she appeared already sedated. He didn't know the first thing about her. When he had first been approached, he assumed that the operation would be for a wealthy Saudi or Gulf Arab, someone elderly with a long history of heart disease. Discreet operations in London are often undertaken privately for such people who want the best and can pay for it. There are established, private, but officially regulated channels for such work. This was different, and in every sense irregular. Never before had he been asked to undertake an operation devoid of the information that any surgeon could expect to rely on. Though he was prepared for the patient's anonymity, he had assumed that a medical history would be provided, ideally well in advance, or at least verbally, by the accompanying private physician. But there was no accompanying doctor. There were only 3 other people there in the operating theatre: a male nurse, a young anaesthetist, and the Arab man with black gloves who had commissioned the work. There were even bigger failings, too. After he arrived, he discovered that even the essential preliminaries were omitted. She had received no chest X-ray, no electrocardiogram, no echocardiogram, no lung function test, no BNP hormone test. As he told them, installing a pacemaker may in 2010 be a routine operation, but a human heart is a human heart. When he had asked to speak to the patient, to try to build some medical history, the man with the black gloves had firmly said no. No conversation with the patient is allowed. But somehow Tonoli needed to assert his clinical authority. The safety of the patient depended on it. This was not how any medical procedure should be undertaken. If something went wrong, if some important aspect of her past had been overlooked, he would have made a serious mistake. He had been grudgingly allowed to make a rudimentary physical examination. His stethoscope revealed the woman's heartbeat was irregular, but not dramatically so. It could be no more than the palpitations brought on by being in hospital. Her blood pressure was normal, and there were no signs of the swollen feet, ankles, or abdomen, which would indicate more enduring cardiac issues. With no medical history, Dr. Tonoli knew he was missing something. This young woman didn't apparently need to have a heart pacemaker fitted at all. So why was she here? And why the secrecy? Watched all the time by the young man with the gloves, Tonoli began to feel that he was making the biggest mistake of his life. He looked again at what he was expected to put into the patient's abdomen. There was a heart pacemaker, something with which he was very familiar. It was a Medtronic device about the size of a 50-pence coin, with 2 wires designed to stimulate the heart ventricles. So far, so normal. But connected to it by a slim cable was a black pod, about the size of a mobile phone casing. Both devices were in polypropylene antibacterial pouches, which would gradually dissolve over time. What the ancillary device was, he had no idea. He'd been told to mind his business and concentrate on his work. Normally, a pacemaker would be fitted behind a collarbone, tucked into a small fleshy slot. But the size and weight of the black pod made that impossible. He'd already been told he would be undertaking an epicardial implantation, in the abdomen, under the heart, rather than above it. The pacemaker leads would be attached directly to the epicardium, the outer surface of the heart, and the device itself inserted below the layer of subcutaneous fat in the abdomen. That made it a much more substantial operation. A full anesthetic, rather than a local. A non-trivial risk of damaging vital organs. A non-trivial risk of infection. A great deal more blood spilled. Such procedures were not unusual when a pacemaker was being fitted as part of more general heart surgery. He had undertaken such procedures on a dozen occasions. Indeed, when he was in his first year of specialist training, he had been shown 1960s-type pacemakers, as big as a large bar of soap and about as heavy. They were far too weighty to go anywhere else but in the abdominal cavity. Likewise with this ancillary device. When he was first approached, he had been told that this mysterious device would weigh 472 grams, more than a pound. The man with the black gloves announced that it was precisely the same weight as the pioneering Chardak Greatback implantable pacemaker of 1959, implying that this would therefore make it easy. Tonoli was amazed that his clients had done such research, but he also had to say that no current heart surgeons would have experience of placing such heavy devices in modern times. He would only be comfortable installing a device just over half that weight, especially when he asked the weight of the patient, a woman of just 50 kilos, possibly less. They had reluctantly agreed to modify the device. And here, right in front of him, it was. Tonoli picked it up and hefted it. The weight did seem about right. He inspected the seam of the antibacterial pouch. For the final time, he checked the instruments, satisfying himself that all preparations that could be made had been. From the kidney dish, he picked up the scalpel and looked for the carefully marked line on her abdomen. Finally, he raised the blade and pressed its keen edge against the yielding warmth of the young woman's flesh. As he cut, dark red blood welled up. Kantara gradually emerged, as if from a daydream, into a high-ceilinged, blue-painted room. Something reassuring, some aroma that made her think of home. Oranges. There was a bowl of them by her bed. It was dark outside, and she didn't know what day it was. Was this late night or early morning? The shadows of dreams clouded her mind. She remembered being in her room, and then collapsing, and Zainab calling for an ambulance. A nurse was wiping her mouth, and then she saw Zainab there by the bed, holding her hand. There were voices. A tall doctor, wearing a white coat, told her something about having had an emergency heart operation. She was too groggy to take in what he was saying, but she liked seeing his smile, which reassured her. Words fell from his mouth. Arrhythmia, pacemaker, nothing to worry about. A small device inserted into her tummy. Might be sore for a few days. Rest. Nothing to worry about. Then he left. Kantara tried to speak, but her tongue was thick with sleep. She remained confused and uncertain, even as Zainab and the nurse lifted her gently into a wheelchair, then wheeled her out along a long corridor which smelled of disinfectant. Doors beyond led out into the cool night, along a bumpy path. The rattling movement generated a tight sore pain in her stomach. A minibus was waiting, with its engine running, and a disabled lift at the back already down. By the bus, she saw Rifat, who smiled at her, and Bram, who was sitting in the driving seat. Everyone was smiling. How nice. For some reason, seeing how many of her friends had come to see her and wish her well, tears began to roll down her face, and as she was driven back across West London to the Musala, she began to think how wonderful it was to be amongst people who cared for her, among people who had become like a family. For the next few days, Kantara lay in bed in her room, while Zainab popped in regularly. Her initial worry, on coming to her senses, was how she would pay for the operation. But Zainab and Bram had assured her that in the land of the National Health Service, such emergency procedures were always covered by the state. In private moments, when Zainab wasn't with her, Kantara would slide down her pyjamas and feel around the dressing on her tummy, sliding her fingers as close to the scar as she could without tearing off the dressing. Everything felt very full down there, as if she'd had indigestion, and the wound pulled painfully unless she moved with great care. She had been told that it would ease. But the biggest shock to her had been to discover that something was wrong with her heart. Something that had required her to have this emergency operation. Something that might forever limit her physical energy. Something that would probably mean she could not undertake important work for Irfan Tiwana. She was surely too young for these old people's problems. During all these anxieties and worries, Zainab was a reassuring presence. She lent Kantara her iPod, combed her hair and cooked her delicious meals. Kantara enjoyed watching her roommate praying, the full salat every day and night, trying to match the melodic susurrus of her chanting, but often falling asleep. Today, in the privacy of his father's London apartment, the black gloves were off. The scarred skin on the back of Rifat's acid-burned hands was unbearably itchy, a sure sign of his growing excitement. There was plenty to be excited about. The tracking device inside Kantara was working perfectly. Though she was moving little, it was possible from his laptop to track her movements within the Musala, inside the student house and walking across the car park between the two. If Kantara showed no ill effects after another week, the green light would be given to finalize the training of all the other martyr candidates, painstakingly recruited across Europe and the Middle East over the past year. The beauty of the plan that he and Irfan Tewana had come up with was one that would fool all the usual techniques of the intelligence services. Although all these volunteer students were Muslims, not a single one was a jihadi, or even had radical views. None had ever been to a training camp in Pakistan or Yemen. None had a criminal record. None of them knew any of the others. All of them, 12 women and 7 men, would be booked on separate flights to cities across the world to visit genuine Islamic communities, mosques or conferences. These flights were to coincide with the start of the Middle East Peace Conference in February 2011. Each of the martyrs in turn would be given drug-induced arrhythmia and have a private operation at Brampton Lane Hospital under Khalidar Tanoli. Once the surgeon had done his work, each of them would be a walking, talking, living bomb, entirely unaware that they could be detonated by a single text message sent from the other side of the world. Book 5. Chapter 28, Cairo, December 2010. Getting permission for Wycliffe to see Kantara's body was a thankless bureaucratic task. Despite gracious and persistent help from the BBC's Cairo bureau, interventions from British consular staff in Egypt, and some subtle diplomatic leverage on the Egyptian embassy in London, it had taken 2 weeks since the bombing to make any progress. The Egyptian authorities made it clear that until the investigations were complete, no one without high-level clearance would be allowed into the secure military mortuary, where the bodies of the 176 dead were being stored. So when Wycliffe arrived, tired and frustrated, on a delayed Egypt Air flight from Heathrow to Cairo, he didn't know what to expect. An interview had been granted with Air Vice Marshal C.Q.A. Sawala, a senior Air Force officer who was in overall charge of the investigation, and who alone had the power to grant a viewing of the body. No promises were made. Wycliffe would only have one shot at this, so he was glad that he had finally tracked down Kantara's aunt Fatima and uncle Walid in Homs, in the western end of Syria. They would provide the humanitarian excuse for a chance to say goodbye to their long-lost niece, the child they had brought up in extraordinarily trying circumstances. To Wycliffe, the whole humiliating experience of meeting grieving relatives, the guilt and the sadness, carried resonances of the death of Fuad Adwan and the fated visit he had made at the end of 1989 to the refugee camp in Ain al-Hilwa. That was 21 years ago. Now, at the end of 2010, he was doing it all over again, and the dead body was of Fuad Adwan's child, Kantara. She was the only one of his offspring who had made it out of the camps alive, only to die inexplicably implicated in a terrorist bombing. For the grieving relatives, now in Syria and struggling to scrape a living from Walid's pharmacy, paying their return airfare from Damascus to Cairo and picking up the hotel bill was the least Wycliffe could do under the circumstances. Wycliffe arranged to meet the relatives at their hotel. Walid al-Mansour was a bear of a man, balding and dressed in an over-tight and threadbare suit. He cheerfully shook Wycliffe's hand with both of his. Fatima, careworn and shrouded in a white hijab, was subdued and tearful. It was she, after all, who had spent the years with Kantara during her mother's mental illness, when Walid was working away in the Gulf, Iraq, and finally Syria. A government car and driver arrived to take them to the military compound, an hour's drive away beyond the southwestern suburb of Heliopolis. Fatima gave a little gasp as the immense sun-burnished tip of the Great Pyramid of Khufu appeared in the distance, behind the tatty high-rise apartments lining the flyover. It remained in view for 15 minutes, stark and majestic, while the ephemeral high-rise apartments of 20th-century Cairo, already crumbling and stained, raced past the car window in the foreground. The compound itself was in an elderly but grandiose Air Force base, its ceremonial gateway crowned by a life-sized replica of a MiG-21. To inhibit car bombers, its gravel drive was partially blocked by whitewashed concrete blocks and enormous metal caltrops. White uniformed guards stood to attention by a pedestrian gate. The driver led them through the security formalities, which included X-raying luggage and a pat-down search. They were shown into a cavernous carpeted building, whose walls were lined with portraits of 1,000 senior officers, all with NASA-style haircuts and thick moustaches. Finally, they were shown into the enormous dark wood office of Air Vice Marshal Sawala. The officer, seated at an enormous mahogany desk, was an intimidating emblem of authority. Fully buttoned royal blue tunic with white-edged shoulder epaulets, red-edged collar insignia, and over his left breast a series of coloured bars, markers for the many campaign medals he would wear on ceremonial occasions. His heavy-tinted spectacles and grey moustache completed the look of a man who had never done anything on a whim in all his 60 years. He bade Wycliffe sit. He barked at an intercom, and almost instantly an underling hurried in with extra seats for Mr. and Mrs. Al-Mansour. "You are friends and relatives of the terrorist, I understand." Wycliffe checked an urge to contradict. "Air Vice Marshal, we have come to see the body of Miss Al-Mansour. We believe that a formal family identification would not only help her family," he indicated the Al-Mansours, "but would assist the process of being sure about who exactly the perpetrators were." "Do you have pertinent information regarding the terrorists not yet in the hands of the authorities?" "No, I mean that we still have doubts that Kantara, Miss Al-Mansour, could possibly have been carrying a bomb," Wycliffe said. "There may be some confusion." "Mr. Wycliffe," Sawala said, clearly used to rehearsing this line, "the Egyptian military services have many years of experience of dealing with terrorists, with militants, guerrillas, troublemakers, and others who would undermine our society. We have rigorous processes to determine culpability and causation. Every bit as rigorous as those of Scotland Yard or the FBI, let me assure you." "All right." Wycliffe held up his hands. "We're getting off on the wrong foot here. We'd like to be able to identify the body. Can we see it?" The officer paused and waggled his moustache irritably, as if a fly had landed under his nose. "The bodies of all the victims are in our military mortuary just 2 minutes' walk from here. But to see them for your purposes is not possible." "Why not?" "Our inquiries are far from complete. Investigative work continues." Mrs. Al-Mansour intervened.
"What about Ghusl? This is our right as Muslims, please. We need to honour our child."
"That will not be possible. This corpse cannot be washed. Impossible," Sawala retorted. "I do understand, but we only need a quick look," Wycliffe said, "to satisfy ourselves that no mistake has been made." "Mr. Wycliffe, no mistake has been made. Your own security services concur with us. Miss Al-Mansour bought the ticket on her credit card. The booking was linked to her Lebanese passport. We have footage of her embarking from the airport security cameras. Her seat was occupied. The airline confirmed it. The center of the blast came from where she sat. Our ballistics experts are certain. I really don't see any grounds for confusion. No grounds whatsoever." "All right. Can we see the body?" "I think he would be disappointed." He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, which were small, lined, and grey. "But yes, I will permit it. Only very briefly." Sawala pressed his intercom and barked into it. A young officer was summoned and took them through a long carpeted corridor and downstairs into a porter cabin. There they were asked to hand over any metal objects, foodstuffs and drinks, and were handed white coveralls, overshoes, face masks and gloves. "Please, you must not contaminate anything while investigations continue," the officer said. A young female officer, peaked cap protruding from her coverall hood, emerged from a side door. The male officer saluted her. When they were fully dressed in the coveralls, she led them out of the porter cabin. They walked through a baking-hot temporary corridor of plywood and plastic sheeting, which guided them across a car park into a large and low building. Ferocious air conditioning hit them immediately. Straight ahead was a swing-doored entrance into a hangar, from which echoing activities seemed to be taking place under intense light. But they were guided into a side room, perhaps 50 meters long, much colder still and darker. A heavy tang of disinfectant masked something much worse. A taint, somehow metallic, corrosive and bilious. An odour of death. The room had enormous grey filing cabinets and several wheeled mortuary trolleys. A white-clad man at the far end was bending over one of the trolleys, opposite an open drawer. He was examining, under an intense light, the contents of a long grey, zippered bag, the kind of thing a suit might be kept in. He was reaching through the open zip with a pair of plastic scissor-like forceps, with which he prodded a collection of crusted black objects protruding from a mottled grey and purple goo. The woman with them said something to the man with the forceps, and he stepped away from what he was doing. She then led Wycliffe, Aunt Fatima, and Uncle Walid towards the slab. The relatives hesitated and fell back, but it was only in the last few steps that Wycliffe realised that they were not going to open another filing cabinet. What they were here to see was right in front of him. His glance was drawn within the bag.
Oh, God.
Blackened ribs, human viscera, a body bag of human remains, a fraction of a person in all respects. He turned away, gagging.
Poor Kantara.
The Air Vice-Marshal was right, of course. What they had wanted was impossible. The ritual cleansing sought by Fatima and Walid, the chance to recognize a face, which was what he wanted. The realization dawned that what he was seeing wasn't some other victim. It wasn't some anonymous, faceless unfortunate from a faraway place, not some dry, casually constructed headline from the many news stories that had passed over his desk from Iraq, from Afghanistan, or even from the Twin Towers of New York. The meagre contents of this bag were all that remained, all that had been retrieved of a woman who had loved him, a woman who had apparently given her life in despair of receiving the just love which the world, and he in particular, owed her. A woman who had perhaps been driven to an act of extraordinary desperation in her cry for help. Kantara. Fresh off the flight back to London, Wycliffe was summoned for another early morning interview at Paddington Green Police Station. Waiting for him in interview room 13 was the imposing figure of Detective Sergeant Colin Cave. The same height as Wycliffe, but a good inch wider. 2 other male officers were present, plus Solicitor Simon Deakin.
"Saw you on the telly the other night,"
Cave said, turning a biro over and over in his hand.
"Tonight. Bit of an expose, wasn't it? BBC didn't look too good, and neither did you."
"You have to record the whole interview," Deakin said, pointing to the tape recorder. "Please turn it on." It was about the first intervention from his solicitor that Wycliffe could recall.
"This isn't an interview yet, Sunshine, it's just small talk,"
Cave smirked.
"Ain't that right, Mr. Wycliffe? We're discussing what we saw the other night on the box. I've not seen it yet. I was away in Egypt. You'll enjoy it, especially the downstairs neighbour. She's priceless."
Wycliffe's heart sank at the prospect of Tina having spilled the beans. No wonder his voicemail and email inbox was even more jammed with messages than usual.
"OK,"
shrugged Cave, turning on the recorder.
"Look at this. Who do you know on here?"
Cave showed him 6 pages of email addresses. Wycliffe looked at the list. There were a few of Kantara's colleagues at the BBC, 24 with Imperial College identifiers, and Alan Cummings, the drunken young medic from the party. He didn't recognise any of the other names or identities.
"This list is everyone who had email contact with Ms. Al-Mansour in the 3 months before the account was closed on February the 26th. We then requisitioned server traffic from Google, the webmail account provider, to read every email she sent for 2 weeks before the account was deleted. Not one of these contacts were told, at least by email, of her new email address." "That does seem strange," Wycliffe agreed. "To us it seems evidence of radicalisation. A complete change of friends and contacts is utterly abnormal, unless you are trying to disappear. And she did disappear, very effectively. We can only presume she was told exactly how to do it by professionals. No credit cards, debit cards, mobile phone, email. All traces came to an end on February the 26th, and there was nothing until the purchase of her ticket by credit card 9 months later." "So do you have any clues?" Wycliffe asked. "Maybe. Ever heard of the Islamic Light Group?" Vaguely. It was in the news a couple of times. Isn't it run by some fire-breathing imam? Top marks, yeah. It's run by an Islamic big mouth called Irfan Tiwana, certainly someone of interest to the security services. ILG is suspected of being a front for terrorist funding. Your girlfriend, she was not my girlfriend. ITV says otherwise, my friend. It's on the telly, so it must be true, right? Ms. Al-Mansour received a lot of spam from ILG. It might be nothing. There are a couple of others she corresponded with who also seem to be on the ILG mailing list. Still, none of those she corresponded with shows up on the persons of interest register, either for us or the security services. We're making further checks, but that's where we are. Okay. So you really don't know any of these people? No, I've told you. Someone must have helped her, Mr. Wycliffe. Here's the proof. Look at this. He showed him a photograph of a red Puma sports bag from a retail catalogue. Have you ever seen her with a red bag like this? No, I don't think so. At her flat, when she was out and about? No. It's more of a man's bag, a sportsman's holdall, not her style. Maybe. But she carried the bomb in just such a bag. 500 grams of PETN, an undetectable, odourless and powerful explosive. A real professional bomb. Ms. Al-Mansour was in seat 14A. She put this bag underneath the seat in front, right over the wing. Just happens to be above the biggest fuel tank. Forensics have found a few dozen surviving unburned red fibres, embedded in bodies, stuck to the ceiling, mixed in with fabric from the seats, in some cases a long way from where the bag was. So what you saying? Wycliffe asked. Your girlfriend knew some clever and dangerous people. People who knew how to make a sophisticated bomb, how to get it through security, and under which seat it would have the most impact. We'd love to ask her who they are. But we can't, can we? She's dead, blown to bits. And no one seems to know anything about how she came to move from being a lonely student to a professional suicide bomber.
Chapter 29. December 2010. He hadn't expected the call from Monaghan. The Middle East editor was a very busy man and notoriously terse. Emails of more than a line from him were rare, and phone calls rarer. But the moment he heard his friend's voice, Wycliffe knew something was wrong.
Have you seen Al Jazeera today?
No. What's on it?
There's a piece about the Egypt air bombing. It's only on the Arabic channel so far, but I thought I'd let you know before the press gets onto it. The suicide video of Kantara Al-Mansour has finally emerged.
Wycliffe's heart skipped a beat. It was 20 days after the bombing, but the mention of her name clenched him every time.
Oh, Christ. I suppose I should have expected it. Is it on the web? Yes, I'm afraid so. Just a jihadi website so far.
Monaghan gave Wycliffe the details. He typed them into his PC. Monaghan waited on the line while Wycliffe watched the grainy video. A dark-haired young woman with a sash around her forehead was sitting cross-legged speaking to camera. The sound was scratchy and inaudible, and there was an Arabic subtitle running along the bottom.
Jerry, I don't think it's her.
Are you sure?
Not 100%. It's very grainy, but it just doesn't look right.
The one on Al Jazeera is better quality. You'll know then. Good luck, said Monaghan, and hung up. Wycliffe went into the newsroom and found a knot of journalists crowded around a big screen, already tuned to Al Jazeera Arabic. A few faces turned and glanced at him before turning quickly away. They already knew. The bastards were already onto it. His heart thumped as he waited out the long minutes through other news items. Then there were pictures of the plane wreckage and a reporter speaking Arabic. Then they showed the video. This time, he could just hear the sound, the woman's voice, behind the voiced-over Arabic translation. The woman said that she was Kantara Al-Mansour. But she wasn't. The face wasn't quite right, and the voice definitely not. But if it wasn't Kantara, who was it? Did someone else do the video for her? Were those pitiful remains in the Egyptian mortuary still Kantara's or some other hapless, misguided woman? A kindling spark within him gradually managed to hope, but not yet believe, that Kantara was not dead at all,
that she had never been amongst the 176 dead in that air crash, that she had never taken that flight, that she was out there, somewhere, alive. 3 weeks after the bombing, Wycliffe sat in the now familiar gloom of interview room number 4 at Paddington Green Police Station and looked at his watch. 45 minutes he had been waiting. With him was his new solicitor, Vikram King. Urbane, sleek, arrogant, and rather notorious, the Anglo-Indian lawyer specialised in defending the indefensible. Wycliffe's barrister friend Turner Crossland had joked that this was precisely the reason the BBC man needed him. King was for a while employed by Bernberg Pierce, a law firm which had infuriated successive Home Secretaries by foiling all attempts to have firebrand preacher Abu Qatada deported to Jordan. Qatada was due to face charges of terrorism there, charges first levelled in 1999, but successive courts had ruled that he might have evidence obtained by torture used against him, which would compromise his human rights. Turner Crossland was convinced that Wycliffe would be better off with a man of King's experience on his side. However, that was better off in a judicial rather than financial sense. King's charges were royal indeed, at £700 per hour, plus VAT. Sitting waiting to be interviewed, Wycliffe calculated that King's 2-minute soliloquy about the weather as he emerged from the rain had just cost him 28 quid. Then a few slurps of coffee, a surreptitious belch, and a leisurely flick through the Times. £175. Finally, Detective Chief Inspector Daniwar Shah arrived. She was flanked by 2 other officers, Detective Sergeant Cave and a tall officer in a crumpled light grey suit. He was introduced as Detective Inspector Michael Concannon from the Intelligence Division of the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. Christopher Hugh Wycliffe, I'm arresting you under Section 38B of the Terrorism Act 2000, Cave said. Terrorism Act? I'm not a terrorist, and you know it, Wycliffe said. This section applies where a person withholds information which he knows or believes might be of material assistance, either in preventing an act of terrorism or which might help in securing the prosecution or conviction of another person for such an act, Shah said. This should have been disclosed to me in advance, Vikram King interjected. New evidence has come to light, Cave retorted. What evidence? King asked. We'll get to that soon enough, Cave said. Now come with me. Cave led Wycliffe to the custody suite, where he was booked in by another sergeant, who took his personal details, phone, wallet, watch, belt, and other personal items. He was then led to a cell, bare but for a plastic mattress. Don't worry, King said. You'll get bail, and I'll have you out in a jiffy. The door was locked behind him with an ominous clang. King was as good as his word. In half an hour, Wycliffe was seated in the familiar interview room with the 3 officers and King. Cave then turned on the familiar reel-to-reel tape recorder and reminded Wycliffe that he was still under caution. Shah then summarised what Wycliffe had told her when he phoned to express his doubts that the woman on the video was Kantara al-Mansour. So, you believe that this woman, despite a superficial resemblance to Miss al-Mansour, is actually somebody else? King turned to Wycliffe. I advise you not to comment. I want to. It was the voice as much as the face. It just isn't her. Let's assume you're right, Shah said. Why might jihadis recruit a suicide bomber and then have someone else do the job? She said. You don't have to answer that, King interjected. You're being asked to speculate about areas in which you have no knowledge. I'm interested in his opinion, Shah told King. You'll see why in a minute. So, Mr. Wycliffe, why do you think someone else would be used? Easily. What if she lost her nerve? It must happen all the time. The prospect of imminent death can't be easy to overcome. I agree. But why wouldn't the new bomber use her own name? Because, as you pointed out, the ticket would already have been booked in Kantara's name, Wycliffe said. If it was, say, the day before, there might be no other way to get on that flight. Concannon jumped in. Why would that particular flight be so important? There were no VIPs aboard, unless you happened to count a technical delegation from the Ministry of Overseas Aid. You could make the same political impact by blowing up any Egypt Air flight. I hadn't really considered that, Wycliffe said. There was a pause. I think you had, Shah said. Sorry, What do you mean?
That particular flight, on that particular day, was important, wasn't it? It wasn't just any old flight from Heathrow to Cairo. Wycliffe shrugged, trying to project bafflement. Mr. Wycliffe, why didn't you tell us that you had originally been booked on that very same flight? King's exhalation was long and portentous. It expressed the significance of what had just been said. When Wycliffe didn't immediately reply, Shah continued. This is what we have just discovered. We checked not only everyone who had been on that flight, but those who had cancelled their bookings. Guess what? We found your name.
I assumed it was just a frightening coincidence.
A frightening coincidence? That a woman who was first in love with you and then, after your behaviour towards her, presumably hated you, would want to see you dead? That would be a coincidence? Or would it actually be a motive? Shah asked.
You don't have to answer that, King muttered. Of course I've thought about it, Wycliffe said, but I soon realised it was irrelevant. I hadn't seen her for 9, maybe 10 months when I booked that flight. There's no way she could have known I was booked on it.
Really? Friends at the BBC might have told her.
No one at the BBC knew. It wasn't a BBC assignment. I was going for a job interview to work for a rival broadcaster. I'd booked the flight myself.
Maybe your computer was hacked, Shah said.
Oh, come on, Wycliffe said. I sent Kantara plenty of emails of apology after that terrible evening. You've seen them all. If she'd wanted to find out my movement, she could probably have just replied to me and asked. I would probably have told her. Why wouldn't I? He shrugged.
There are other ways she could have found out. A contact at the other broadcaster, in the airline. There are always ways.
Shah shrugged, as if conceding the point.
Whether you thought it a coincidence or not, you should have told us. The reason you did not, I suggest, is that it hints at a continued connection between you and Miss Al-Mansour, at least from her perspective. However she found out, it was relevant to her that you were on the flight. It could quite easily have been a partial motive. To know about it at an earlier stage would have been very useful. She looked down at the hefty file in front of her. Before I came here this morning, I had a case meeting with the director of the Crown Prosecution Service and his team. The subject of the meeting was you, Mr. Wycliffe. Shah fixed him with a steely glance. We agreed that there is clearly perjury, considering you have lied repeatedly to us, and sometimes while under caution. But the Terrorism Act 2000 is more powerful. The director was very enthusiastic about the prospects of securing an easy conviction, based on what we have here. She hefted the file. Wycliffe knew that this was now getting very serious indeed. The Crown Prosecution Service was responsible for the final decision on whether or not to prosecute him. In his peripheral vision, he felt, rather than saw, King's eyes widen in confirmation of the deepening chasm opening up beneath his client. Let's review this litany of untruths, shall we? Shah said. 1. Lying about your movements regarding Miss Al-Mansour. 2. Failure to disclose the key date of the suspect's suicide attempt. 3. Lying about your abusive sexual relationship with the suspect. 4. Covering up the suicide email the suspect sent you, which would prove an important record of her emotional connection to you. 5. Failure to mention that you were booked on the flight on which the bombing took place. Shah leaned forward and looked straight into his eyes. This is the most complex terror investigation that the United Kingdom has seen for years, on a par with Lockerbie and the 7/7 bombings. It involves the coordination of more than 24 security, intelligence and police agencies, not only in Britain but in Egypt, the United States and elsewhere. We've logged over 12,300 man-hours so far in this investigation at public expense. The lives of 176 people were lost in that plane crash, 93 of them UK citizens or residents, caused by a bomb carried by someone who boarded the aircraft at Heathrow. Carried by someone you knew. In fact, as far as we can establish, you are the only person in this country who knew her intimately. And you, Mr. Wycliffe, have obstructed our investigation. Indeed, following my conversations with the CPS, we even considered we could sustain a case that your lies were intended to pervert the course of justice.
Oh, that's rubbish.
Lies that, under the full weight of the law, could lead to the maximum available sentence of life imprisonment. Still, Under the terrorism charge we decided on, you'd still be looking at 5 years. All the blood had drained away from Wycliffe's face.
Look, I will admit—
The lawyer's hand closed over his.
Mr. Wycliffe, can I suggest that at this stage it would be better if you didn't actually admit anything? Okay, Wycliffe said. I can prove that the bomber was not Kantara.
Cave suppressed a chuckle.
I'm trying to help you, Wycliffe said, to get a definite identification of who the bomber was.
He sensed King shaking his head slightly, as if giving up on him. Aren't you merely trying to help yourself? Shah said. If Ms. Al-Mansour wasn't the bomber, then your relationship with her—
I wasn't having a relationship with her.
Then your relationship with her isn't relevant to an act of terrorism in which hundreds died, and is consequently of somewhat less interest to the press, which is where your self-interest comes in.
What about a DNA test? You could get a sample of DNA from the body in Egypt and check it, Wycliffe said.
Check it against what? Shah said. We don't have a sample of her DNA. Do you have a lock of her hair or anything else that you didn't tell us about? You did tell us that she had never visited you at home. Or were you once again lying to us?
No, I wasn't lying. She never came to either my family home or flat. But what about her old flat in Mile End Road? Not a chance, Cave interjected. I personally took the place to pieces. It had been refurbished after she left, ready for the next tenants. Nonetheless, we combed the carpets for hairs, we tested the bathroom, the kitchen. It's not much fun dredging clumps of hair out from the shower trap, or used tampons out of U-bends, believe me. Every scrap of DNA we found matched the couple who live there now. All that was 2 weeks' work for 6 officers. I really don't think we missed a thing.
Did Miss Al-Mansour ever give you anything? A gift, perhaps? A book, even? Shah asked.
She gave me a bottle of brandy once.
With a gift card?
No, but she did send me a birthday card.
Do you still have it?
I think so, yes.
And the envelope?
I'm not sure about that.
There's a much better chance with the envelope. She might have a trace of DNA in the saliva under the seal.
I'll look, but I really don't think I have it.
Okay. Here's my offer, Shah said. I'll put the charges against you on ice for now. But you must get us every scrap of information that might be relevant to the investigation. Find us a DNA sample of Kantara Al-Mansour, and we'll ask the Egyptians for a swab from the perpetrator.
Thank you. I'm very grateful, really I am. Mr. Wycliffe, Concannon said, don't think by this that we are under any illusions. You may have stopped wasting our time, which, as I may remind you, is a criminal offence, but we still think you're wasting your own. We know it was her. The security camera pictures at Heathrow do match those on the video. They are the same person. It was her passport, her credit card. Someone could have disguised herself, Wycliffe said. I really don't think so, said Concannon. Yes, there are certainly cases of suicide bombers who won't go through with the bombing. In Iraq, in Afghanistan, and in Yemen. There really are quite a few. They're all car bombers, motorcycle bombers, explosive belt jobs at checkpoints. They don't need to be carefully prepared, because they are, if I may risk sounding callous, 10 a penny. A bombing on an airliner is different. The bomber must be prepared well in advance and be highly motivated. And if for some reason she did bottle out, there are hardly going to be a bevy of lookalikes primed to step into her shoes. No, I'm sorry. I've been a counter-terrorism officer for 16 years. I know you cannot believe it was her, but it was. It really was. The battle you have to face, Mr. Wycliffe, is not one of identity. It is one of acceptance, and perhaps of dealing with your own responsibility for what she had become.
It was 2 days later when Wycliffe returned to Paddington Green. He was shown into a high-tech media suite on the 3rd floor, which had a variety of wall-mounted screens for showing images to witnesses, and an internal window into a noisy and apparently busy open-plan office beyond. He wasn't accompanied by Vikram King because, this time, he wasn't being interviewed. Wycliffe had requested to see the CCTV footage, which supposedly showed Kantara's movements through Heathrow for the Egypt Air flight. Shah had made it clear that the police didn't have to share this intelligence with him. It was a concession to help move the investigation along. Wycliffe's abiding conviction that it wasn't Kantara was being humoured, But it was clear that political positions at a very senior level had already been taken. Consequently, today's event wasn't worth senior attention. Only Detective Sergeant Cave was there, with Concannon.
"Let's go in reverse order,"
said Concannon, dimming the lights and pointing a remote at a large-screen TV.
"This is the last picture from the camera at the boarding gate."
It showed, from a distance of 5 meters, a side view of a woman wearing a smart dark grey jacket, slacks, low-heeled shoes, glasses, and a blue flowered hijab. She was carrying the red Puma sports bag and walking alone.
"We think that is Kantara Al-Mansour."
"It could be her. It's hard to tell from this angle," Wycliffe said. She seemed to be looking down, as if sad or reflective.
"As you can see, it doesn't give us much facially. We've got others along the corridor," Concannon said. "But not the bag."
"Yes, the one with the bombing."
"Right."
Concannon nodded at Cave. The next images were from cameras back towards the duty-free area. They showed the woman looking through duty-free items, sunglasses, cosmetics. She left without buying anything. From the back, she really did look like Kantara. Same petite body, same hair. Wycliffe began to think that perhaps he was wrong. Perhaps this really was Kantara. His heart sank.
"Do you have any continuous video, so I can see her walk?"
Concannon shook his head.
"I'm afraid not. You have to realize that even 1-second video sampling eats up a gigantic amount of data storage. There are 4,016 cameras at Heathrow alone, if you include the car parks, and each stores 86,400 stills every day, 1 per second, 24/7. We're talking terabytes of data here, even with the heavy compression ratio on these images. And it all has to be stored in a searchable form for 3 months before being overwritten. Where there is extra storage capacity as technology improves, we have pressed for longer storage times rather than denser time sampling. That might change, though. Now we've got Gate Analyzer."
"What's Gate Analyzer?"
"It's a new American software and potentially a huge time saver for police services around the world. It works on the principle that we recognize people at a distance not by their faces, but more by the way they walk. We all have a particular gait. From a sufficiently good sample, the software can recognize and store the movement pattern as a template. Gait Analyzer looks at hip movement, pacing speed, as well as height and spine pitch. It can then scan millions of hours of digital CCTV footage in a few minutes, looking for matches. The summary report just throws up for visual checking the closest matches, less than 1%. The potential man-hours and thus staff costs saved are incredible. You imagine how much time we currently have to spend just watching CCTV images trying to identify people. It's a terrific improvement over other covert biometric methods, such as facial recognition, which could be masked by sunglasses or hoods."
Concannon laughed.
"Of course, we can't get too excited. Gate Analyzer is only in beta version at the moment, and it's not great with women. A change of heel sizes confuses it. But in 5 years, every airport and railway station will have a few cameras with a density of sampling to allow a gait analysis."
"It's Orwellian," Wycliffe said.
"Absolutely," he said, without a trace of irony. "The CIA were quite prescient on this. Since 2007, all U.S. federal prisoners have had a gait sample recorded as well as DNA, which can be stored for future use."
Concannon rubbed his hands together enthusiastically.
"Right. Let's get to the camera directly above outbound passport control in Terminal 3. It's probably the best resolution we'll have."
The image, from almost vertically above, showed a hijabbed head, slightly averted, with spectacles slipping down her nose. He ran through 6 or 7 images, none of which showed much of her face because of the angle.
"Do you have a better angle?"
Wycliffe said.
"Probably."
Concannon ran the images backwards, which had the woman walking backwards like a jerky puppet.
"Stop,"
Wycliffe said. The woman had looked upwards, and her eyes were visible.
"Now zoom in."
This time Wycliffe could see. Her eyes were in fact brown, as were Kantara's, and the spectacles looked right. But something about the face beneath was wrong. The shape of the mouth, the size of the nose.
"It doesn't look like Kantara. It's somebody else." "So you say." "Could you trace her all the way back to where she set off from?" "Ideally, yes. It has been done before, with some of the 7-7 bombers. You need some luck, and we didn't have it this time." We tried to find her on cameras in the car parks. We couldn't see her on any of the underground cameras or the Heathrow Express, so we think there was a vehicle set down. But it wasn't on the apron set down area. Alternatively, she may have come by bus. There's a CCTV blind spot just by the bus stop. Some buses have cameras, but some don't. We're currently checking those. With this amount of data to check, even a simple change of headscarf, shoes, and glasses might fool us. But as of now, this is where the trail goes cold. What's the first picture you have of her? It's this, said Concannon, before she checked in her suitcase. The woman was emerging from behind a Thomas Cook bureau de change, wheeling a small black suitcase in the red bag. We didn't catch her walking into the terminal building, and we think this is why. There is a public convenience behind the bureau de change, and we don't have a camera there. But that is where we think she changed her appearance. That's it, then. It was someone trying to look like Kantara. Or it was her, trying to make sure we couldn't trace her back to a point of departure. Wycliffe sighed. OK, what about the suicide video? Have you been able to enhance it? Only a bit on the visuals, but we stripped off the Arabic translation overlay and boosted the sound, which may help you more. Concannon flicked to a different screen. He hit play, and the suicide video began running. Within 2 seconds of hearing the voice, Wycliffe was convinced. That is definitely not Kantara. I wasn't sure before, but now I'd stake my life on it. But would you agree that this woman on the video is the woman at Heathrow? I would say so. Wycliffe looked up at Concannon. OK. You do seem very sure. Now, I want to challenge your faith in your own ability to recognize someone. He turned on a third screen, which displayed 2 facial images, one of a middle-aged blonde woman with a shiny forehead, and another of a slim, dark-haired girl who may have been her daughter. Do you recognize these women? Concannon asked. No. Ever heard of Patsy Hearst? Of course. An American newspaper heiress who was kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Organization back in the 70s, I think. It was 1974. Both these pictures are her. But decades apart, surely. No, 4 years. The dark-haired image was 1974, when she helped her captors rob a bank. The other picture was 1978. Appearances really can change, especially with women. Concannon flicked to the next images. OK, who's this? The 2 pictures were of Diana, the late Princess of Wales. I suppose you're going to tell me that one of them isn't her. But which one? Both pictures showed the statuesque princess in front of adoring crowds. Wycliffe looked from one to the other and alighted on what he thought was a false shadow in the background of one. The right-hand one is someone else. No, that's the real Lady Di. The professional look-alike is on the left. Amazing. Last image. Who's this? The picture was of an intense, frowning, dark-haired woman. The perfect Cupid lips, full, kissable even, were an enticing contrast to the rough, almost masculine features and the forbidding dark eyes. Something nagged at Wycliffe's memory. After a full minute looking, he shook his head. There's something there, but I don't know. This may jog your memory. When the next image flicked up, a cold shiver ran down Wycliffe's spine. The bouffant silvery blonde hair, sitting on top of a haggard face forever personifying evil. Every single sighted person in the UK over the age of 30 had this notorious image, this icon of warped motherhood, stored indelibly in their brain. Myra Hindley, breathed Wycliffe. Both photographs were taken the same year. I can't believe I didn't recognize her. That's the problem. Humans are very good at recognizing faces. We can each store images of thousands of faces in our heads, but we still aren't anywhere near as good as we think we are. We do make mistakes. Those who want to look different really can, and they can fool us. And there is no more naturally mutable appearance than that of a young woman. I hardly recognize my own daughter when she's dressed to go night-clubbing. I'm sure you've seen that with Michaela. What do you know about my daughter? He said sharply. Sergeant Cave broke in. Calm down. We've got a file on you as thick as a brick. We'd be stupid not to. We've not been able to rely on you telling us everything, have we? For God's sake, Wycliffe said. Mr. Wycliffe, Concannon said, here's the point I'm trying to make. If it was a year since you last saw Kantara al-Mansour, There are all sorts of ways in which she could look different. But if that was Kantara, he said, pointing at the frozen frame, she wouldn't be trying to look different. There would be no reason to. Yet she does. And on that video, she even sounds a bit of a Yorkshire lass. I'm a Yorkshireman myself, I know what I'm talking about. Have you had the tape voice analysed? You'd have to speak to the Chief Superintendent. He turned to Sergeant Cave. We can authorise that, can we? Cave shook his head. Mr. Wycliffe, we don't have a problem with the bomber's identity. The Egyptians don't either. Only you do. In my view, we shouldn't even have indulged you with this. Only the boss can authorise this. OK, said Wycliffe. If it's down to money, let me pay for it. Cave blew a sigh and looked at Concannon. Let me have a copy of the tape, and I'll get an independent report. It can't do any harm, can it? Wycliffe said. When Cave got off the phone to Shah, he had a look of triumph on his face. Sorry, can't be done. We keep the evidence. We don't hand it out to witnesses, especially those with a vested interest in the outcome.
Chapter 30. Being reminded of Michaela persuaded Wycliffe to try to fit in a quick trip to York. Seeing his daughter would be an escape from the last 3 stressful days. He'd had 2 police interviews and 3 nights back in Dulwich with Imogen. It was the first time he'd been home for months. While Wycliffe had been trying to dodge the press, running from the BBC to Paddington Green and the flat at Barron's Court, Imogen had been finalising their divorce. Oddly enough, those evenings with her had gone better than he dared hope. He had basically let her have everything she wanted. The house, a share in his pension, a half-share in the rarely used holiday home in Tuscany, and any of the furniture. As he told her, he now had bigger worries. Apart from one jibe from her, that it was typical of him to try to upstage his own divorce, she had been quite pleasant to him. They had shared her homemade shepherd's pie, and he had prepared a dessert, his famous Kenwood catastrophe of blitzed chocolate, cream and egg whites, which, by family reputation, mostly ended up splattered over the walls and work surfaces. They drained the second bottle of Sauvignon Blanc sitting in front of the fire, amid piles of legal documents. Then, amongst all the scattered but irrefutable evidence of their failed marriage, Imogen had started to cry. Holding her soundless, shuddering form tenderly in his arms, they had ended up making love on the sofa, and embraced lingeringly for an hour afterwards. They shared a bed for the first time in some years. The fighting was over, and there was acceptance of reality, at least on that front. The train journey to York gave Wycliffe some blessed peace. Sitting in the designated quiet carriage, his own mobile turned off, he looked out of the window and soaked up the snow-dusted rawness of the landscape as the train swished through the county of his birth. On the back burner at Today, pending clarity over the BBC bomber affair, and with just odd pieces of radio and documentary work, there was really nothing now to keep him at the BBC, and ever more reason to hurl himself into the abyss of Middle East reporting. The conviction that Kantara was innocent had overshadowed everything else in his life. He daren't share it with his colleagues, whom he had told that Kantara was a friend and nothing more. With friends, too, he had been guarded. The line between persistence and obsession is a fine one. Imogen had, unsurprisingly, given it short shrift. Those few whom he had confided in had agreed with the police. Wycliffe's problem was in accepting the truth and shouldering the responsibility. If that was so, then telling his daughter what really happened was important. He'd already given her the gist of the story weeks ago. Now, over a meal at the Royal York Hotel, a grander-than-usual venue, suggested by Michaela, he relayed the tale of Kantara's attempted suicide. She listened open-mouthed. "But this Kantara is my age, Dad. And now you admit that you slept with her?"
She made a yuck sound.
"Does Mum know?"
"I'm sure she saw the documentary just as you did. She pointedly hasn't asked me."
"She complained furiously to me about the press calls," Michaela said, "but nothing else." She leaned forward and crinkled her face in puzzlement. "So let me get this right. You slept with this girl just because she wanted you to, and then she became a terrorist. But now you don't think so."
He shrugged. "I know it seems baffling."
"Dad, I really don't understand this at all."
"Neither do I, Michaela. Neither do I."
Wycliffe couldn't bear to reveal the shame of his hurting Kantara,
the fact that she was a virgin, nor his anger at Tessina the night before. But without the full sordid background, the tale just didn't make sense. Michaela knew as much.
You're clearly not telling me everything, but I'm not sure I want to know.
Okay, let's move on, he said. I can't make any progress in this until I can prove that it wasn't her on the plane. He described the DNA problem and the charge of perverting the course of justice that was hanging over him.
Blimey, Dad. You don't do anything by halves, do you? Have you seen the body?
He nodded. Not recommended, believe me.
So who do you actually think this person is?
I've no idea. Another young jihadi. Maybe British even. She had a slight Yorkshire accent on the video.
So you can use a DNA test, she said. There's a world of difference between someone of Lebanese or Palestinian background and, say, a British Pakistani brought up in Yorkshire.
But we've only got one body to get DNA from, Wycliffe said.
Dad, don't be dim. You can use a mitochondrial DNA test.
Really?
We use them in archaeology. It's the female inheritance of the energy-producing portion of the cell, and it changes only very slightly via mutation from generation to generation. You can get an exact breakdown of the racial components of the sample in question. Get a sample from the corpse, send it off to any of the labs that do ancestral DNA checking, and you'll get an answer for a few £100. If it comes back as 93% Palestinian Arab and the rest is, I don't know, Syrian, then it will confirm you're wrong and the bomber was Kantara, or someone else of similar ethnic origin. But if she comes back as 3/4 white British with a splash of Pakistani or something, then you'll have proved your case.
Michaela, you're a genius, Wycliffe said. Still, the hard part will be to persuade the Egyptian authorities to agree to take the swab and let me have it. They're happy for her to be who they think she is, and that's that. It's deeply political.
Even if it does come back as Arab, you can still get a mitochondrial check against a relative. Is her mother still alive?
Yeah, she's in a mental institution in Lebanon. Tyre, I think. There's also an aunt. That sounds encouraging.
Just then a waiter came over and greeted Michaela with a remark which Wycliffe didn't hear, but from her blushing reaction was clearly a bit cheeky.
I thought you'd never been here before, Wycliffe said.
Ah, Michaela giggled. I have, back in October last year. I don't really remember it because I was so horribly drunk. Kat Quinlan and I managed to snare this rich Arab who bought us dinner here.
Michaela, that's appalling, Wycliffe said.
Michaela's jaw dropped. Says the man who slept with a girl my age and gave her a job at the Beeb.
That's not exactly what happened, and you know it.
Well, anyway, we didn't sleep with him. Well, Kat may have done. I know she fancied him. I thought he was a bit weird, but we were so off our faces we missed a whole day of Freshers' Week.
Wycliffe was going to ask more about this mysterious wealthy Arab, but he was distracted by the arrival of the dessert trolley, and the equally sweet prospect of managing to nail, once and for all, who the bomber of Egypt Air Flight 960 really was. As Wycliffe had feared, neither Scotland Yard's anti-terrorist branch nor the Egyptian authorities warmed to his suggestion of taking a mitochondrial DNA sample. He considered writing to Kantara's aunt in Syria, hoping that if a request came from her as a family member, the answer might at least be different. But then he realized that throwing a grieving relative off balance wasn't kind, especially as he might yet turn out to be wrong. Holding out hope of Kantara's survival, only to dash it again, would be cruel. Even Jeff Perry, Wycliffe's former Lebanon colleague turned MI6 agent, wasn't offering any help. 2 calls to Perry's home number since the air crash had gone unreturned. It was only 3 days after that, when Wycliffe finished a rare stint on Today, that he got a call from BBC reception.
Mr. Perry is here to see you.
When Wycliffe emerged, he spotted Perry immediately, aloof among the gaggle of schoolchildren who were waiting to go on an escorted tour of the BBC TV centre. Leading him outside into the chill morning of Wood Lane, Perry turned to Wycliffe and said, "For God's sake, don't ever ring me at home again. Your phone is tapped." "Tapped?" "Of course. What do you expect? You have a connection to a terrorist. Of course they're going to monitor you. They see all your emails, have copies of all calls from your mobile, so on and so forth. I'm very surprised you didn't guess." "I've got nothing to hide." "That's a matter of opinion. But in any case, ringing me was counterproductive. I'd already stood aside from the investigation, having declared the fact I know you. But the fact that you rang me, knew my home phone and the messages you left, shows my bosses that we are well enough acquainted for you to expect to be fed classified information. They can see that. It compromises me. They wonder what I may have leaked to you in the past. They certainly judge a man by the company he keeps. As it is, I'm really taking quite a risk coming to see you at all."
Wycliffe explained his predicament about the mitochondrial DNA test. Perry listened with interest, but seemed to have something bigger to say.
"Let us suppose you are right, that somebody else was the suicide bomber. Where do you think Kantara is now?" "I've been racking my brains over that," Wycliffe said. "All I can hope is that she's alive." "Okay, assume she's alive in Britain. Aware of the news, of course, that someone's using her identity. Wouldn't she want to clear her name?" "Of course, if she was able to. Some things we can rule out as unlikely. Seeing as someone else used her passport, she can't be abroad. Unless, of course, you assume she had a false passport, in which case she is trying to vanish in the most convincing way. Bang! Bombing an aircraft and killing hundreds. There's no more powerful way to convince the world that you're dead when you're still alive." "But you seem to be assuming she's complicit, Jeff." "Well, most of the scenarios in which she is still alive must include complicity. Assume she is not only complicit, but the leader of a terror cell. Just think of the freedom that being dead, an unperson, gives you. If she swapped identity, for example, with a completely innocent passenger who was persuaded or hoodwinked into taking the bomb on board a plane, she could then assume the dead person's identity. If they looked alike, which they don't quite. Perhaps. But if Kantara al-Mansour is the leader of a terror group, I suspect you won't get many opportunities to compare her image with that of your recollection." "Jeff, I find this line of inquiry very depressing. What would you prefer? The girl may be dead, murdered for a passport because she had a passing resemblance to the bomber, or she is alive and she is an active terrorist or a supporter of terrorism. I don't see much room for halfway houses." "Well, that's the point. I don't think it's her. A good friend of mine at Al Jazeera agreed to get me a copy of the original they had been sent. It's clearer than the one from the jihadi website. I'm going to track down an independent voice expert. Maybe then the police will finally listen."
Book 6. Chapter 31, London, November 2010. Kantara was getting excited. Just a week until her flight to Egypt, where she would be attending the Islam and Justice Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh on behalf of the Islamic Light Group. She could hardly believe she was going to be at something so important, that the Imam had chosen her. Even Zainab said she was envious of the opportunity. Kantara had spent all her precious internet hours on the Musala's computer, reading up on the conference website and making notes. She was looking forward to meeting campaigners against colonialism and Western interference in Muslim countries, though she still didn't have a precise idea of what her job would be. Irfan Tiwana, who was to lead the delegation, would meet her there later, Bram said. She looked again at the e-ticket printout for the flight that Bram had given her. The hotel details would be given to her on arrival, he had said. Kantara decided that she would make one last trip in London before going. She had found a photo of herself with Tina, her downstairs neighbour at Mile End Road, taken at the same party Chris had come to. After some hesitation, she phoned Tina, using the number withheld facility on her mobile. Tina was a little offhand, complaining about not being rung for almost a year. However, she had a great stack of post for Kantara. Did she want to come and collect it? Kantara knew that the trip would be frowned upon by Dr. Khan, but she asked Zainab if she wanted to come too. With an illicit grin, she agreed. They slipped out of the Musala during a study session, set aside for private reflection, and caught the tube, a straight journey on the Central Line from West Acton right through to Mile End Road. Kantara was surprised to find that Tina wasn't at home, but there was a large carrier bag stuffed full of Kantara's post hanging on the flat door handle. As the underground train rattled back through central London, Kantara flicked through the pile of official and intimidating letters from the UK Border Agency, the Fuad Adwan Foundation, and Imperial College. There was a letter from her aunt in Syria, and then one other, from Chris Wycliffe, dated 6 months ago. She tore it open.
My dearest Kantara, I should have written to you long before to tell you how desperately sorry I am about what happened. I've tried repeatedly to ring you, to text you and email, but I get no response. I can understand why you've been avoiding me. This must all have been very painful for you, and I can understand why you felt the need to change your phone. The old number is now coming up as unobtainable. I also know that you don't live at Mile End Road anymore. Your neighbours didn't seem to know where you'd gone. All I can hope is that this letter is forwarded to you. The temptation, I'm sure, is to tear up this letter, just as you must have consigned my emails into the junk box. I really want you to know that I am sorry. Sorry from the bottom of my heart for what happened that night. I know that I can never give you back what I have taken from you, your trust in men, perhaps even your trust in humanity. I abused a privileged position with you, and I'm truly sorry for it. When I set up the Fuad Adwan Foundation, I meant to do the best thing I could in memory of a very dear man, and I think that most of what I have done has been good. However, Fuad and his family would be shocked by what I have done to his daughter, the little girl I met so long ago. You deserve better, and I'm sorry that even now I cannot make it better. If you feel you could ever talk to me again, and perhaps forgive me, my personal mobile number is on the attached card. If you don't, well, I shall understand. I have done you a great wrong, and must bear that for all my days. Ever yours, Chris.
Kantara burst into tears long before the end. As Zainab put a comforting arm around her, Kantara looked up and saw an elderly lady in a mackintosh sitting opposite with a small dog on her lap. She was looking at her with a sympathetic smile. On the long walk back from the tube station to the Musala, Kantara poured out her heart again to Zainab. "You know," she said, "I still do love him. I don't think I will ever love anyone else like that. You cannot bury your heart. You have to let it live. I think I have to phone him." "Kantara, no. That really isn't a good idea." "But I miss him." "He abused you." "No, he didn't. He's a good man, really." "Kantara, you mustn't." "I want to go to him," Kantara said, getting out her mobile. Zainab snatched at the phone and got a glare from Kantara. "What are you doing?" Zainab put her other arm around Kantara, kissed her gently on the cheek and said, "Look, don't do anything yet. If you ring him now, all emotional because of the letter, you just put him off. Men don't like crazy women." "I'm not crazy." "Really? No contact for a year, and then all hearts and flowers? Think about it. Besides, the immigration people will be able to trace you again." "He wouldn't give them the details." "He might." "Look, give yourself a day to think about it," Zainab said, gradually easing the phone out of Kantara's hand. "If you get excited, you could damage your heart. You've only just had an operation. Just wait a day. I'll keep your phone. At this time tomorrow, I'll give it back to you, once you've had a chance to think." Kantara relented. "Okay, one day. So long as you keep your promise." They hugged fiercely, and Zainab said, "Kantara, I promise. I'd never let you down." Bram was sitting on his bed, holding his head in his hands. "This is a disaster." "I can't stall her any longer," said Zainab, leaning across to take another biscuit from Rifat's plate. "I've got to give the phone back tomorrow, and she's bound to ring him. She even tried to go out this evening to the phone box." "You let her?" Rifat asked. "Aha! Unfortunately, she mislaid his phone number," Zainab sniggered. She held up Wirecliffe's business card and then tore it into pieces. "Good work," Rifat said. "I made sure Mrs. Gatt disconnected the internet too. It's almost midnight. That's all we can do for today. I'll leave you two to figure out what we do tomorrow. Good night." Zainab closed the door quietly behind her. Bram shook his head. "I really thought Kantara hated him." "So did I," Rifat said. "I had assumed that even if they saw each other on the flight, she would avoid him." "But now, Rifat, whether she rings him or not, they'll be chatting away at the departure gate. She's bound to spill the beans on where she's been for the last year," Bram said angrily. "He could be ringing his BBC friends before he even catches the flight." "Keep your voice down," Rifat hissed. "Idiot." She's asleep just down the corridor. We have to stop it. She might even show him the false passport, everything. Our cover would be completely blown. No, she can't go. She has to be on that flight, Rifat said simply. We can't let our plans be swayed by shifting female emotions. Bram threw his hands up in despair. She's a woman, not a robot. This flight is the wrong target for her, and we don't have time to fix the plan. It's time for you to forget the BBC guy and concentrate on Operation Scorpion. We'll use Kantara somewhere else. Maybe send her to the Houses of Parliament as a tourist and blow her up there. Stop being stupid. She's only just got enough explosive for a jet. She'd kill less than a dozen in a building. It would be a waste. Bram stood up. You know, I don't understand why Yemen ever let you pursue this freelance operation. Rifat's eyes narrowed. I've spent time in Yemen. They know and trust me. That's a privilege that you have not been offered. Don't you understand? What we are doing has never been done. It neutralizes security for the entire global airline industry, but we need Kantara to prove the procedure works before Operation Scorpion, as well as letting me achieve my objectives. Your objectives? What are your objectives? Hissed Bram, picking up Rifat's laptop from the desk. Is your secret in here? Why do you hate that journalist so much? Wycliffe raped Kantara. She told Zainab, Rifat said. Maybe he did. And to avenge that, you're planning to blow her to pieces, as well as him, Bram bellowed. It makes no sense. You had it in for him long before we knew about what happened to Kantara. This is nothing to do with jihad. This is all lies. Rifat stood up and looked straight into his adversary's eyes. Bram Malik was an inch shorter, but much more heavily built than Rifat. A fitness fanatic, weightlifter and strong swimmer. Rifat knew he'd be no match for him. Give it back, Bram, Rifat said, holding out his hand for the laptop. I think I'll take a little look first, Bram replied. Rifat lunged for the computer, but Bram seized Rifat's wrist with his free hand. He squeezed the black-gloved hand fiercely. Rifat squealed in pain and tried to throw a punch. Bram tossed the computer on the bed and then struck back with a counterblow so fast and powerful Rifat didn't even see it. He found himself dazed on the floor with Bram Malik standing over him. There was a banging on the door. They looked at each other, alarmed. Dr. Khan, a man who never seemed to sleep, was known to patrol the Musala at night. He may be almost blind, but his hearing was acute. But this wasn't Dr. Khan. When Bram opened the door, it was Kantara in a dressing gown. What's all the noise? She asked. I think you've woken everyone up. Are you fighting? She asked, looking at Rifat, who was now sitting unsteadily on the bed. It's nothing, Rifat said. Go to bed. You're bleeding, said Kantara. Did you hit him, Bram? I fell over, said Rifat. It's nothing. She walked up to Rifat. A trail of blood was seeping from his nose. Kantara looked up at Bram, noticing his grazed knuckles. Bram, pass me a clean tissue from that box, she said sternly. I'm surprised at you both. Once she had the tissue, she held Rifat's head and tenderly wiped the blood from his upper lip. She then gently pushed the side of his nose, provoking a wince. That's going to be a bruise, but I don't think it's broken. If the bleeding persists, pinch the bridge of your nose, or hold a glass of cold water to your forehead. She looked up. Bram, aren't you going to say sorry for this? Bram blinked at her for several seconds, then said, Sorry, Rifat. He extended a hand to the younger man, who reluctantly shook it, muttering his own apology. Kantara got up to leave, and just before the door said, Can I ask something? Why were you arguing about me? We weren't, Rifat said quickly. I heard my name, she said softly. Definitely. What else did you hear? Asked Bram. She shrugged. I couldn't make it out. But just in case, let me tell you that you are both my brothers, and I love you dearly. Both of you equally, and I hate to see you fighting like children. This is supposed to be a house of peace, prayer, and reflection. Not a house of war. She went out quietly and closed the door. After their enforced reconciliation, Rifat and Bram stayed in the room for several hours, talking quietly and using the laptop. They finally reached agreement and emailed Irfan Tiwana with their proposed solution. After an hour, they got his agreement.
Then at 4 a.m., Bram tiptoed down the corridor and listened outside the room shared by Kantara and Zainab. He knew they couldn't wait until tomorrow. This was all far too time-critical. He could faintly hear Zainab saying her fajr. He waited until she had finished, then eased the door open an inch. "Zainab," he whispered. She responded, and he led her out into the corridor. He was taken aback by the tangled mass of green hair that spilled across the shoulders of her dressing gown. "Is Kantara asleep?" Zainab nodded. "What's up?" "Come with me. It's urgent." In Bram's room, Rifat had already made coffee. Zainab picked up a mug and sat in the one chair. "We've got a decision, Zainab," Rifat said. "Kantara will be going to Cairo, but not on the original flight on Thursday. She'll be going first thing this morning, with me." "I don't get it. Has Wycliffe changed his flight?" Zainab asked. "I don't think so. But she is now being reserved for Operation Scorpion. In the meantime, we need to get her out of here, to distract her from contacting Wycliffe and to keep her somewhere safe until then. We'll be going to Sharm el-Sheikh. We've got friends there who will look after her." "So Wycliffe gets away with what he did to her?" she said indignantly. "That man deserves to die for his abuse of her." "I couldn't agree more," said Rifat, his face breaking into a smile. "He does deserve to die for what he did to Kantara. Avenging her will be the honor of our first martyr." "Have you chosen, then?" Rifat smiled. "It is you, Zainab." "Me?" Her face fell. "Don't cry," Bram said. "Not only will it be the sacrifice you always wanted, but you will be avenging a wrong against your friend, your sister in Islam." Zainab looked down and nodded. She had always thought herself ready for martyrdom. She knew it would happen sometime, but she had not expected it so soon. And what of her child? Chapter 32. London, November 2010. Kantara was awoken at 5 a.m. and given an hour to prepare for a mid-morning flight from London's Heathrow to the Red Sea coast resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. She was pleased when Rifat said he was going to accompany her on the flight to Egypt, but everything in the end seemed to be rushed. Rifat seemed taciturn and morose that morning, and seemed withdrawn on the flight, spending most of his time working on his laptop or listening to music. The only time he looked at her was when she passed her hands against her tummy to ease the discomfort that she had felt on and off since the operation. He had been very attentive then, asking her in some alarm if she felt okay. She had laughed and said how frequently she felt as if something was moving inside her. "This must be what it's like to have a baby," she had said. She had hoped to draw a smile from him, but the stricken look that passed over his countenance at that point was anything but comforting. Rifat, she decided, wouldn't be a natural father. Kantara flicked through the in-flight magazine to get an idea of her destination. Sinai was a pennant of land, about the size of Lebanon, strung between the Suez Canal to the west and the Israeli border to the east. Like Lebanon, it had been fought over for thousands of years. Sharm el-Sheikh was at its bottommost tip, facing south into the Red Sea, reclining against rocky mountains and gorges. Eventually, when they were well out over the Mediterranean, Rifat fell asleep. She needed to get past him to go to the toilet, and managed to step over his outstretched legs without awakening him. It was only when she removed her weight from the seat arm that he stirred. His eyes flicked wide with alarm, and he seized her wrist. "Where are you going?" "Just to the toilet," she said, wrestling her arm away. Her eyes blazed. It was the first time he had ever touched her at all, and it reminded her of a greater and deeper pain. Rifat offered to come with her, but she refused. "It's all right, you know. I'm not going to run away." Kantara was happy to spend a few minutes alone in the cubicle. She had missed being able to say goodbye to Zainab, and because of all the rush, she still hadn't been able to get her phone back. Rifat had given her another, but it didn't have her directory in it. Somehow she seemed to have lost the card with Chris's current number. She had thought a lot about him in the last few days, and missed him, despite everything that had happened. Once she was in Egypt, she would get on the internet and dig up his number again, or at least a general one for the BBC. Rifat had been evasive about the hotel they were going to, and whether or not it had a swimming pool. He said he wanted it to be a surprise, which excited her even more. Irfan Tiwana had hinted that she would be staying somewhere luxurious, and she was really looking forward to it. The idea of a pool, azure and warm, was enticing to her, and she had weeks ago bought a swimming costume in preparation. She had, as a child, paddled in the sea in Lebanon, and had tried a crowded municipal swimming pool in London. A 5-star hotel should have something better. She tried to remind herself that she was there to work, to help Irfan Tiwana, but the idea of learning to swim in a hotel pool kept seducing her. All in all, she felt better about herself than she had for a long while. The next week should be the start of something better in her life. After squandering so many opportunities, she was determined to make sure that this one didn't slip through her fingers. But as Kantara felt her tummy, she had no idea that her hopes and dreams were going to be dashed. Visiting Sinai would be nothing like she expected. Zainab ran the tap carefully. Hot water gushed into the sink, and then she mixed in cold until it was a temperature she could bear. She stripped off her blouse and put a towel round her shoulders. She tore open a sachet of peroxide and began rubbing it into her green-tinted hair. She was fond of that colour, but she would never wear it again. Once the peroxide had taken effect and bleached all the green out, she was going to dye her hair a dark and lustrous brown, an Arabic chestnut. Then she would dye her eyebrows. The contact lenses, too, were dark brown. She had worn contacts for years, but never tried to change her eye colour. But this was important. She knew that. She knew Rifat had already cancelled the flight in the name of Musaina Abbas, and then rebooked the same seat immediately with Kantara's old credit card and Lebanese passport details. The passenger on flight MS-960 was no longer Musaina Abbas, but Kantara al-Mansour, and Zainab was Kantara al-Mansour, at least in official and electronic terms. Her appearance may not yet be perfect, but there was still some time for that. Good enough to leave a country, and she would, after all, never have to arrive in one. Bram was already preparing the video recorder. She would soon be ready to sit in front of it, to sit with an Al-Qaeda flag behind her, a sash around her head, and state why she, Kantara al-Mansour, was going to lay down her life to end the repression of Islam, to take with her hundreds of those on the airliner to Cairo, crusaders who deal with the illegitimate Mubarak regime. The video would later be sent out to the usual media organizations across the Middle East, who would then air the message. Not least, Zainab knew she was going to her death to avenge her friend, a friend who had been abused by a member of the British establishment, a friend who had in turn helped her. For years she had known she was ready to sacrifice herself, and in Islam she had found a cause that would mark her devotion. Yet for all this, she felt that her main emotion was not of glory in the happiness awaiting her in the afterlife, but fear. No, worse than fear. Terror. And a feeling that her martyrdom was being taken for granted. Maybe Kantara was luckier than her, to be able to trust and not know the fate that awaited her. Zainab then turned to a pad of paper on which there were already numerous crossings out and picked up her pen. Then, for the 10th time that evening, she sat down to write a goodbye letter to her son, her hair dripping dark, dyed tears onto the page. It was late afternoon on the day they arrived at Sham Airport. A large and ugly man in a dirty jalaba had been waiting for them. His name was Tofi, and had the discoloured Zabiba callus on his forehead that years of zealous friction with the prayer mat induces. He offered her a large, grimy hand. Tofi seemed to know Rifat, and they exchanged words in some dialect of Arabic she couldn't catch. But one thing was clear from the man's sly glances. They were talking about her. Tofi led them to a battered white Hyundai, whose only decoration was a series of Islamic pennants and some prayer beads hanging from the mirror. He put the bags in the boot, showed Rifat into the front, and her into the back. "Which hotel are we going to?" Kantara asked, but the driver just grinned lasciviously at her and drove off. Within a mile, He stopped outside a car hire office, where Rifat got out and took his bag from the boot. "I'll catch you up later, Kantara," he said. "Tofi will take care of you." Kantara's dismay was lost in the slammed door and the gunning of the engine as the car set off. Tofi put on the radio. Deafening Islamic music crackled through the car, and he banged his hands in time on the steering wheel and sang badly to the choruses. They headed towards a row of giant glistening hotels, but instead of turning left towards the Red Sea coast, Tofi turned right and headed along Dahad City Road, north into the mountains. "Where are we going?" Kantara asked in Arabic. The man's shouted reply made no sense to her. She persisted, and he finally turned down the music and spoke to her in broken English. "Desert Palm Resort. Don't worry, miss." He winked horribly at her in the mirror. As he chuckled, his bad breath filled the car. A line of violet mountain ridges crawled across the horizon against a salmon-pink sky, and the land to either side of the road got rougher. First the street lamps ended, then the painted curb, then the tarmac became rough and potholed. Kantara opened her small leather backpack and slid out the phone Rifat had given her. She'd had little chance to find her way around it. She turned it on, and the sharp beep alarmed the driver. "What is Miss doing?" he said. "Just a phone call to Rifat," she said. He laughed. "No phone in Sinai." It was true. She couldn't get a signal at all. They passed a huge squat army base, ringed with towers and with coiled razor wire that snaked far across the scrubby wastelands. Finally, after another hour, the light attenuated to a faint glow, and the first stars began to emerge. Without warning, Tofi brought the car skidding to a halt on a gravelly apron edged with rubbish. He cut the engine, went to the boot and fished out a prayer mat. Then, surrounded by a sea of billowing plastic bags, crushed water bottles and fruit peel, he turned his back to the final flourish of the setting sun, knelt and prayed. Isha, the sunset prayer. Feeling somewhat guilty, Kantara knelt on the back seat of the car and made her own obeisance. After he'd finished, she asked him how long before they got to the hotel. "Nearly there. Just a few minutes. Trust me, madam." Another 15 minutes passed with no sign of habitation. Kantara was only able to tell that the land was rising because of the contrast between the black rocky outcrops and the midnight blue sky. Her heart was pounding, and she felt a pain low in her abdomen, behind her scar. This wasn't right. This definitely wasn't right. Finally, she plucked up courage. "Stop the car! This isn't right. We've got to go back for Rifat." Tofi ignored her. She undid the door catch and eased the door open. The sound of gravel filled the car. "Stop now, or I'll jump out!" The driver accelerated. "So brave," he chuckled. "To want to die and be eaten by Bedouin dogs." "Let me out!" she yelled. Tofi laughed and shook his head. "Crazy, madam. Crazy." Kantara looked through her backpack for something to use as a weapon. Thanks to airline security, there was nothing, not even a nail file. The driver had no seatbelt. There were no headrests, nothing detachable in the car that she could see. After thinking for a few minutes, she undid her hijab and placed it on her lap. The driver watched intently in the mirror as she freed her hair, running the fingers of her left hand languorously through her gentle dark waves. Meanwhile, she trapped one tip of the hijab under her shoe and pulled it out and over the outside of her thigh with her right hand. It was about 3 feet long. She found some coins in her trousers and placed them in a pile in her lap, on the corner of her hijab. She then waited for the driver's gaze to return to the road. They were now heading sharply down on a winding road into some kind of canyon. The passage of a military truck, lights dazzling on full beam in the opposite direction, gave the opportunity. She deftly knotted the coins into the end of the hijab, where they had a pleasing weight. She waited until they passed some kind of building, a squat blockhouse, but the first of any kind she had seen for some time. Then she made her move. In her right hand, she grabbed the hijab in a bunch halfway along, then leaned forward, swung it out and left, around the driver's neck. She then grabbed at the weighted end on the far left as it swung around by the driver's side door. She got it, but Tofi grabbed her wrist hard and hit the brakes.
As the car slowed, she shot forward, and the front of her head smashed painfully into the back of his. She sank her teeth deep into his right ear and tasted blood. He screamed and cursed her. His grip on her wrist eased for a moment, giving her enough time to pull the weighted end of the hijab back under his jaw and then twist the ends. The car slewed sideways to a halt. She fell across the back seat, but kept her grip on the scarf. The driver's head was pulled painfully back over his seat, his neck fully exposed. His legs were kicking out, and he was trying desperately to twist towards her. He made a gargling sound as he clawed at the scarf, and Kantara began to feel the huge strength in him. It far exceeded hers. She twisted the hijab again, and then a third time, tightening the noose. Lying with her back on the seat, she raised a foot to the back of his head and braced while she pulled the scarf as tight as she could. But she soon realized that she needed more leverage. She didn't want to kill him, but she probably wasn't even going to be able to immobilize him. She could get out and run, but where to? In his kicking, the driver had knocked open the glove box, which had its own dim internal light. It was still bright enough to discern the squat, shiny outline of a gun. He was straining towards it, but couldn't reach. She had to have it. Kantara gave one final tug, then dropped the hijab and lunged over the passenger seat for the glove compartment. Just as she got there, her hand on the butt of the gun, the driver kicked at her head. She fell into the front of the car head first, gasping in pain, but she had the heavy revolver in both hands pointing it at him. "Shoot!" she yelled. He dived at her, growling, his sweat and stink and animal strength swamping her. As they wrestled, the passenger door burst open and she fell out, the gun still in her hand. She scrambled to her feet and pointed the gun at him again. He gasped as he tried to extricate himself from the car. "What is your problem? I'm asked to drive, madam, to look after her. Then she tried to kill me." He lunged at her, and as she jumped back, she involuntarily squeezed the trigger. Rigid. Nothing happened. Tofi was lurching out of the car now. There must be a safety catch. She had never used a gun before, but there were enough around in the Lebanese camps for Kantara to know full well that every weapon had a safety catch. Tofi was now out, and his graveyard of mottled brown teeth was set in fury. She turned and ran back up the rough road. Her head was agony. Her teeth hurt where they had sunk into his head. Her wrist was painful too. She ran back towards the blockhouse, 200 meters, where a pale light burned high on the wall. Tofi had got back in the car, and, from the urgent whine of the transmission, was reversing up the slope towards her. She arrived at the blockhouse, whose sign declared it an underground pumping station. The door was padlocked. Kantara used the light to inspect the gun, and quickly found the small slide which controlled the safety catch. She pushed out the chamber, and found there were 3 bullets. Plenty enough if she had to shoot. The car stopped next to her, and Tofi started to get out. Kantara turned and ran up the sloping ground behind the blockhouse. She leant against the cold wall and listened to the whump, whump, whump of the pumps turning within. Tofi would come after her. She knew that. He knew Sinai and she didn't. He had the car and she had the gun. But there was no water, except perhaps within this pumping station, and no food, and she would freeze. Tofi was following. She could hear his breath. He may be strong, but he wasn't fit. She had an idea. She feigned a limp, walking on and up the steep slope, keeping to the ridge where her silhouette would break the skyline. Pausing more often than she needed, she could hear Tofi's footsteps accelerate, encouraged by the prospect of catching her. Turning, she saw him 100 meters back, halfway between her and the pump house. She moved behind a ragged clump of thorny bushes and scouted out an alternative route down as her eyes adjusted to the starlight. There was a gravel path off to the left, which led down to the road 100 meters back where they had come from. Tofi was almost up with her now. As his silhouette broke the skyline, she darted back around the bushes and bounded down the path, sending gravel flying. She could hear Tofi curse. She ran like the wind to the road, then sprinted down to the pumping station and beyond to the car. Her prayers were answered. The door was unlocked. She had never driven, but had seen it done. Idiots can drive. In Lebanon, every idiot drives. How hard could it be? She slid onto the driver's seat, slung the gun on the passenger seat, and looked at the ignition. There were no keys. She felt in the glove box. Nothing. Looked on the floor. Felt above the sunshade. Nothing. And now Tophy was almost there, wheezing. She pressed the central locking button, hoping it wouldn't require the ignition on. The satisfying clunk showed she was in luck, but a second later the lock unclicked, and Tophy tugged the passenger door open, the remote lock fob still dangling in his other hand. Staring down the barrel of his own gun, he hesitated. Kantara had a split second to make a choice, either kill or get out of the car. Instead, on impulse, she released the handbrake. "Keep away!" she shouted, as the Hyundai began to coast, one door open down the dirt road. Kantara slung the gun back on the dashboard and laughed with relief. Even a beginner can use brakes and a steering wheel. She tested the pedals, recalling that the middle one is the brake. Coasting downhill would put miles between them. It would take Tophy hours to catch up, and she would have a chance to find help. She turned the lights on, then flicked them to full beam. The car continued on the gently descending right-hand bend, and started to gather speed as the bluffs on either side fell away. Ahead and steeply below was a bridge and a sweeping left curve. Only then did she try turning the steering wheel to make the left-hander. It wouldn't budge. It was locked into that gentle rightward turn. The free play was less than a centimetre each way. She wrestled with the steering lock, wasting valuable seconds as she diverged right from the road, drifting down the camber of the thin potholed tarmac, then onto a dirt strip and finally a fan of gravel that led in 100 metres to a cliff edge. She stamped on the brake and the wheels locked. The car shook violently, and the back spun around, accentuating the rightward turn. She screamed and gripped the wheel even tighter as the vehicle ground to a halt, driver's side parallel to the precipice a metre away. She wriggled out of the passenger side, grabbed the gun and plucked her bag from the boot. Tophy would be 5 or 10 minutes behind. It gave her time to find a torch, a cigarette lighter, a half-full plastic water bottle, a walkie-talkie radio, a small grimy toolbox, and a jerry can of fuel. From her own bag, she put on the lightweight black jacket, something she had fondly imagined she would wear at evening soirees at Sharm el-Sheikh. She changed into flat shoes and tied her hijab back on. Protected from the gathering chill, she reflected on her situation. She had the advantage, the car and all its contents, tools, water, and the gun. The trouble was, she couldn't keep it all unless she stayed right there. Against that, Tophy knew where they were, and was presumably amongst his own people. He was remorseless, fearless and furious, humiliated and dangerous. She needed help. Where was Rifat? She was angry with him, but she couldn't spare the time to think through what had happened, and why he had behaved so strangely. Right now she had other priorities. With the torch, she explored around the car. There were some scrubby bushes back towards the bridge, and a pile of discarded plastic bottles and other rubbish. She took the tools and jerry can and buried them amongst the pile. In her small leather backpack, she squeezed in the water, walkie-talkie and gun, safety catch back on. She tried her mobile again. No signal. The car had to be dealt with. If she left it, Tophy would use it to chase her, and it had to be put out of action. That was easy. It was still on a slope, pointing away from the bridge down a rough goat track that would soon become too narrow for it. She leant in and released the handbrake. It needed a nudge to get going, but soon gathered pace. It careered away into darkness, clattering down a rocky slope and then flipping noisily onto its side. Kantara moved back towards the road. Tophy could be seen in the light of her torch a few 100 metres away, walking steadily down towards her. He whistled at her, a piercing noise. She set off in the other direction, jogging to keep warm, finding that the slope downwards made for big strides and an easy gait. Until she was 5 years old, she had barely been able to walk, yet alone run. Her twisted foot had been an awkward weight, tying down her spirit. But after the operation, she had discovered the power of flight. Running, jumping, skipping, dancing. Every childish pursuit had filled her with joy. For the first time, she had been able to play boisterously with her older brother, and he soon found he could rarely catch her. Now she needed all those skills to save her life. If only her stomach would stop aching. After the bridge and another long descent, Kantara could make out the valley floor. There were lights in the far distance, the only twinkling specks of hope in a serrated wall of darkness.
perhaps an hour away. She had been thinking about the walkie-talkie, whether she dare use it to call for help. Would Rifat be on one of those channels, or had he somehow abandoned her? She couldn't believe that he would. He was like a brother to her, the brother she had so long ago lost. She really needed his help. Rifat sat on the balcony of his room at the Hyatt Regency in Sharm el-Sheikh and watched the sea change colour with the sunset. As the light gradually faded into darkness, he opened his laptop. He brought up 2 separate GPS tracker displays. As he expected, only one was registering a signal. This was on Zainab's phone. It showed her movements around the Musala in West London in the last hours before her departure for Cairo. Rifat had carefully checked her equipment as she prepared for martyrdom. The distinctive red sports bag with the false bottom and 500 grams of PETN to be put under the seat in front of her, and the phone with just 20 grams to go inside the bag. A phone which could be detonated by a text message, but only from his phone. He hadn't quite trusted Zainab to detonate it herself. Though she was devout and true, it would only be natural to hesitate. So Rifat was going to send her the text when the jet was high above the Mediterranean and out of reach of all signals. But as soon as the plane descended over the coast around Alexandria and came into range of the first cellular towers, the text would be delivered, the phone would ring in vibration mode, and the charge would detonate. That small explosion would in turn set off the larger charge in the bag without it needing to have its own detonator. There was no way the jet could survive such an explosion in the overwing window seat he had booked for her. The fuel tanks were just below. The other tracker remained comfortingly blank. Rifat had arranged that Kantara should be guided deep into the mountains of Sinai, deliberately beyond the reach of any cell tower, of the internet, in fact out of all communication. Yemen had kindly provided a unit waiting to keep her safe until needed. She would be kept away from any knowledge of the death of her beloved Wirecliff. In his dealings with Kantara, Rifat had learned much. The innocent jihadi, as Irfan Tawana had called her, needed to be given clear reasons to be where they needed her to be. Her innocence worked only so long as she wasn't suspicious. Even under the protective carapace of the Musala, in which only a filtered glimpse of the outside world came in, Kantara had allowed an old infatuation to get in the way of their plans. Rifat had been forced to find a way to build that into the plan of how to use her, and to do so quickly. His biggest worry now was that the device within her would fail before it could be used. The surgeon had said that after 10 days, the antibacterial coating on the pouch cloaking the device would begin to dissolve. There could be some danger of infection, especially given the size and weight of the bomb. After another hour checking emails, Rifat realized that Tofi should now have Kantara in safekeeping. Why hadn't he heard from him? As he reached for the walkie-talkie, it suddenly crackled into life. There was a burst of static, a muffled voice, then nothing. Rifat picked it up. "Say again, Tofi. This is Rifat, over." There was a breathy gust of static, then a voice. "Rifat, it's Kantara. Oh, I'm so glad to hear your voice. Listen, Tofi tried to kidnap me." Rifat was too stunned to respond. His mind raced. "Rifat, can you hear me? He's taken me away into the mountains. I'm nowhere near Sharm el-Sheikh. Can you get the police? I can't get any reception on my phone." "Kantara?" Rifat answered softly. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but I need your help." "How did you get the radio? Where's Tofi?" "He's chasing me. I got away, but I wish you were here to help me." When there was no reply, Kantara pleaded. "Rifat, please answer. You need to get the police. I'm really scared." Rifat could hear what sounded like gentle sobbing. It made him angry. All his plans were unraveling again. "Kantara, listen. Go back to the car. We can find the car. If you're out in the desert, no one can find you." "I'll find you," he thought. "Inshallah, I'll track you down." "I can't go back to the car. It's destroyed. But I'm okay for now.
I have warm clothes, water, and I have got Tofi's gun."
"My God," said Rifat. He couldn't imagine how she had overpowered Tofi. He had been assured that the driver was reliable, devout, and strong. It just didn't seem possible. "I'll call you back when I've rung the police," he said. "Stay safe. Over and out."
"Don't go, Rifat, please,"
Kantara sobbed. The Saudi turned off the radio and slammed it down. He fished through his laptop back and found his BlackBerry. In the directory, he scrolled through until he found a number simply labelled Heartbreak. The number beneath was of the SIM card within Kantara's abdomen. The cursor blinked over it. All he had to do was to press the button and let it dial. That would be his insurance against her escape. The moment she got into range of any cell tower, he would be rid of this stupid girl. For some weeks now, he had been realizing that controlling her to get her to follow the mission he had in mind required more cunning than he or anyone could manage. Bram had been right to point it out. The fiasco with Wirecliff proved it. He looked at the button and the number of the phone underneath. Then he exhaled and put the phone down. She was going to die, but to let all the effort go to waste on some roadside in Sinai would be stupid. The intricate bomb, the surgery, the many whose skills had contributed, wasted. Besides, the body would be found. It would be identified as Musaina Abbas from the passport, and then eventually the Egyptian police would contact Scotland Yard and find that the real Musaina Abbas was already dead. Long dead. It would take them time to do this, but it could still get in the way of Operation Scorpion. Still, he was left with a problem. Tofi was out of touch and Kantara was on the run. This had to be closed down really fast. Rifat picked up the walkie-talkie and switched the channel. Now it was time to call Omar. The most frightening man he had ever met, the man who enjoyed beheading unbelievers, was now leading Al-Qaeda's Sinai cell. If Kantara wasn't being taken to him as planned, then he would have to come and fetch her. Unlike that idiot Tofi, there would be no mistakes this time. Omar would see to that. Chapter 33. Kantara wished Rifat had said he would come himself. Chris would have come. She recalled now, wistfully, how Chris had come to her when she tried to kill herself. Now here she was in a desert in a foreign land, and she really needed help. If only her own phone worked. She resumed jogging to keep her spirits up. Her watch showed it was after 9, and there was no traffic, not a single vehicle. The lights in the distance didn't seem to come any closer. She'd seen no sign of Tofi for more than a half hour. The road was flat now, snaking along the floor of some canyon. Above her, a wide, glittering carpet of stars throbbed with light. She kept the torch off so she could watch them as she alternately ran and walked, careful not to get out of breath or strain her heart. In the distance, there was a faint light moving far ahead. Soon she could hear an engine, its roar echoing off the canyon walls. She switched the torch on and waved it up and down. The headlamps grew large and bright, the noise louder. It was a large, dusty pickup truck, and it stopped right by her. Dozens of Islamic slogans had been written in the dust that caked its sides. 4 robed men, heavily bearded and armed with AK-47s, leapt over the side. She greeted them in Arabic and began to explain her predicament. They said nothing, but looked at her suspiciously. The driver barked something at her. He had an immense hooked nose and intense dark eyes that seemed to look right into her. His large black beard was streaked with henna. "You are Kantara al-Masru?"
"Yes."
"Rifat sent us. You are safe now." He barked at the man sitting next to him, who scurried off the passenger seat, took Kantara's bag and climbed up with it into the back with the others. The driver patted the seat and urged Kantara to sit next to him. Feeling slightly nervous, she did so. She could now see he had a crude artificial leg, mostly wooden, with something like a leather hoof. "I am Omar." He thumped his barrel of a chest. "So, you were kidnapped, yes?"
"Yes. Can you take me to the police?"
He laughed. "First we seek God's work." He pushed the truck into gear and set off forward. Soon they saw Tofi, wandering down the road, waving his arms in the headlamps.
"That's him!"
yelled Kantara.
"He tried to kidnap me!"
"Then he must be punished," Omar said. Tofi was jumping up and down, waving. Omar changed down a gear. Tofi stood aside, expecting the truck to stop. It didn't. Instead, Omar hit the accelerator and yelled, "Allahu Akbar!" He switched the steering wheel sharp right, and Tofi disappeared with a crack beneath the front of the pickup. A dull bump followed. Kantara hid her face in her hands. When she looked up, she noticed a fine spray of blood on the windscreen and a large, gory mark on the pickup's bull bars. "Ah, Sinai roads are very dangerous, Many road accidents," Omar laughed. He slammed on the brakes, braced his giant arm on the seat behind Kantara's shoulders, and looked behind as he reversed. Another bump. "Oh, dear, what dangerous roads," he said, and opened the window to look below. He drove forward again, and this time the bump was softer. Kantara wailed gently into her hands. This man, whoever he was, made her blood run cold. "No more kidnapping from him. God's justice is righteous," Omar said, smacking his ham-sized fist down on the dashboard. "And God's justice is speedy." Omar leaned across her to the glove compartment and carefully drew out a book, sealed in a cracked plastic dust cover. It was a Koran, old, much handled, but now carefully protected. He closed his eyes and kissed it tenderly as if it was a newborn baby. "Kiss the holy book for our righteous deeds. Praise God's word," he said, passing it to her. Kantara looked up at Omar and his fierce, unwavering gaze. Her hands were trembling as she lifted the book to her mouth. A thread of Omar's spittle lay on the plastic. She had no choice. She pressed it against her mouth, suppressing a shudder. Satisfied, Omar gently put the book away, then threw the truck into a three-point turn and headed back the way they had come, veering just enough to run once again over the corpse. "Be brave. This is Sharia justice. This is the law of the Caliphate." Kantara involuntarily pulled her hijab tighter and pushed back any stray wisps of hair. "Now we take you to safety," Omar said.
"Police station?"
she asked. "Yes. God's police, to enforce the law." He hit the accelerator and the truck roared off into the darkness. After 30 minutes, they turned off on a side road. In the headlights, she could see a series of Bedouin tents, rectangular green canvas flapping in the breeze, and a corral of thorn branches behind which goats could be heard bleating. The truck was parked behind the tents, and while Kantara got out, the fighters in the back busied themselves covering the truck with canvas. Another used a broom to sweep away the tire tracks which led to it.
"When is Rifat coming?"
Kantara asked. "Soon. Maybe tomorrow," Omar said. Torch in hand, he then took a firm grip on Kantara's upper arm and led her down a dark path into a defile behind the camp. She was far too scared to complain. This was worse than Tofi, far worse. In a few minutes they came to a cave lit by hurricane lamps. 2 more fighters were there and rose to greet Omar. Kantara was led into the cave, to an area at the back where a mud-brick room had been built, complete with rough wooden door. "This is your hotel," Omar laughed. He pushed her in and closed the door. Outside she could hear them rifling her bag. They expressed some pleasure over the cigarettes and the tools. Finally, the door opened and she was past her clothing and toiletries, a candle and some matches. She lit the candle and explored her cell. It was just large enough for her to lie full length in each direction, and just high enough by the door to stand up. It was at least dry. There was a rush mat, and on it a thin mattress and some blankets. 2 fighters sat outside, talking and laughing. Kantara waited a few minutes, then asked timidly,
"Could I have some food, please? I'm hungry."
It was an hour later when a stale pitta with some chunks of greasy lamb on it was passed through to her. She ate every mouthful. After feeling sorry for herself for a few minutes, she wiped away her tears and started to assemble resolute thoughts, marshalling the only army available to her.
"I can handle this, inshallah. I grew up in the camps in Lebanon. I've been bombed for days on end. I've seen death and lived in a place of death. I've gone for days without much to eat. This cell is worse than the worst place I have lived, but not by much. Just a few hours ago I disarmed a strong man. I outwitted and defeated him, without having to kill him. If I die tonight or in the next days or weeks, I can still be proud of not having killed when I could have killed. Inside me is a hidden strength. Hidden because I am a woman, and these crude men will always underestimate women. That is their weakness. I have the power to do what I need to do. Because I do believe right inside that I am loved. Chris, I need you now. Come to me. Please, come to me.
Zainab Pichu emerged from the underground station 5 hours before her flight and took the escalator along with thousands of fellow travellers, ready to be swallowed by the dull, dysfunctional and frenetic city that is Heathrow Airport. She looked for a particular women's toilet behind Thomas Cook's currency booth, a place where she had been told to remain for 90 minutes. In front of the mirror she packed the baseball cap she had travelled in and undid her ponytail, combing out her hair until it resembled Kantara's. She took off the bulky puffer jacket, switched from high heels to flat shoes, and switched her hand luggage from the pink backpack to Kantara's grey one, replacing the discarded items in her anonymous wheeled suitcase. She put on the brown-tinted contact lenses, then the spectacles and the blue-flowered hijab. Then she made final adjustments to her makeup. The disguise complete, she emerged, looking shorter, slimmer, and in almost every other way different from the woman who an hour and a half earlier had walked in. After checking in her suitcase, she headed off to security. Her heart pounded as she packed her phone, shoes, belt and backpack in the plastic tray and watched it slide into the X-ray machine. The operator, an overweight woman in her 50s, stared long and hard at the press of bags jammed into the tunnel. Then, after a few seconds, the bag emerged. 1 hour later, Zainab was sitting on her carefully booked window seat, right next to a wing, enduring, in a kind of stunned boredom, the last few hours of her life. Not long now. Wearing bathrobe and slippers, Rifat wandered into the luxury bathroom of his hotel room and turned off the taps. It was almost time. The bath was full and steaming in the early morning light. A plate of fresh fruit lay by the wash basin, and his second cup of coffee nearby. It was 7 o'clock. Just half an hour to wait. Unable to sleep from excitement, he had awoken before 6, prayed and taken a lengthy swim in the hotel's beautiful pool. He then used some of the exercise equipment in the gym to work up a frenzied sweat. Now he was going to have a long soak. As he lay in the hot soapy water, his scarred and mottled hands draped over the sides to protect them from the heat, Rifat closed his eyes. He recreated in his mind Wycliffe's flight from Heathrow to Cairo with Zainab and his clever bomb aboard. The departures website had shown it left almost on time. Now they would be roughly over Sicily. That was the last point when it just might pick up a stray cell phone signal. That's why he needed to wait just that little while longer. He didn't want the plane to explode over the ocean. It needed to come down on Egyptian soil. The Egypt Air jet fragments had to be seen repeatedly on TV, not just disappearing underwater. That had been made clear by Yemen. It should be construed as an attack upon Egypt, an attack upon the decadent infidel regime of Hosni Mubarak. In an hour or so, his celebrations would truly begin. Rifat had been planning a day of indulgence, watching the TV coverage, the speculation about the cause, the growing casualty toll, laughing at the silly theories about mechanical failure and pilot error from self-appointed experts short on facts. Those facts that, in the hours immediately after the crash, only he would know. It was a brilliant, almost undetectable bomb, and he had made it. Emerging from the bath, Rifat picked up his plate and wandered back into the lounge. Drying himself, he sat at the desk with his laptop, watching the folder of Wycliffe images that he often stared at to galvanize his hatred. That this man was his own father. What an affront. The minutes dragged. The seconds seemed infinite. But now it was time.
Rifat's hands trembled as he picked up his mobile phone. He stared curiously at his fingers, which had been so deft and sure when making the bomb, but now hesitated and shook at the moment of triumph. Tremulously, he scrolled through the contacts book. There, near the top, was the number labelled Heartbreak, Kantara's device. He lingered over it, then moved down to the next, Zainab flight. He thought for a moment, looked at the clock, then firmly pressed the button. The pre-saved text would beam from his phone to hers, a trigger for mass murder. Nothing could stop it. That flight was coming down, and soon the world would know. An hour later, Rifat was watching BBC World Service TV. On his laptop, Al Jazeera's website was open. News of the crash broke more slowly than he expected. He watched as the story trickled in, bits and pieces, really coming too hesitantly to give him the rush of pleasure he wanted. Still, he knew that Yemen would be watching this too, glorying in his success. On a whim, he decided to listen to BBC Radio 4 over the web to see how Wycliffe's old radio programme would handle the news. He clicked through to listen live on the BBC website. From the first word, a cold wave swept him. The voice was absolutely distinctive. Wycliffe. He was interviewing a BBC reporter in Egypt about the crash. For a moment he couldn't believe it. Then he let out a roar of frustration. "You're supposed to be on that plane!" Rifat yelled, as he hurled a glass vase against the wall, shattering it and smashing the fresh-cut flowers provided by the Hyatt all over the floor. "Why are you not on that plane?" Rifat logged into Wycliffe's email account. It was something he hadn't had time to do for the last 2 days because of the rush to organise Kantara's flight and the journey out here. Sure enough, he eventually found an email from the airline confirming the last-minute cancellation. Then another earlier one from Arab Satellite Broadcasting, deferring Wycliffe's job interview. It was from Taysina Al-Khalifa, the only person in the world whom Rifat hated as much as Wycliffe. Then a peculiar realization dawned on Rifat. My mother has unwittingly saved my father's life. From me. It made him very angry. Now he would have an extra job to do. He needed to return to London and hunt down Wycliffe, to kill him simply and immediately, even if he had to take risks to do it. This had gone on long enough. Chapter 34. London, December 2010. Rifat had never enjoyed flying. Ever since his first flight to visit the woman who he'd discovered was his mother, aircraft seemed harbingers of bad news. They made him feel vulnerable. Perhaps it was also a function of their weaknesses, something he had studied in depth. The surprising thinness of their skins, the incendiary fuel load, the triumph of ingenuity over gravity that getting a 130-ton jumbo jet in the air represented. The improbability of survival often left him feeling sick in flight, especially when it was bumpy. Today was worse. Perhaps, just perhaps, the anxiety and sickness was bubbling up from the knowledge that he was going to kill soon. Perhaps today, if he could get access to the Glock again. He was going to murder his father, Chris Wycliffe. The flight from Sharm had been fine until they started stacking over London's Heathrow Airport, but the gusty winds over the cold monochrome city, leached of light on a December's afternoon, were unnerving. The seatbelt sign was already on. Tray tables were already stowed. The bing-bong signal for cabin crew seating had come and gone, with no sign of landing. Then a big bump, and the plane dropped a few feet. Then another. A low wail escaped his throat, and his black leather gloves gripped the arms of his seat as the plane bucked. A middle-aged woman in the aisle seat next to him was working on a crossword and seemed completely unperturbed. She looked over her reading glasses to smile indulgently at him. "It's all right," she said. "We'll be landing very soon. Just make sure you've got a coat. It's due to snow later." The turbulence didn't cease on arrival. The moment he turned his phone on, he found a text from Bram, which, in coded language, gave him a phone number and told him to ring it from a new phone. Rifat, who already had 3 phones with him,
Bought a new one at the terminal, found the seating area by a vacant gate, and rang the number. Bram answered immediately and breathlessly. "Rifat, listen carefully. I don't have much time. Irfan Tiwana was arrested this morning. They've raided his house, the Islamic Light bookshop, and a madrasa in Blackburn. Operation Scorpion is dead. It's over. You'd best get out." "Bram, I need the Glock. Have you got it?" "No, you can't get near the bookshop. It's crawling with cops." "Where else can I get one?" "Now? Nowhere. My supplies will have gone to ground. Best give it up, brother." "What about the Musala? Have the police been there?" Rifat looked around him. 2 shirt-sleeved policemen with automatic weapons had just wandered past, laughing about something. They barely glanced at him. "No, not yet," Bram replied. "They seem to be going for the places he spent most time at. He was careful not to visit us much." "What about his phones, Bram?" "Tiwana's phones? He was arrested at home, so I guess they must mostly be compromised. I know he deleted call logs every week." "That should give us a bit of time." Rifat knew that the numbers would remain on the provider's system, together with a backup of all the digital files of texts and emails. "Bram, there is no way they can connect Tiwana to the Egypt air bomb. We were too careful. They would have had you first, if so. This must be something else, the preacher of hate stuff, maybe." "That's what I was thinking. But what now, Rifat?" "We've got to stay away from each other. Has there been anything on the news about the arrest?" "No, I haven't seen anything. I only heard because Tiwana's wife rang Dr. Khan shortly after 5 a.m. The house is sealed off, apparently, and she had to go to stay with her sister." "Then my guess is that the police and MI5 are waiting to see, amongst those it is monitoring, who will bolt for cover," Rifat said. "Sure, there will be lots of angry complaints by rank-and-file Muslim brothers from the mosques, but we should beware of informers and agents provocateurs. We don't know anything about the arrest." "I've got duties at the Musala, so I'll be there with Dr. Khan," Bram said. "But the cell is already dissipated. Without Zainab or Kantara, MI5 won't have anything to go on. It's just you and me. Everyone else was just a normal devout Muslim. Only Tiwana himself knew the members of the other cell, and I'm certain they didn't know about us. The candidates being groomed for Operation Scorpion won't know anything either. None of them had yet had pacemakers installed, so there is nothing to implicate our friendly Hammersmith surgeon. He'll stay quiet if he knows what's good for him." "What about Tiwana? They're bound to ask him about the bomb. He could implicate us. He could implicate everybody," Bram said. "He won't. He knows how to deal with interrogation. He went to training camps in Kashmir. He told me about it. They prepare you for waterboarding, but much worse than the CIA. You really believe these bastards would drown you for a rupee. But the lesson gets learnt. Tell them only what you know they already know, at least for the first 48 hours. After that, give them the decoy names, the dummy cells. That will keep them busy for a while longer. They'll get everything out of you in the end, but not for months." "I'm still nervous, Rifat." "I know." Rifat guessed that Bram would be out as soon as the coast was clear. He had a secret girlfriend, an older white divorcee with a holiday home in Portugal. They'd been seen together one day when Bram was supposed to be fundraising. Zainab knew about them and had confided in Rifat. Bram was a fair-weather Muslim, quite happy to send Zainab or Kantara on their way to heaven, but not himself. Rifat had told Tiwana, who seemed quite relaxed about it. If Rifat had his way, Bram would have been dealt with long ago. "What about you, brother?" Bram said. "What will you do?" "I'll be out of here within a few weeks, back to Sham. I think I can still use Kantara for part of Operation Scorpion." "Hard luck about failing to get Wirecliff, my friend." "Time to give up," Bram laughed. Rifat caught a howl of frustration before it left his throat. "Never. Never, never." "I don't quit like you do, Bram. There are still possibilities. They need careful organizing, but I've been lucky enough to find a new resource. One that I never expected." That resource was a young woman that he had met by chance at York University. Kat Quinlan had always wanted to be an archaeologist, ever since watching Raiders of the Lost Ark as a child. Having studied it for a year at York University, she decided that real archaeology was dull. What she really wanted to be now was a journalist. That is what Indiana Jones would have been in the modern world. Since dropping out of the archaeology course and falling out with Michaela, she had found a course in media studies at the University of Aberystwyth. Things weren't going well, though. She really wanted to be out there in the real world, writing, blazing a trail through world events, not sitting through boring lectures in a rainy provincial Welsh university, where the only bonus was the good local supply of magic mushrooms. But her only experience with the narcotic fungus had been bewildering and unpleasant. Instead, she now needed to organize herself for the world of journalism. Her first attempt was to ask Michaela for her father's email address. Maybe he could fix up for her to get into the BBC, like the papers said he had for that Arab girl who turned out to be a terrorist. Michaela's reply was furious. Of course she wasn't going to give her his email address. Who did she think she was? Though they hadn't spoken for several months, Kat was baffled that they had fallen out so sharply over Rifat, the dishy and wealthy Saudi. Michaela just thought him creepy and had become increasingly obsessed with the idea that they had been drugged by him. Kat had laughed at the notion. It was patently obvious that it was once again drink that had been their undoing. If Rifat had drugged them, the question was why. While Michaela had unfriended Rifat on Facebook, she had refused to. It was one of the issues between them. All his details were still there, on her page. There was no photo of him, but Kat didn't need one. She remembered. Shy but good-looking, with big brown eyes and such long lashes. Okay, he might be a bit straight-laced, a young fogey, if such a thing exists in Saudi, but he was well off and well-connected. That was why it made such sense to email him now. If the BBC couldn't get her out into the world of news, perhaps he could. A good journalist, she decided, should use all contacts to the max. She put together an email which cheekily asked if he had any journalistic contacts in the Middle East, because she would like to set up her own blogging site. She looked at the text for half a minute, crossed her fingers, and clicked send. Being friends with an Islamic terrorist hadn't been great for Chris Wycliffe's career. Since the Egypt Air bombing, all his high-profile broadcasting work had evaporated. Still formally under police investigation, he was too toxic for anything but Have I Got News for You and a few of the late-night chat shows. At best, putting him on air distracted from the story. That was how one senior colleague described it to him. Wycliffe and the BBC had quietly agreed a termination of his contract and a decent but not outlandish payoff with effect from the end of the year. But the arrival of the Arab Spring in December 2010 changed everything. On December the 17th, a poverty-stricken Tunisian vegetable seller called Mohamed Bouazizi, who was 26 and sole breadwinner to a family of 8, had his cart confiscated by a policewoman. Wycliffe knew it was the kind of thing that happens every day in 100 towns and villages across Africa and the Middle East. Unless the man can pay a fine or afford a bribe, a family goes hungry. Bouazizi was different. Later that day, he poured lighter fuel on himself and set it ablaze. His death set off a chain of riots. It was already a decent-sized story for a country that, in international terms, produces very few. The BBC, short of experienced reporters who could be called on over Christmas, asked Wycliffe to cover the story as a freelance. While the terms were meagre, Foreign Assignments editor Hector Munro said Wycliffe would be foolish to turn it down. "Isn't it just what you wanted? Frontline Middle East reporting?" Wycliffe had no intention of turning it down. He relished an obscurity, which also kept him away from the British tabloid press. That worked fine until January, when the riots became so bad that the Tunisian government resigned. It was an unlikely turn of events. President Zine Ben Abdine Ben Ali was, after 23 years in power, one of the Arab world's most stable autocrats. After his resignation, there was revolution. Then riots spread to Egypt. Now, less than a month after all that, Wycliffe was in front of a camera again, in the middle of huge demonstrations in Cairo's Tahrir Square. Cairo, Sunday, January the 23rd, 2011. Tahrir is Arabic for liberation, and Tahrir Square is the stage on which the liberation of Egypt is played out by an increasingly broad array of Egyptian society. Nothing like this has been seen in Egypt for more than 30 years, since Hosni Mubarak came to power in this impoverished country of 80 million. Today, among these thousands of demonstrators, we have already seen bravery and brutality. Whether this turns into revolution, as was seen in Tunisia, or fizzles out, we do not yet know. But what we do know is that this is already the biggest challenge to the government here in a generation. Chris Wycliffe, BBC News, Tahrir Square.
Wycliffe pursed his lips and re-edited the text. The read-through was 40 seconds. It probably needed to come back to 30. Finally satisfied, he closed the document and answered the insistent ringing of his phone. It was Nimr Mustafa, Wycliffe's local fixer-cum-producer, and he was excited. It had taken more than 4 hours' gentle persuasion for Nimr to get the woman's agreement to have the BBC speak to her. It was tough. She didn't want her name used. She didn't want her imprisoned husband's name used, as he had been a known activist in the Muslim Brotherhood. She didn't want to travel from her home in the Cairo suburbs to the Cleopatra Tower Hotel, nor indeed to any other hotel. Now Chris Wycliffe sat patiently on the sofa in the woman's modest but comfortable home, while Mustafa, sunglasses perched on his head, tried his very best to reassure the woman that the BBC only wanted the world to know what she and others had endured. The woman was clearly devout. Her hijab was worn so tight that her forehead bulged beneath it. She could have been any age, between 25 and 40. The woman's teenage daughter, a pretty creature with intense dark eyes, sat holding her mother's hand as she relayed to Nimr the details of her abuse in the Interior Ministry building. Wycliffe didn't want to interrupt the flow by asking Nimr to translate, but he nodded his own head in encouragement and reassurance as she told her story, and found her making eye contact with him too, to reassure him that she was truthful and to assess the effect on him of her tale. In some way the words were superfluous. The woman's welling eyes and rapid hand movements were eloquent testimony to the horrors she had endured. After she had fallen silent, Mustafa rapidly summarized to him the details of her arrest at a demonstration by mothers and wives of prisoners. Her hours packed in a police van with 20 others, where the temperature was so high she and others had fainted. The refusal of the Mukhabarat to give her water, then the arrival at the ministry, the interrogation, which resulted in her being put in a solitary cell when her husband's name was discovered, and then her repeated violation by at least 3 officers over the course of 36 hours. Finally, a beating before she was released without charge.
"It's a chilling tale," Wycliffe said at last. "Can we corroborate any part of it?"
"Probably not. She's too ashamed to go to a doctor, but I believe her. You saw the tears."
"I've no doubt it's true, but we have to ask these questions. So is she prepared to go on camera?"
"No. She's absolutely terrified of being identified," Mustafa said. If she refused all filming, which Wycliffe knew was still possible, her experience would still make powerful radio, stripped of the gimmicks and trickery of TV. Either way, after the first 5 seconds, her words in Arabic would be faded out for the translation, which would carry the power of her experience through the voice of someone else. At least if she did refuse, he wouldn't have to do any cutaways, awful falsified shots which editors insisted on. A concerned-looking reporter nodding in apparent reaction to an interviewee's remarks, or even worse, actually asking questions. Cutaways were, in Wycliffe's view, the biggest lie in television, because they are always filmed afterwards. The reason for that was technical. With only one camera, you can't see both the interviewees' and the interviewers' faces simultaneously.
"Tell her what we can do," Wycliffe said. "We can film her from behind, wearing the hijab. Or we can film her in shadow profile, which would work best without the headscarf, frankly. We'd like to film her hands in full light. If we did that, she should remove any rings that could be used to identify her. If we can't get her to come to a hotel or studio, we need to anonymize her home. We can set up some curtains, but obviously any pictures or family photos need to be off-camera."
"Okay. Do we have a sample we could show her?"
"Maybe," Wycliffe said. "Preferably not some unintelligible Ulster supergrass from the 1980s. Tell her that she has my personal assurance that we will protect her anonymity."
The woman, whose name was Amina, had come through to the BBC via a local freelance reporter who had already written up a report for Al Aram, the only independent Egyptian newspaper. Even then, the details of the rapes were covered euphemistically, and her attackers were only mentioned as security force members. The newspaper knew where the limits were, and the reporter clearly felt the BBC could do more. He was right. Wycliffe knew that viewers and listeners across the world needed to feel the crimes of dictatorship. Totals of dead, injured, or arrested would never carry the impact of a single woman in tears, on camera, or the personalized description of a humiliation of womanhood. Dictatorship, after all, is the rape of civilized society, and this woman gave it a form that anyone could feel. Cairo, January the 28th, 2010. The morning after arrival in Cairo, and the stifling heat of room 416 of the hostel Budi Aswan was already gathering. Kat Quinlan, wearing only bra and pants, lay back on a greasy chair and fanned her face with a brochure offering felucca tours down the Nile. She was in a fix, one familiar to any journalist stuck in an unfamiliar place. Having written your story, how do you get it quickly to the editor who needs it when there are communication difficulties? Difficulties, in this case, meant the internet connection was down. It was only 10 a.m., but the tiredness and dislocation of the last 24 hours were beginning to kick in. Next door, through the plywood walls, she could hear an argument in Arabic over the sound of a TV. She turned up the fan to maximum. The whoomp, whoomp, whoomp drowned out the neighbours, but had no real effect on the enervating air. The low-ceilinged room was heavy with the smell of scorched dust and old socks, barely masked by the cloying reek of the strawberry-scented air freshener that the management had hung above the door. The windows seemed to be screwed shut to stop people getting in from the flat roof opposite, though one of the higher panes was cracked. The thin orange curtains kept out the full glare of the sun, but not the heat, which seemed to seep up from some echoing shaft which adjoined the tired and grubby bathroom. The luck of the Irish had been good until now. Rifat had been a star. He transferred her enough cash for the airfare and something towards the cost of hostel and food. He'd even provided Chris Wycliffe's personal email address. "Use it sparingly and don't ever say you got it from me," Rifat had warned. When she asked where Rifat had got it, he had replied, "From Michaela. On that day when you both got drunk. Don't you remember? I said I wanted to comment on a story he had written on the BBC website." She didn't recall that, but that didn't surprise her, given how incredibly inebriated she had been that day. Rifat had been sweet then to get them home, and he'd been sweet now too, giving her a mobile phone with heaps of credit, which was already set up for roaming in Egypt. But in the last email before she left, he was quite clear about what he wanted. "Use your charm to get close to Wycliffe. Be near the big story, and you might get hired. Don't go off on your own. It might be dangerous." Her emails to Wycliffe, however, went unanswered, and now she was unable to send any at all. She didn't know exactly where he was. She was still hoping to get a feature based on her brief foray into Tahrir Square last night, into The Observer. Moira, a college friend, was working as an editorial assistant there. Moira had promised that once Kat emailed the piece, she would ask if the news editor could use it. She'd have to get that in today, by lunchtime, London time, if she was to stand a chance. Cursing her idleness, Kat threw on a T-shirt and some shorts and went out to check the wireless modem, a dusty device dangling by a cable over the open-plan staircase. Down in the lobby, a fat, balding man was watching soccer on TV at the reception desk. She walked down to talk to him, appreciating the cool of the tiles under her bare feet. "Excuse me. No internet?" she asked. He barely looked up while shrugging. "Broken," he said, then pressed a thumb downwards. He had congealed egg yolk around his mouth. "I need to file a story to London. Is there an engineer coming? Do you know when it might be back up?" He turned to her, his bulbous eyes immediately flicking down to her breasts until she folded her arms across them. "It's quite important." He glanced back up at her, drew a hairy arm across his mouth as if he'd just been caught eating a forbidden food, and then pointed across the street. "Internet cafe. Round corner, go left," he barked. He'd already turned back to the TV. "Thanks a bunch, you old perv," Kat muttered. 2 minutes later, she was out exploring. The bustling street, noisy and dusty, was somehow much cooler than her room. Walking left from the hotel, she saw the internet cafe in an alleyway leading to a clothing market. The shutters were down and it was covered in graffiti. Kat sighed and looked around. On this shady side of the street were a series of stalls selling colourful washing baskets, clothes pegs, metal food containers, plumbing supplies, and a whole host of other household items. On the sun-baked far side of the road, beyond the stream of black and white taxis, was a mobile phone shop. The tinted glass doors of the shop opened into an air-conditioned coolness. A man in his late 20s with sleek hair, designer stubble, and soft leather jacket looked up from a magazine. "Salam," he said, unleashing a broad smile and pushing his sunglasses up onto his head. "Deutsche? Or English?"
"Irish, actually. I'm a journalist," she said, the phrase sweet and fulfilling on her tongue. "Look, can I ask you a favour?"
"Of course. My name is Khalil, and you are my friend."
"Well, that's sweet. I'm Kat Quinlan." She shook his hand. "I really need to use the internet now. I have my story on a data stick. It's urgent that I get it to London. Can I use your computer to send it?"
"Of course. You are my guest." Then he shrugged. "Except now I cannot help you because Mubarak has closed the internet and mobile phone system across Cairo."
"Why?"
"To stop demonstrators coordinating."
"They can't shut it for long, can they? The country will grind to a halt," she said.
"I don't think so. The Mukhabarat have their own radio network. The government usually use fixed-line phones. It's young against old, you know. Mubarak is 83, and he and his people have been running the country since before I was born. He was brought up in the age of papyrus. It's the youth of Egypt who have no jobs and no hopes. They are the mobile phone generation." Kat felt a surge of excitement. If she was having trouble getting a story out, then others would too. Besides, this was turning into something big. Really big. Something exciting. If the authorities were turning off the internet, they must be really worried. Two people, a tall, studious youth with spectacles and a woman in a headscarf, walked into the shop. "Salam, Khalil," they said. He waved in reply and then introduced Kat. They both gazed open-mouthed at the tall, copper-haired foreigner with her bare legs, bare arms, and visible curves, standing so close to Khalil. The woman, whose name was Basina, asked Khalil in Arabic if he was coming to Tahrir Square in the evening. "Duka is coming. Ahmed is coming, and both my cousins. Most people from class are coming too." She paused. "So who is your immodest friend with the crazy hair?" Khalil responded in English. "My friend here is a reporter," he said, proudly turning to Kat. "Oh, really? Then you are welcome to come with us," Basina said to Kat. "We are proud that you will cover our revolution." Then she took out her mobile phone and showed Quinlan a short and shaky video clip of a policeman with a riot shield dragging a girl by the arm. "This is my cousin," she said, with a hint of pride as well as anger. "She is now in jail, thanks to Mubarak. Come tonight to Tahrir. You can help us get justice." Quinlan felt almost dizzy with responsibility. "I'll do my best." They all agreed to meet at 6 p.m. in the lobby of Kat's hostel. "One more thing, my friend," Khalil said to her. "Please wear long trousers and running shoes tonight. Tear gas burns everywhere, not just your nose and eyes." "As a foreigner, you might be targeted by Mukhabarat too," Basina said. "You might be—" She turned to Khalil and asked a question in Arabic. Getting the answer, she added, "Defiled." In Arabic, she whispered to Khalil, "She must be careful. The beasts will be drawn to her like wolves to a lamb. Her skin is like fresh milk, sprinkled with cinnamon." He replied with a line from a famous Arabian poem, "Doves fly from her eyes with tidings of honey." Chapter 35. It was 3 p.m. Friday prayers were over, and Kat was nervously anticipating her rendezvous with Khalil, Basina, and their friends, prior to going to the demonstration. She breathed deeply and looked into the mirror. She had prepared as carefully as she could. She had taken all the advice on board and was wearing a long-sleeved cotton shirt, khaki combat-style trousers with numerous pockets, and running shoes with rubber soles. In a small backpack was a zip-up fleece in case the demo lasted into the evening and it got cold. She also had a bottle of water, a packet of dates, a notebook, several pens, a digital voice recorder, and a microphone with cable. In a side pocket was her anti-tear gas kit, a sealed Ziploc bag with a dozen makeup removal pads, damp with vinegar. In another side pocket was her special reserve of courage, a quarter bottle of scotch, bought in duty-free at Heathrow. Khalil had told her that Egypt had been run under a state of emergency throughout the rule of Mubarak. She knew that this wasn't going to be like protesting in London, where a right to a peaceful march had a centuries-long historical pedigree, and was now so routine that it was preceded by exhaustive preparatory meetings between police and organisers. This was different. In Egypt, all demonstrations were banned, all protest was banned. Elections were rigged, and the most coherent opposition group, the Muslim Brotherhood, was banned too. The police who enforced these bans had a well-deserved reputation for brutality. People disappeared all the time. You didn't have to be a demonstrator. You could be a journalist, a poet, an internet blogger, or a relative of an exile abroad. You could be dumped dead in the Nile, beaten up and left on the street, or anything in between. There was no redress. Courts routinely threw out complaints against the police, and lawyers who made them were vulnerable to detention too. So no one could know what would happen today. All the protests were organic, an impulsive, spontaneous gathering, marshalled on the fringes by mobile phone and internet, but which had no overall organisers. The experience was certainly going to be unpredictable and frightening. Now she had another moment of wondering why she was doing it, and why she was doing it this way. She reminded herself that there would be plenty of carefully coiffed Western journalists in Tahrir Square with their satellite uplinks, their video edit vans, their translators, producers, sound recordists and local fixers. Among them would be Chris Wycliffe, and she would keep her eyes peeled for him. All these reporters would be readily identifiable. Sure, they would get the big picture stories, and presumably the police wouldn't get in their way. What she wanted was the inside story. What was it actually like to be in the thick of a demonstration, with ordinary Egyptians, being pushed, being jostled, standing up against the might of an authoritarian state, being right at the cutting edge? If she played it right, it could make her name. Articles in The Observer, The Guardian, perhaps. If she was unlucky, she could be arrested. She tried not to think about what could happen then. The room phone rang. Her friends had arrived. She folded a black-and-white Palestinian kafaya over her hair to be less conspicuous, tying it under her chin as headscarf. There was obviously an art to this. She didn't look cool at all, just ridiculous, like some 1960s housewife. The phone rang again. "Coming!" she yelled, without picking it up. She picked up her bag and keys, then scampered down the stairs. Kat Quinlan heard Tahrir Square long before she saw it. After a long, slow and crowded bus ride, Kat, Khalil, Bassana and Tara and a dozen other students had emerged into the glare of streetlights at the Grand Al-Bustan Road. By 7:30 p.m., as a chill had begun to descend through the smog of Cairo's traffic fumes, they had walked past the Abdin Palace, heading towards the American University and the central bus station on the far side of Tahrir Square. When they emerged into Al-Tahrir, the main road leading to the square, they merged with hundreds of others walking in the same direction. Cairo's enterprise culture was there too. Ice cream vendors with bicycle carts, hot pastry sellers with trays, and small boys selling swimming goggles at what Bassana said was an outrageous price to protect against tear gas. Every kind of person was there. Most were young, westernized in appearance, but there were many young women wearing the hijab and older bearded men fresh from Friday prayers chanting the tabkir. Allahu Akbar, God is greatest. She was amazed that so many people had brought their children. Some were in pushchairs, others, with their faces painted with the red, white and black stripes of the Egyptian flag, sat on their father's shoulders. Ahead of them the road was lined on both sides by blue police buses, their windows covered in grills. Officers in riot gear, with helmets and batons, were standing in groups by the edge of the road. Some stared menacingly at the protesters. "Don't you think something exceptional is going to happen today?" Bassana said. Her hair was tightly covered by the hijab and her cheeks daubed with Egyptian flags. "Yes, I do. I'm actually a little frightened. I don't know what to expect," Kat replied. "If we stick together, we'll be all right," Khalil said. "If we see troublemakers, we should keep away." "Kat, this still isn't quite the Arab style. Bassiner said, reaching forward and again retying Kat's keffiyeh. The pace slowed to a crawl as more and more demonstrators gathered and became a pressing mass of bodies. From ahead of them, a tumultuous cry went up, like a cheer at a football stadium, that seemed to flow like a wave right down to them from the square.
"What are they shouting?" asked Kat. "Huria!" "It means freedom," Bassiner said. "Freedom for Egypt. Freedom for the people."
The rhythmic chant of Huria continued, and the group of students around them all joined in. Kat found she was chanting too, and as she did so, Bassiner felt for her hand and grasped it. In that brief clasp, Kat felt friendship, solidarity, and even sisterhood. She didn't think that she had ever felt so alive. There was a pinch point ahead, where police had barriers partly across the road. Demonstrators were being forced down a side street, away from the square. Thousands of people flowed like viscous liquid along the side street. Chants went up as demonstrators approached the police line. Hundreds of officers in riot gear were there. The crowd felt like a single powerful, sinuous creature, heart and lungs pulsing together, and utterly irresistible. 100 meters beyond, in the square itself, thousands of people were already assembling. The metallic boom of megaphones echoed from the buildings. One group waved Egyptian flags, and others had banners written in English, "Down with Mubarak," "Let us live," "Egypt equals freedom," and simply, "Facebook." Kat was then caught up in the crowd. Bodies pressed around her as they were swept remorselessly to the pinch point. She still had Bassiner's hand, but could no longer see her easily. Bodies pressed from behind, and her shoulders were lodged between two large men who were pushing her forward faster than she felt comfortable. Just 10 meters ahead and to the left, she glimpsed the crowd barrier, which was causing the congestion. It was in front of 2 police vans, and more than a dozen people were crushed against it. A small boy of perhaps 7 years had climbed up it and was crying frantically. A woman below him had her face squashed against the mesh. Hysterical screams could be heard, piercing the chanting that throbbed in her ears. Kat felt a rising sense of panic and the overpowering stink of sweat and fear. Suddenly Bassiner's hand was snatched away, and she could no longer see her or any of the group. She was swept past the pinch point towards the square. Over the next hour, she gradually worked her way through chanting crowds around the edge of the square. She posed for photographs with numerous Egyptian men, took pictures and video for an Asian couple from Colchester, talked politics with a Marxist called Michael from Cologne, exchanged pleasantries with an archaeology professor from Damascus, and had her face painted like a flag. Someone, she never saw who, groped her bottom. One restaurateur had driven his pickup truck into the square and was giving away delicious spicy pastries. A couple of Australian backpackers were drinking beer and offering swigs to passers-by, while dozens of demonstrators seemed to have bottles of freedom water, the product of some hurried but enterprising relabelling by a local shop. Right at the heart of the square, a large group of men were dancing around a boombox, on which Egyptian rock was blasting out, while a group of hijabbed women were chanting and clapping. It was 7:42 p.m. when the electricity went off. Chris Wycliffe groaned and swore. He was halfway through drafting his piece to camera, which he was due to deliver live at 8:08 p.m. Cairo time for the 6 o'clock news in London. He'd been drafted in an hour ago because Gerald Monaghan had to fly to Jordan, where thousands had gathered for demonstrations in Amman. Now he had no lights, no air conditioning, and since this morning still no internet or mobile phone signal. The laptop's own power supply would last maybe 30 minutes. London still didn't have his cue, which he had written earlier, and would now be getting agitated. Wycliffe felt his way to the bedside table, and scattering alarm clock, sunglasses and medications, felt for his head torch. He pulled it over his thick grey hair, turned it on and strode to the door. Outside in the corridor, a faint caramel light was seeping from the emergency lights on the ceiling. Further down the hall, someone was shining a torch at a box on the wall. Wycliffe recognized Dan Zersky, an AP photographer, usually based in Jerusalem.
"Cairo closed for business," Zersky said. "I was halfway through uploading 5 gigabytes of pics I got today to the satellite, and then my edit machine crashed when the power went."
"Bloody Mubarak."
Wycliffe squinted at his watch.
"I'm live from the square in 30 minutes. My feed's top news slot, and I'm not even sure that the sat truck can get through since they blocked the side road we normally use. I can't get hold of Nimmer."
"Do you have a sat phone I can use?" Zersky asked.
I lent mine to a freelancer from Belgrade this afternoon, and the asshole managed to get himself arrested with it on him. I need to find out what got through to the desk.
Sure, if you can wait. I'll be done in 40 minutes.
I'll have a cold beer waiting for you, Chris. Find me in the bar.
Okay.
Wycliffe retraced his steps and went back to his room. 7:51 p.m. There was no time to lose. Relieved to find the hotel phone still working, he rang London. The duty editor sounded strained and clipped, but took down by hand the 150-word cue that Wycliffe had written on his laptop, but was unable to send. That cue would be read out by the newsreader Sophie Rayworth tonight to introduce his report. This would be input into the BBC autocue system and appear on a screen beneath the rostrum camera. Then there would be 3 minutes of the footage shot from the roof earlier in the day, with Wycliffe's voiceover already overlaid in place of the natural sound. Finally, the studio would come back to him for the 2-minute live-action rant to camera against a background of demonstrators at exactly 8:08 p.m. Cairo time. Camerawoman Shami Shahwaz knocked on Wycliffe's door.
Nima's here. He's just run all the way upstairs because your phone was engaged. Are you ready?
Yep, just finishing up.
It was 7:56 p.m. Wycliffe looked up to see the breathless producer standing in the doorway.
Relieved to see you, Nimmer. We're beginning to cut it fine.
I know, Nimmer gasped, but it's crazy out there. The truck's a block further away than I wanted. But if you stand at the western edge of the square, we'll still get a good signal. I have to run back now to get set up.
Wycliffe was relieved. The sat truck system was entirely self-contained, radio, video feed and uplink all running off huge batteries. Shalwaz already had the camera on her shoulder and pointed out to the corridor.
Would you do the honours?
Wycliffe nodded and hefted the heavy telescopic tripod on his shoulder with practised ease. They took the stairs, passing the lift stuck on the 3rd floor. Street noise rattled around the stairs, even before they reached the lobby. The main hotel door was barricaded with furniture, and security staff were standing by. Dozens of protesters outside, some injured, were pleading to come in, banging on the windows. It was 7:59 p.m., and in 1 minute the BBC 6 o'clock news would start to roll. He needed to get outside so he could get a sat phone signal to talk to the gallery in London, where editors would be slotting in video feeds and getting a line to local producers. Shami was already fitting his radio mic and the battery pack on his waistband underneath his jacket at the back, but the protesters showed no sign of moving away from the door.
Is there another way out?
Wycliffe whispered to the doorman.
Yes, follow me.
The doorman led them rapidly downstairs, through the kitchens, past a storeroom, and to an emergency exit with a crush bar which led into the hotel's small underground car park. Wycliffe generously tipped the man and gave a curt thank you as they emerged into the chill evening air. 8:01 p.m. He already had London on rapid dial before they emerged into the clear sky. It was another 150 metres to the chosen location, and Wycliffe started a rapid conversation with the duty editor as he strode across the square. London was already running the queue, and they then had the 3 minutes of the recorded package before he was live on the bulletin. He fought the temptation to run. It would save him half a minute, assuming he didn't stumble, but there would be a cost. Nothing comes across worse on TV than a breathless, red-faced reporter. The breeze carried faint sounds of shouting and the tang of tear gas. Hundreds of demonstrators, many waving flags, with bandanas across their faces in the colours of the Egyptian flag, streamed across into the square. Some were running, others hurried along holding children in their arms or tugging them by the hand. Wycliffe and Shalwaz made their way against the flow of demonstrators to the western edge of the square. It was 8:05 p.m. Suddenly, Nimmer came through over Shalwaz's headphones, and she gave Wycliffe the thumbs up. 3 minutes to go. Shalwaz briefly abandoned her camera to stretch up and comb Wycliffe's hair, to straighten his jacket and straighten his shirt collar. Then it was back to the tripod, where she mimed the cues she was receiving over the headphones. 5 fingers. 4. 3. 2. And then she pointed at Wycliffe. Live.
The scene tonight in Tahrir Square is one of barely suppressed violence. Demonstrators, feeling the power they now possess, are pushing for the removal of President Mubarak and the quashing of the hereditary rule that he is trying to usher through for his son, Gamal. Mubarak himself, shocked by the nerve and indeed bravery of these peaceful protesters, must be wondering how the fear and intimidation of his 30-year rule has so quickly evaporated. Make no mistake, this is a trial of strength. On the one hand, the tough Egyptian police and the feared plainclothes Mukhabarat Secret Service men. On the other, ordinary Egyptians. Students, yes, but businessmen, housewives, and the unemployed are all finding common cause. By the end of tonight, we may know whether they will succeed. Chris Wycliffe, BBC News, Tahrir Square.
They finished the piece to camera just in time. A huge armoured car thundered past the satellite truck and up the street towards where they were standing. Wycliffe hefted the camera and tripod, and with Shalwas shrank into a doorway as the 8-wheeled Russian-built monstrosity rolled past them into the square, sending protesters scattering. It was followed by 2 police vans. Helmeted riot police spilled out of the rear doors, some armed with shotguns or stubby rifles, but most with batons. Whump! Whump! A series of tear gas grenades were fired. The projectiles described a lazy, smoky arc before crashing to the ground with a clang among protesters. People ran in all directions, and at least 4 lay on the ground. Now it was getting dark. Kat was getting concerned that she'd seen no sign of Khalil, Antara, nor Basina. The demonstration, which had been a festival until the light failed, was now turning ugly. Large groups of youths with scarves around their mouths were moving purposefully towards the far police line, some armed with stones. In the far distance, flames were leaping from 2 overturned police cars, and a phalanx of riot police were advancing across the square. There were repeated gunshots, and several tear gas grenades arced over the heads of the crowd, leaving zigzag trails of white smoke. Her fear was made flesh when she saw a group of protesters carrying a man with blood streaming down his face. It was Khalil.
Khalil! My God, what happened to you?
He was beaten by the police, one of the men said. Kat went with them to the Red Crescent dressing station, which now looked like a fully-fledged battle casualty station, with hundreds of injured. There were at least 3 bodies covered in sheets. The medics had no time to treat those with minor wounds, so, having secured antibiotic cream and bandages from a harried volunteer, Kat found herself bandaging Khalil's head. He was more concerned by his badly bruised hand, stamped on during the beating. The crowd around them was getting more restive, so Kat made a decision.
Let's get out of here. Come back with me to the dubious comforts of the Hotel Budi Aswan. I can look after you better there.
It was almost midnight when Kat and Khalil got there. The leering receptionist, still on duty, looked up from the football to give her a suspicious glance as she helped Khalil up the stairs. As soon as she shut the door, Kat sat Khalil on the bed and redressed his head wound. A huge bruise had split open the crusted cut.
You might be hurt somewhere else. Let's have your jacket and shirt off and I can take a look.
Khalil let her gently ease him out of his shirt. His well-muscled torso showed a couple of bruises but no cuts.
Let's check your legs.
Kat laid him flat on the bed, but he looked shocked when her hands went to his belt.
Didn't you ever play doctors and nurses when you were a kid?
She laughed. Once the package was wrapped and broadcast, Wycliffe managed to get to the hotel bar by 8:45 p.m. Zersky, as promised, was there, crammed in at a drink-laden table with half a dozen others, where BBC World Affairs editor John Simpson was telling an anecdote. Wycliffe, Guinness in hand, approached the group and saw that everyone, Simpson included, stopped talking to look in his direction. Not at him, but behind him. He turned to see a rather familiar, beautiful, dark-haired woman in a sharp grey business suit, set off by daringly orange shoes and matching earrings that only she could get away with. Tessina. Her smile seemed to light up the room. She winked at Wycliffe, but then walked past him to greet the others, many of whom seemed to know her. When the hugs and the air kisses had finished, she turned to him. Wycliffe kissed her on the cheek and said, "Taz, it's great to see you. I thought you weren't coming until next week."
It's a flying visit. I'm off to Tunis tonight.
Her huge almond eyes were almost amber in the subdued lighting of the bar.
But I have an ulterior motive. I've talked to the editorial board of ASB, and I think you might be interested in what they have to say. Let's have dinner.
She had booked a secluded table in the rooftop restaurant of the Grand Hotel. It was 4 or 5 blocks from Tahrir Square, close enough to get there quickly if required, but far enough away to mark a break from the mayhem of hourly news reportage. Jim Moore had been happy enough to take Wycliffe's late graveyard shift in exchange for his own early start the following day. As they arrived, Wycliffe couldn't resist looking at the Al Jazeera scrolling headlines showing on the muted TV in the lobby. Crowds, it seems, were marching on the headquarters of Mubarak's ruling National Democratic Party. Smoke was rising from the building. Wycliffe silently thanked Moore for his generosity.
"Come on, news junkie. Time to relax a bit," Tessina said,
seizing his arm and guiding him up the stairs and into the cool of the roof garden. The roar of Cairo's evening traffic was pierced by the ululation of police sirens and the screeching of tyres, but Wycliffe tried to ignore it as they studied the menu. Once they had shared a few sips of wine, she took an envelope from her bag.
"This is the offer. Better terms and universal business class travel. But we will need a decision soon. I want you to head up our coverage at Sharm."
In 6 weeks, Sharm el-Sheikh was going to host the most ambitious Middle East peace conference since Camp David in 1978. The Madrid Quartet, the UN, the EU, the US and Russia were all in line. Israel had agreed a temporary halt on settlement building in the occupied territories, and Hamas had agreed to put away its rocket launchers. Egypt, desperate to assert its traditional role as leader of the Arab peoples, wouldn't let the current turmoil in Tahrir Square derail it.
"I'm willing to give you the lion's share of the big interviews. You'd never get that chance at the BBC, so long as Gerald Monaghan's around."
"Don't I know it?" Wycliffe said. "Yes, I'm flattered. But this is a change after what you said in London."
"Well, I should have made allowances for the complexity of your life at that time," Tessina responded. "The BBC bomber and all that. You certainly make some tangles for yourself."
"Though I know you won't believe me, my intentions were entirely honourable," he laughed. "I did nothing other than try to help the girl."
Tessina smiled and took his hand.
"At the risk of loading even more onto your plate, I have a confession to make. Do you remember our weekend in Alexandria?"
"Could I ever forget?"
Wycliffe recalled the wonderful 4 days they spent together in February 1990 in the fading grandeur of the Cecil Hotel. They had made love almost continuously, it seemed, only breaking for meals. They had been precious moments, between him returning from South Africa from covering the release from prison of Nelson Mandela and starting a new assignment in the Balkans. For her, it was the last weekend before starting a job in Paris as a senior banking correspondent for a French magazine.
"So you remember when I told you I was pregnant, Chris? We talked about having the baby?"
"I remember. We were walking along the esplanade."
Wycliffe recalled that walk as if it was yesterday, from the site of the great library of Alexandria to the ruins of the lighthouse of Pharos. The last rays of the light catching Tessina's face, her hair billowing in the cooling Mediterranean breeze. She had never looked more beautiful. A stroll drenched in history, not only for where it was, but because it was the time when his dreams of being with her forever had started to crumble.
"I knew that you had a young child already, a wife back home," Tessina said. "I felt selfish asking you to be a father again. But I did want that baby."
"I know you did. I felt very guilty for what I said."
"For persuading me to have an abortion?"
"Yes, I still do. Especially not being able to be there in Beirut when you went into hospital."
The wistful, bittersweet memories of that moment were now enshrined in his heart, locked up but never forgotten. She said nothing for a long moment. He felt her assessing him somehow, as if making a decision.
"Chris, this is where the apology comes in," she said, taking both his hands in hers. "I've wanted to tell you this for many, many years. I never did have the abortion."
Wycliffe's mouth fell open, and a gasp escaped him.
"I couldn't face it, and I wanted to be a mother."
"What are you telling me?"
Wycliffe felt himself spinning out of control. She leaned across the table and whispered,
"I'm so sorry that I never told you, Chris. I had a little boy."
He watched as tears filled her eyes. His own tongue was thick with a knot of questions that he could not articulate.
"He is your son. Our son. His name is Rifat. And now he is a man."
Chapter 36. Wycliffe was reeling from the revelation. Tessina showed him some baby pictures on her phone, but confessed she didn't have anything more recent than his mid-teens. The pictures she showed were of a thin-faced teenager, with watchful eyes and a skin darker than either his or Tessina's. She explained that Rifat had, until he was 15, believed he was the child of her brother. When he was told the truth, he had become distressed. Of course, it was quite understandable that he had become quite unruly and downright rude at times. She blamed herself for all the lies she had been forced to tell, and said that his upbringing would never have been possible without the support of her long-suffering brother and his wives. She confessed she hadn't seen him herself for several years, after an unfortunate incident in Greece.
"He called me a whore," she whispered. "A sharmuta."
That must have been very upsetting.
"Yes. The thing is, Chris, that at some stage it is quite likely that Rifat may try to contact you."
Does he know I'm his father?
"No, I don't think so. I wouldn't tell him. But he's likely to make his own inquiries. He's extremely intelligent and very determined. I'm told he's already been through my brother's papers, including my letters to him. All I'm saying is that if he does contact you, try not to be shocked. Try to be accommodating. He's really quite devout, but underneath it I'm sure he's still as adorable as he was as a child."
As Wycliffe saw Tessina off into her taxi for the last flight to Tunis, he had a vision of himself meeting this young man and coming face to face with the tangled life of his earlier years. Having to tell Imogen, having to tell Michaela and Philip, and worst of all, having to diffuse whatever hostility that this young man might reasonably have against him. What had she said his name was? Yes, that's right. Rifat. January the 29th, 2011. It was 1:15 a.m. when Wycliffe awoke to the insistent ringing of the phone. He grabbed for it and pulled the receiver close to his head.
"Chris, it's Jim. Put the TV on. Mubarak has fired his cabinet. There seems to be a full-scale riot on Interior. I've got to go. I know the handover is at 6 a.m., but I'd appreciate being able to hand over to you an hour or so earlier."
He thanked Moore and assured him he would take over. Gunfire sounded sporadically far away, punctuating the distant lament of sirens. He had a headache and a sore throat. He'd finished off the bottle of wine after Tessina's departure, then, after an hour or two in the bar, came back to his room and managed 3 hours' sleep. Relieved that the electricity was back on, he turned on the TV. He watched CNN for the next hour until the power went off again, then, by the light of his head torch, reset his alarm, drained a bottle of mineral water, and tried to go back to sleep. Next time he awoke with a start to the sound of clattering, banging, and voices in the corridor. The TV standby wasn't on. The electricity must still be off. It was 2:37 a.m., and now he felt fully awake. He'd fallen asleep with the head torch on, and had a bruise on his ear where the plastic clip on the elastic had bitten. He wandered into the bathroom, where 2 small shiny brown cockroaches were contesting feeding rights on the bristles of his toothbrush. They fled, on a well-practiced route, under the wash basin as he approached. Wycliffe rubbed some paste into the brush, cleaned it with his hand under the tap for a few seconds, then began to vigorously clean his teeth. 3 minutes later he was dressed and ready to go out. He checked his mobile and found there was no signal. Not the first time. He considered knocking on Shami's door, but thought better of it. There was supposed to be a relief crew coming in from London tomorrow, and she needed the sleep after today's ruckus. Tonight's reconnaissance he could manage with his digital recorder and a notepad. It would be perfect for radio. His old colleagues at Radio 4 hadn't stopped badgering him for material since the moment he'd arrived in Cairo. Now was the chance to get them what they wanted. The hotel already had a subdued level of activity, and Wycliffe felt the familiar fluttering elation that came with being close to a big news story. Someone was lying snoring on a couch at the end of the corridor with a camera bag for a pillow. The lift was jammed with open doors. 2 French journalists he vaguely recognized were talking loudly and smoking in the emergency stairwell. In the lobby downstairs, a bloodied CBS cameraman was telling a group of reporters about the brutality of the Egyptian police. His audience, a scruffy mixture of journalists, production staff, and hangers-on, alternated between listening to him and watching live TV footage of the riots on Al Jazeera. The grand windows in the entrance were now reinforced with plywood, and the revolving doors were taped off and blocked with bar stools. Two security men with long boots, trousers tucked in, were standing nearby talking into their radios. Wycliffe showed them his BBC pass and explained he would be going out. They led him on the now familiar route through the underground car park. They wished him good luck. It was 3:04 a.m. Kat awoke with a start to the sound of a distant gunshot. It was 3:15 a.m. Khalil was lying unconscious, face down and breathing noisily in the bed beside her. In the pale light from the street, his exposed side and tight-muscled bum was a sculpture of polished mahogany, forested with a fine mat of hairs. His dark head, cradled in his own forearm, mouth distorted, exposed an armpit. She smiled at him as she dressed rapidly. There was action out there on the streets, and she needed to witness it. She wrote him a quick note, closed the door quietly, and slipped out onto the streets of Cairo, heading for Tahrir Square. Wycliffe exited the hotel into a stream of people, many bearing flags, some with faces painted, walking towards Tahrir Square. White military flares high above brilliantly compensated for the lack of street lighting, but smoke drifting across from the west softened the sharp shadows across the square. In the far distance was a line of riot police, and the occasional crash and whoomp of a Molotov cocktail making an impact. The sour tang of tear gas hung in the air. There was a cacophony of firing somewhere beyond, and lines of olive-green military vehicles in the surrounding streets. It was only 2 minutes before he found a victim of the violence. A group of student-age men in jeans and T-shirts were attempting to use a homemade Egyptian flag to half-drag, half-carry a heavily built male colleague towards an ambulance 100 meters away. Their movement was marked by a long, rough crimson smear across the square. 2 others were running behind, taking mobile phone pictures. Wycliffe couldn't help wishing Shami Shalwaz was with him. The flag, draped in blood, would make terrific symbolic footage. As Wycliffe caught up to them, he introduced himself and asked what had happened. One of the men, a stocky fellow with a burgeoning moustache, said that the victim had been shot by police from the rooftops. They all pointed towards a 5-story building, which they said snipers were using. As if to emphasize the point, a shot rang out, kicking up splinters of stone nearby. They all ran as best they could to the ambulance, parked beyond a concrete fountain and bollards. One of the young men tripped, smashing his leg painfully into a bollard. Wycliffe helped him to his feet and took over carrying the wounded man, who had one arm across his face and was moaning. Wycliffe clicked his digital voice recorder, hoping the mobile phone-sized Olympus would capture the urgency and rising panic amongst the frightened young men. He voiced over a breathless narrative, describing their gradual approach to a row of ambulances, which already had a crowd milling around them. When they arrived, a fierce argument began in Arabic between the paramedics and the protesters. Wycliffe asked a bespectacled young woman in a headscarf what was happening. "They say all ambulances are reserved for injured police, not protesters." She paused to shout at one of the officials standing nearby. Someone behind Wycliffe threw a shoe, which hit the ambulance door. The young men gradually forced their way into the vehicle and manhandled their comrade aboard. In the cold light of the vehicle, his wounds looked awful, clearly some deep chest and abdominal wounds. Fresh red blood was trickling down his nose and lips, contrasting with the thick dark liquid which had congealed across his chest. He was racked by a brief cough and spattered everyone with fine bloody droplets. One paramedic then said that the ambulance was defective, as the doors had been damaged in a collision and couldn't be closed. The argument continued. Finally, one of the paramedics relented and radioed ahead. The vehicle started up and set off with both doors still open and banging. 2 more young men forced their way into the doorway. Someone else was running too, shouting. Wycliffe peered out and saw a tall Western woman in a badly tied keffiyeh racing after them. "I'm a reporter, let me on!" He leant out and, with the help of 2 others, pulled Kat Quinlan aboard. "Jesus, I thought I was going to have a heart attack."
"Good job you're in an ambulance, then," Wycliffe responded.
"Good to finally meet you, Chris," she gasped. "I've been trying to track you down all over."
"So I noticed. My junk mail is full of your attempts. Well, now you've managed it. Full marks for energy and determination, Catherine."
"Call me Kat. So we're off to the hospital, then?"
she said, her eyes wide in excitement. Wycliffe sighed.
"One would imagine, but in Cairo, who knows?"
It was a tight squeeze inside. 4 men, 2 women, the injured man, 1 very harried paramedic, a BBC reporter, and now Cat Quinlan. At the first corner, a sharp lurch led to 1 man who had been riding shotgun on the rear step, falling off into the road. 2 runnels of blood from beneath the gurney raced to the open back doors, through which one of the protesters waved to his recently lost friend.
"He's okay. He's up,"
Wycliffe said.
"Time to close the doors before we're all bouncing out on our asses," she said.
"We've tried. The catches are bent."
Wycliffe watched the bloody runnels reverse as the ambulance braked sharply, and soon the entire floor was smeared. Over the wail of the siren, a bellowing argument continued between the paramedic, attempting to insert an IV into the patient, and 2 of the protesters, who were bracing against the gurney to avoid falling. One crying woman was holding the hand of the injured man and attempting to mop up the blood which continued to ooze from his chest. Wycliffe had a tenuous grip with one hand on a window frame, and with the other keeping a good grip on the Olympus. The ambulance turned sharp left, braked, and the doors slammed shut, then open again. Cat was thrown against Wycliffe's midriff.
"Oh, my God. This is like a Saturday night taxi in Cork,"
she giggled, her arms locked around Wycliffe's waist, her blue eyes looking up into his.
"But surely we'd be pissed,"
said Wycliffe, gently turning from her embrace and clicked the recorder.
"I'm trying to record, so if you don't mind."
Cat pressed a finger to her lips in mock guilt as Wycliffe began to intone.
"Demonstrators come to Tahrir Square in their tens of thousands. They're injured in their hundreds, but only the lucky few find an ambulance. This one is taking a badly injured demonstrator to hospital, a man called Mustafa, who is fighting for his life. He seems to have a gunshot wound and is bleeding badly from—"
The truck braked again. Cat slipped on the bloody floor and clashed her head painfully with Wycliffe's mouth. The recorder fell from his hand and under the gurney, and somehow ricocheted out the back of the truck and onto the road.
"Whoops,"
said Cat.
"Christ on a bike!"
yelled Wycliffe, holding his aching teeth and watching the silver dot on the road recede.
"That's everything from our own correspondent."
"Well, it's a long way from anyone's correspondent now, to be sure."
Cat fished in her pocket and brought out her own Olympus, a newer and smaller model.
"You can use mine,"
she said brightly.
"How kind," he said through gritted teeth. "But I think we've missed the moment somehow."
The road became smoother for a while with fewer turns, but then the ambulance came to a dead stop.
"Are we at the hospital?"
Wycliffe asked. The paramedic looked through the window to the cab and shook his head.
"Police."
The ambulance was directed to a different location and shadowed by an unmarked van driven by plainclothes officers. The dreaded Mukhabarat. The convoy drove for an hour into a quieter area of Cairo, fear gradually seeping into the bones of all on board. They arrived inside a wire-fenced compound. Before anyone could get out, the back door was opened and a canister fired inside. The fizzing metal projectile poured caustic burning white smoke. Women screamed, men gasped. Wycliffe, blinded and unable to breathe, tried to push open the doors, but they were held shut from outside. Just as suffocation threatened, the doors opened and everyone was roughly pulled out. Blinded by burning tears, he heard the unmistakable sounds of beatings, implosive breaths and cries of pain. Cat screamed somewhere close by. After a minute he was pulled to his feet and shoved and jostled into a building, his hands cuffed tightly behind his back. He was separated from the others and his pockets emptied. Wallet, phone, watch, everything was taken. The concrete floor of a hot, airless cell came up, smack, to meet him. He spent the next 15 minutes retching and trying to clear the tears from his vision. The cell was windowless, blank and grey with a recessed fluorescent light, no bed and no blanket. An old bloodstain in one quarter, and some scratched Arabic graffiti were the only marks of humanity. He could no longer hear Cat. Stupidly, he felt responsible for her safety. Even though she was clearly a thrill-seeker, there was no knowing what might happen to her here. He desperately wanted to wipe his burning eyes, but with his arms behind his back he was almost helpless. Lying retching on the floor, he recalled the last time such a thing had happened. It was during a BBC course he had been forced to go on before being considered for Middle East assignment. HEFAT, Hostile Environment and First Aid Training, was a 6-day residential course run in a piss-poor hotel with no beer on the edges of Hereford and led by former Royal Marines and SAS sadists. He recalled during the anti-rape role-play, where he was playing an Afghan tribesman,
He was energetically kneed in the groin by a woman from the BBC Urdu service who was about to go out to the tribal areas of Pakistan. 6 days of no beer and bruised bollocks. At least in Cairo he'd managed to protect his balls. Morning came, cold, noisy, and early in the detention centre. The sound of rhythmic screams, both men and women being beaten, had haunted the night, echoing down the corridors, making true sleep impossible. Wycliffe was now sharing the cell with 5 others, all Egyptian men who had been thrown in at various times during the night. 2 were impassive, middle-aged members of the Muslim Brotherhood, and 3 were young men in their 20s, each of whom had been far more badly beaten than he. They lay like sardines on the cold floor, trying to get some sleep. One of them had a serious head injury that was still wet with blood, and moaned softly all night. By the smell, someone had fouled themselves. At some point the door was unlocked, and 2 officers called Wycliffe's name. When they pulled him out, his legs were so numb that he could hardly stand. They yanked his handcuffed arms high, sending shockwaves of pain into his shoulders, then pulled his jacket up and over his face so he could see nothing but the floor.
"I'm a BBC journalist, officially accredited with the Interior Ministry, and I demand to be released. You are also holding a young woman whose name is Catherine Quinlan, an Irish citizen who—" The shriek of duct tape and the binding of his mouth stilled his words. After being bundled along several corridors and dragged up a set of steps, he was deposited in a brightly lit room. Several voices, the smell of tobacco. He was placed on a metal chair, and his plastic handcuffs were released and then reconnected over a metal bar high on the chair back. Only by leaning far forward on the chair could he relieve the pressure. Finally, the jacket was pulled back down and he could see. He was at a desk, behind which were 2 plainclothes mukhabarat smoking. 2 uniformed officers stood to attention behind them. To his left, Wycliffe could see Cat Quinlan, also handcuffed to her chair and shaking with muffled sobs. Part of her hair was matted with blood. One of the mukhabarat, a fat man with a thin moustache, signalled to a guard. The tape was torn off his mouth, along with what felt like a significant chunk of his beard. Cat's mouth was also unleashed, allowing a torrent of angry invective to pour out. The fat man read from a clipboard in front of him. "Christopher Hugh Wycliffe, UK citizen, yes? And Catherine Mary Quinlan of the Republic of Ireland."
"Yes,"
Cat murmured. "You cannot detain," Wycliffe started. "We can do exactly what we please, Mr. Wycliffe, I assure you. Egypt, as you know, is run under emergency powers to tackle dissent, to curb revolutionary ideas and dangerous religious extremism. We act in the interests of stability and calm. You, it seems, act as a provocateur of chaos and disorder. Now, if you answer my questions, it will be quicker and easier for you both," he said. "First, we have established that you are a journalist, Mr. Wycliffe, but that this young woman is not."
"Yes, I am," Cat said softly. "I work for the Observer."
"Then why are you not on that newspaper's accreditation list, which I have right here in front of me? Why don't you have a journalist identity card from the Ministry of the Interior? Why don't you have any of the usual identification that we expect?" "She's just a freelancer," Wycliffe said. "Starting out. I'm sure it was just a well-intentioned piece of initiative on her part." "And you?" the fat officer said, wiping his forearm noisily under his wide nose. "Why were you involved in the hijacking of a reserved ambulance?" "I played no part in any hijack. I was merely trying to follow the story of a man wounded in Tahrir Square from the place of injury right through to what I hoped would be medical care." "This man, in the ambulance, he was a troublemaker. You were mistaken in thinking him an innocent protester." "Well, if I can see him to verify—" "That is not possible, unfortunately. His injuries were quite severe. There has been an unfortunate outcome."
The second officer, younger but stern-faced, got up and showed them both a sheaf of Arabic documents. "You must sign these before being released."
"Not unless I get a translation," Wycliffe said.
"It's very simple. That you were treated well after your arrest, and in the case of the young lady, that she also agrees she was not raped by police officers of the Egyptian state." Wycliffe looked at her.
"Cat, what happened?"
"Some woman doctor inspected me, internally. Said it was a virginity test. I don't think I passed on that score. But I wasn't raped, thank God.
This whole thing is an outrage, Wycliffe roared. You have not heard the last of this.
The fat officer stood up and walked right up to Wycliffe, and then bent down until their faces were very close.
Don't threaten me. BBC or no BBC, we have dealt with more powerful people than you, I can assure you. The Western Desert is a big place. Your body would never be found.
The officers left, but it was only when tea and sweets were brought in an hour later that Wycliffe knew for certain they were going to be released. The interrogators had been replaced by a uniformed officer, a tall, thin police inspector, who undid their handcuffs and apologized for their detention. But the documents, he insisted, still had to be signed before they were released. They both signed. Their possessions, all carefully inventoried, were returned to them.
You know that compared to others you have been treated very kindly here, the officer said.
Wycliffe grunted.
A lesser cruelty is not the same as kindness.
When he emerged, squinting into the sun, his wrists grazed and sore, it was to see Fixer, Nimmer Mustafa, and camerawoman Shami Shalwaz waiting by the BBC car.
I'm so glad to see you, said Shalwaz. Why didn't you let either of us know you were going out last night?
I thought I was only going out for a few minutes, Wycliffe said, to get some sound background for Radio 4. I thought you'd be fast asleep. It took ages to locate you in the police system, Nimmer said. So many people have been arrested.
After the introductions were over, Wycliffe and Kat Quinlan inspected their injuries. Wycliffe's biggest and most painful bruises were on his jaw. Kat had a nasty cut on her scalp from being dragged into a cell door. Wycliffe invited Kat to join him for a lunch at his hotel. Shami and Nimmer went to rejoin Jim Moore, who was preparing for the next piece to camera for the BBC's 1 o'clock Sunday news.
So did you fund yourself to come out here?
Wycliffe asked Kat, as they sat sharing the Egyptian national dish, a hearty plate of spicy broad beans known as fowl, but pronounced fool.
Yes,
Kat said, nervously deciding to keep all mention of Rifat's money out of it.
I've got a massive overdraft, but I really want to get into foreign reporting.
And is the Observer really taking your pieces?
Well, probably not. I've sent the first one, and I need to get this one finished too. If the internet wasn't still down, I'd know by now. Any idea when it is due back on?
I'm afraid not. With the satellite truck, we can manage without, but I expect it's a real pain for you.
Kat looked out of the window, wondering how to phrase the idea that was coming into her head.
Chris, may I ask a favour? I'm feeling a bit nervous about my hotel. I'm the only Westerner staying there, and the cops have now got my room number and everything. Would it be okay if I came and crashed on your floor? I've got a sleeping bag. I'll be as quiet as a mouse, and I won't bother you at all. I promise.
You won't bother me? He laughed. That's the most outrageous lie I've ever heard, and I've seen some, believe me. It won't just be the room. It will be, hey, Chris, can I use the satellite internet link to upload my story? Or, hey, Chris, can I borrow your laptop? Maybe it will be, hey, Chris, is it okay if my boyfriend crashes over as well? I have to say, you're not short on nerve, young lady, are you?
Kat grinned and shot him her most winning smile, batting her eyelashes theatrically at him.
Pretty please, Mr. Important BBC man. I'm a poor, helpless damsel in distress.
There's nothing poor or helpless about you, he said, looking sceptically at her. Well, all right, he sighed, but no boyfriends. No pestering me for technical help. If you want to borrow some kit, charm your way into some other hearts. The hotel's full of journalists. You won't need a spare sleeping bag, by the way. There are 2 beds.
Chapter 37. When Rifat logged on to his laptop on Tuesday morning, February the 2nd, he had some good news. The GPS signal from Kat's phone was active again, having been down for several days. The signal showed her to be in central Cairo, on the edge of Tahrir Square, the Hotel Cleopatra, according to Google Maps. She sent him an email saying that she had now tracked down Chris Wycliffe and was staying in his room. In his room? Rifat was amazed. He had been unable to get close to Wycliffe, yet here was this student girl who had managed to charm her way into his hotel room. Was she using sex? From what he had seen of Catherine Quinlan and the thinly veiled invitation she had given him, The girl had no more regard for the jewel of her womanhood than a rutting animal does. But it showed once again the wisdom of Irfan Tiwana. The Imam had said the guile of women can achieve much that a legion of jihadis cannot. He was right. Tonoli had his flight booked to Egypt. A suitable hospital had been located, though unfortunately not in Cairo. With a little help from Yemen, he could now put the next phase of the plan into operation. Khalidar Tonoli had been in Egypt just 4 hours, and his sense of foreboding had gradually grown minute by minute. He had left the cool, clean and ordered British Airways business-class cabin, and by degrees had sunk into the chaos of Cairo. The pot-bellied driver who met Tonoli at arrivals had a card with a badly spelled version of his name. With his stained shirt, cheap sandals and copious cologne, he seemed more like a seller of tourist tat than the well-connected fixer he had been promised. The driver hurled them both out into Cairo's traffic, one languid arm dangling out of the window, while bellowing an impromptu tourist voiceover. They were held up in the heat by endless roadworks on the highway to Alexandria, while the car's gutless air conditioning was incapable of shaving even a degree off the desert heat. Finally they had reached their destination, and the cardiac consultant's foreboding lurched down into horror. Rifat had promised him a top-quality facility in an Egyptian teaching hospital, but as they drove into the litter-strewn grounds of the El Walid Psychiatric Hospital, he knew that he would be disappointed. The hospital wing had in theory been mothballed 5 years ago, but in fact all the equipment was at least 30 years out of date. There were signs of cockroach infestation in the theatre, and the sterilization oven didn't appear to work. He'd been given enough cash to get a few vital supplies, but still no self-respecting doctor could work from such facilities. But then he was no longer a self-respecting doctor. Cairo, February the 4th, 2011. Kat was sitting drinking a coffee in the Grand Lounge on the mezzanine balcony of the Cleopatra Hotel, feeling quite pleased with herself. She had just been out alongside a BBC crew to cover an enormous peaceful rally in the square, in which demonstrators had demanded that Mubarak, having sacked his ministers, resign too. It was the first time that she felt she had done a proper, balanced and professional reporting job, without fearing for her own safety. Now she was typing it up on her laptop, having included TV reports just coming in of an attack on the Al Jazeera TV offices in Cairo, blamed on government thugs. She'd been sleeping in Wycliffe's room for 2 days. She'd been hanging round with journalists and photographers day and night. Her meals had been added to Chris Wycliffe's bill. The BBC's John Simpson had bought her a drink. She had her eye on Christian, a dishy French freelance photographer with dark wavy hair and a knowing smile, who had shared a sandwich with her when they were watching a late-night demonstration from the hotel balcony. She had finally obtained proper Interior Ministry accreditation, thanks to Chris Wycliffe's intervention. That was the good news. The bad news was that the Observer had not used either of the stories she had sent in, though she had received a vaguely encouraging email from the Deputy Foreign News Editor. All in all, it could have been a lot worse. Chris Wycliffe burst into her reverie. "Come on, get your laptop, we're off to Alexandria." "Why?" "No doubt the name Anwar al-Awlaki is known to you." It wasn't a question. Wycliffe had already started to shepherd her to the lift. The name sounded familiar, but she couldn't for the life of her recall who he was. "Awlaki is the leader of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. He's also known as Abu Qadir. Probably the most elusive and dangerous terrorist on the planet, after Osama bin Laden himself. He's thought to have been the guiding spirit for the September the 11th hijackers while they were in the US learning how to fly airliners. Did you realize Awlaki is the only American citizen in history for whom a US president has ever signed an official and public assassination order?"
And is he in Alexandria, then?
No. Well, I'd be very surprised, but according to a trusted source in Yemen, one of his associates is. He has slipped out of the country into Egypt and wants to negotiate safe passage to the west. I've been offered exclusive access.
Sounds good.
Good? It could be the scoop of my career. This fellow was the chief personal bodyguard of al-Awlaki for over 10 years, and would know everything about him. We're meeting him just outside Alexandria at 8 p.m.
Why me?
Well, he laughed, everyone else is busy. and there is just a chance this is a wild goose chase. Don't be offended, but you're here to take turns on the driving. If they ask, you're my assistant. Do not, for God's sake, let slip that you are a journalist. The deal was me only, but just to sit in should be invaluable experience.
The Cairo to Alexandria Desert Highway runs from the Ring Road at Giza, on the western edge of the metropolis, for 220 kilometres northwest to the Mediterranean coast. The car, a modern Toyota saloon that fixer Nimmer had organised for them, was already eating up the road. Foot to the floor, Wycliffe reckoned they could make it by 7:30 p.m., less than 3 hours. The car radio had BBC World Service, good old Nimmer for checking, and he was able to keep an ear to developments. They weren't good. 5 people had been killed in Tahrir Square during the day, shot by government forces. Demonstrators were still camped out in the square, in what was being dubbed the Day of Departure. No one knew if Mubarak could hold on, with cracks already appearing in his coalition, and the vice president reportedly beginning talks with the opposition Muslim Brotherhood. Wycliffe gunned the car past a series of slow, fume-belching trucks. Kat was looking at GPS maps on her phone. She had also been trying to get a line for the internet, which had worked well enough within a half hour of Cairo, but coverage now was very patchy. Then, as they were passing through a dusty and dirty town called Kafr el-Kamal, the signal kicked in. A new email popped into her inbox. It was from Rifat. Dear Catherine, where are you at the moment? Are you still in contact with Mr. W? Ah. Kat started to tap out a response. Chris turned to her.
I wouldn't let anyone know about this, you know. Not a word.
I won't. I'm not an idiot.
She continued to tap away and hurried to finish her reply before the brief bubble of internet connectivity was lost.
He's sitting here right next to me. We're driving to Alexandria. Big scoop on the go. Hush, hush. Love, Cat. Kiss, kiss, kiss. P.S. Can I have some more money?
It was shortly after 7 and dark as they approached Alexandria. With Kat now driving, Wycliffe checked the directions he had been given. It was impossible to miss the garishly lit Walid Discount Supercentre, and as instructed, directed Kat to the left immediately after it. They found themselves heading down a darkened side road. At the end was a parking lot with a single diesel pump. Opposite it was a small dimly lit cafe with a bare earth yard enclosed within a chain-link fence, on which trailed Christmas lights and Egyptian flag bunting. Beyond were dozens of red and white plastic chairs grouped around metal tables. There were 2 men sitting at one table, the only people in the place. Wycliffe got out, urged Kat to remain, and went over to greet them. A moment later he called Kat over. The 2 men were the cafe owner, Mahmoud, and Khalid, the intermediary Wycliffe had been told about. After brief introductions, Khalid said he was going to fetch the Al-Qaeda man and would be about an hour. In the meantime, the owner offered them delicious samosas.
No charge, he said, and you must also join me for some of my special arak.
While Wycliffe sipped the fiery drink, he checked emails on his phone.
Aha!
What is it?
Fantastic news, Cap. I'm more than halfway to proving that Kantara couldn't have been the bomber. 2 months ago, I commissioned a voice analysis of her supposed suicide videotape. Here are the results.
Dear Mr. Wycliffe, you asked me 2 questions. 1, where exactly did this person come from? 2, was this a pure white British accent, or were there tones of any Asian or Middle Eastern voice in it? I have listened to the tape many times. The technical analysis of voice components, such as monophthongs, diphthongs, plosives, and fricatives, is in the attached PDF, but the answers are essentially straightforward. 1, the voice on the tape is of a young woman who was brought up at least until the age of 15 in Thackley, a suburb of Bradford, and I would give a 75% probability that her home lay within the Western BD10 postcode areas, delineated by 8SY, 8LU, 9PJ, and 8YU. 2. There are some very nuanced Asian diphthongs, which indicates some considerable time, probably post-18, spent with an Urdu speaker. This person was influential enough that she imprinted certain aspects of his speech. I would work on the assumption that they have had a relationship. However, in my considered opinion, it does not reach deeply enough to indicate that she is of part Pakistani origin. My view is that she was white British at birth. Sincerely, Dr. Eileen Sutton, Sheffield University. Wow. Can she really be so sure? Kat said. Who is Dr. Sutton?
She's a sociolinguistics expert who made a name analysing bomb threat recordings by the IRA. She's the best in the business. She was so effective that she had her name removed from all official reports for her own protection. The BBC had used her for Crime Watch, too. She reckons to be able to place an accent within a 5-mile radius, or 2 miles in Northern Ireland.
So what's next?
I'm paying the BBC security consultant Peter Hook to do some private detective work. He's drawn up a list of UK missing persons, females, aged 20 to 35, brought up in Yorkshire, missing for 5 years or less. There are 70 names on it. Now I'll be able to narrow it down even more to a particular Bradford suburb.
Must be costing you a fair bit.
I don't even think about it. But it's not about money.
He shook his head. Kat watched Wycliffe's face.
You're going to a lot of trouble to clear the name of someone who's dead?
His eyes flashed.
We don't know she's dead. Not for sure.
She looked at him steadily until he looked away.
Chris, you really do love her, don't you?
He blew a sigh and inclined his head towards the cafe.
Let's see if this lad'll let me pay the bill. I'll not have another glass of that arrack. It's given me a splitting headache.
When he stood, she saw a Chris Wycliffe who was somehow older, less substantial, a man diminished and weighed by doubts. No sooner had he emerged from the cafe, he tottered slightly, and then collapsed. Book 7. Chapter 38, London, February the 9th, 2011. Chris Wycliffe was standing in the book-lined private waiting room of Dr. Ian Muir of Harley Street, squinting into his iPhone. The scoop, if that's what it was, had never emerged. If the Al-Qaeda bodyguard had actually been there, he had certainly got cold feet. His trusted source in Yemen wasn't returning calls. Pondering this, Wycliffe was called in to see the doctor. Dr. Muir, whom he had known since going up to Oxford, was already on his feet and shook him warmly by the hand. "Hello, Chris, good to see you. Been in the wars again, I gather. Not friendly fire this time, I hope?"
No, Ian. Just a bit of a check-up while I'm on a flying visit. As I said in my phone message, I had a suspected heart attack in Egypt last week. As it happens, it wasn't, just some rhythm disturbance. Had a pacemaker fitted. I thought I'd get you to give me the once-over before I fly back out.
Dr. Muir looked at Wycliffe over the top of his spectacles. "The BBC has sent me copies of the hospital paperwork and all the tests. We've got BNP test, ECG result, echocardiogram. On a quick peek, nothing looks bad, I have to say. But there's one thing I need from you, and that's the pacemaker identification card." Wycliffe handed over the credit card-sized piece of plastic. Don't know this one at all. Is there a remote control?"
No.
The doctor then unfolded the product information sheet. This really is new to me. Not much of an authority on Russian devices, to be honest. Let's take a look. Perhaps you could pop your shirt off for me?" Wycliffe slid his tie off and undid his shirt. The doctor's eyes briefly scanned the broad, once muscular expanse of Wycliffe's chest. The dark curly hair had mostly turned to grey, except one area of stubbly regrowth on his stomach, where a livid 5-inch horizontal scar could still be seen. "Well, that's really something," Muir said.
Not the usual place for a pacemaker, is it? Wycliffe said. I've been told they put it there because they had to do some exploratory heart surgery anyway.
It used to be standard. Back in the very early days of pacemaker surgery, the devices were so large that they created subcutaneous epigastric pockets to hold them. These days they pop 'em in here, he said, tapping Wycliffe's chest, halfway between collarbone and nipple. They're barely half the size of a credit card, though a bit thicker. Of course, what you've got is something much older, much more Soviet. Quite old, I shouldn't be surprised.
Old, said Wycliffe. The bugger better do its job. Has been so far, otherwise I wouldn't be here.
May I? Dr. Muir palpitated around the edge of the scar, pressing to find the edge of the implanted device. There's a hard nodule quite near the surface. Any soreness? Wycliffe twitched slightly.
Yes, a bit. Hurt like hell for the first 2 days. It's much better now.
Yes.
There's inevitably quite a lot of trauma, bruising, especially with a device this size and weight. Fortunately, we've developed a fair bit of flesh down there from all those press lunches, haven't we?" He smiled indulgently. "Your frame doesn't really have any difficulty carrying it. In fact, it barely raised the flesh at all. Very little scarring. It's quite a neat job."
I have to say that I couldn't care less about the scar. If it wasn't for the medical stuff in Egypt, I don't think I'd be here today.
Muir pursed his lips. "At some convenient point in the future, we might want to swap this old device out and get something a little more compact in there."
What I really need to know is what the implications are for travel and getting back to work.
Well, naturally, I would recommend rest, but I'm sure you will ignore me, as you always do. But can I make a plea? Steer clear of high-risk reporting for now. That would be unwise. No unnecessary stress.
I'm a journalist, Ian. Stress is what I do. It comes with the territory.
Yes, of course. But I'm sure the Beeb will be wise enough to put you back behind a desk, at least for now.
Well, I left the BBC last week. I'm just starting a new job tomorrow, with Arab Satellite Broadcasting.
So you'll be spending a lot of time in the Middle East?
Yes, but things shouldn't be too bad. I'm heading up the coverage of the Middle East Peace Conference starting on Friday in Sharm el-Sheikh. After that, I promise I will take a long holiday. But it's this conference that is the big deal. All the bigwigs will be there, and plenty of sharp-elbowed journalists.
Muir pursed his lips. Well, knowing that you're going to do what you want anyway, I'd just say be sensible. Keep off the booze, take modest exercise little and often, and get plenty of sleep. Don't trouble your heart, and it won't trouble you."
Wycliffe laughed. "Well, it will be stressful, but at least it won't be dangerous. I can assure you of that."
Sinai, February the 9th, 2011. The only direct light that penetrated the cage was first thing in the morning, for just a few precious minutes after Kantara had been awoken by the Fajr prayers of her captors. The grey fuzz of dawn turned pink on the cave floor as the sun crossed a gap between two mountain ridges. Warm amber fingers crept along the cave's dusty stone floor, crawling towards the wooden door of her cell. Javelins of light pierced the gaps in the rough planks, lighting up the boundaries of her captivity, and feeling their way across the far wall with its 71 scratches, each marking a day of captivity. Then, after a few delightful minutes, the light faded into coral pink, and with one final blush, slid away altogether. That was the day's best moment. The rest was an ordeal. 3 times a day she was allowed a toilet trip into the narrow, stinking gully beside the cave. What would have been a blessed release from captivity was spoiled by having to don the nylon niqab given her by Omar to protect her modesty. It was a hateful, clinging garment, thin, hot and awkward, generating static against her hair and restricting her precious view of the outside world to a narrow slot. She had to carry her own water to the gully, and they had given her a leaking bucket on purpose. The task was both heavy and, if she was not quick, pointless. A couple of times she had stumbled along the narrow path, being unable to see her way, and tripped into the leavings of others. When on the first day she had asked for some toilet paper, she was denounced as a Western princess. However, in subsequent days, someone had taken to leaving a few sheets of newspaper under a stone in the gully. It was a small and rare kindness, but allowed her to do what she had to do in the minute or so when the guard turned his back. Breakfast was goat yogurt, often bitter with mould and stale flat bread. She was permanently hungry and ate it all. Then she endured the long hours of solitude before the start of afternoon prayers. Zuhr, Asr, and Maghrib, interspersed between noon and sunset, she observed more devoutly now than ever before. When Jabber, a bony and taciturn guard, was on duty, she was now allowed to exit her cage to pray. Jabber was Omar's deputy, but his name meant slave, a truer description of the relationship. When not running around for his boss, he spent much of his time with his eyes closed, reciting the Quran under his breath. It was a couple of weeks into her captivity when she had meekly complained to him that being devout was impossible when you could not face the holy city of Mecca. He sucked his lips and tutted, but said nothing. Next time he was on duty, he allowed her out to pray,
setting her a prayer mat 2 meters behind his in the mouth of the cave, before she was returned to her captivity. After evening prayers, all there was to look forward to was the evening meal, a thin stew of beans and shreds of onion. A hurricane lamp was then lit for whoever was on guard duty, who sat outside all night, but very often fell asleep before she did. She had tried to get to know all her guards. Iad, which meant pigeon, was the kindest, but he was terrified of Omar and would never let her out into the cave. When the boss wasn't around, he would give her some extra food, even on occasions a dried date or two. They had been told not to talk to her, or tell her anything that was happening in the world. But sometimes he would recite classical Arabic poetry, a little of which Kantara knew. Long hours could pass quite sweetly that way. She had hopes that she might be able to use his clear affection for her to make an escape. It wasn't that way with Hazim, a taciturn woman-hater with a big beard and deep-set eyes. He always gave her the worst food and gave her too little time to relieve herself or wash. The first 24 hours had been the worst. She had demanded to find out why she was being imprisoned and asked to speak to Rifat. All she could glean was that the guards had instructions, but they never said from whom. Finally, after a week, she yelled out that she wanted to speak to Omar. She had not seen the leader of the group since the first night of her captivity, and he terrified her. But not knowing why she was being held was a torture too. Iad, who was guard at the time, shook his head and tutted, as if this was a very dangerous course of action. "Be careful," he muttered. In the evening Omar appeared. He let her out of the cage and sat her down at a campfire outside the cave. He offered her a blanket to put around her shoulders against the cold.
"Why do you think you are being held?"
Omar reached out for a pot that was cooking over the fire and dipped in a piece of flatbread. He chewed the stew-soaked bread without looking at her. "I haven't the faintest idea," Kantara said. "I was sent to a conference in Sharm el-Sheikh for an imam called Irfan Tawana in Britain. Rifat al-Khalifa, someone I regarded as my friend, was supposed to be escorting me. You mentioned his name when you met me. So why isn't he here? What have I done wrong?" Omar looked up. The reflection of flames danced in his black eyes as he scrutinized her, for all the world as if she was some new and interesting piece of equipment. A weapon, perhaps.
"You have done nothing wrong, woman. This is merely a test for the faithful, which you must endure until the time comes."
"What time? I've missed the conference."
Omar hawked and spat out into the fire.
"Your destiny may not be revealed to you, but you do have a destiny. My job is to protect you until the time is right. That is all. I do not question the word of God, and I do not question the path of light upon which we are traveling."
"You are not protecting me. I'm in pain sometimes from my operation. I don't have enough food. I can't keep myself clean. I might get sick."
That message seemed to have got through. On following days there was more food, but much of it leftovers. Lamb bones chewed but for the fatty skin, rice and gravy. Cold, meagre, greasy. Only when the Sidon camps were under siege in Lebanon had she been forced to eat worse. There were victories, though. She had persuaded Jabba to bring her a few sheets of newspaper to her cage, and though she didn't immediately need, she had hidden under her mat. One evening, when Omar was away, Jabba had brought her a foot-high stack of old newspapers. She was eager to read them, but there was no light. She asked Jabba if she could have a torch to read them by. He hesitated for a moment before saying that she couldn't have a lamp inside the cage. However, he unlocked the door and allowed her out to sit by him at the mouth of the cave where he had a lamp.
"You read to me,"
he said, pointing to the papers. Jabba was illiterate. For all the recitation of the Quran, she had never seen him reading the great book, nor any other for that matter. The other younger fighters seemed better educated. She looked through the papers. There were half a dozen Egyptian dailies, around a month or so old. Most covered the political situation in Egypt, riots in Tahrir Square in January, the resignation of the cabinet, and then the resignation of Mubarak himself. She started reading them, but found Jabba wanted to speak more than to listen.
"This I know," said Jabba. "They should make an Islamic government in Egypt, with Sharia law. Mubarak should be executed. These rioters should be shot.
He continued to interrupt Kantara as she read through various political reports, including an interview with the Interior Minister. Kantara picked up another paper, dated November the 20th. It showed a big photograph of a crashed Egypt air flight, which had come down near Cairo. More than 170 people had been killed, it said.
Do you know about the air crash?
She asked.
Yes, a great victory.
What do you mean? Wasn't it just a terrible accident?
Jabba laughed.
No, this plane was full of Crusader businessmen, Mubarak cronies and Western whores. One of our jihadis, a woman, gave her life to bring it down.
Kantara flicked through the rest of the newspapers. Something familiar jumped out at her from the inside pages of one Cairo daily from November. It was a small story, but it had her name in it. She gasped as she read it and dropped the paper.
Cairo jet bomb jihadi was BBC woman. A 22-year-old Palestinian woman who worked for the British Broadcasting Corporation was the suicide bomber behind last week's terrorist attack on an Egypt Air jet, killing 176, it can be revealed. Kantara al-Mansour, a newly recruited trainee at the UK's most prestigious media institution, was identified from flight records and CCTV, police have confirmed. Egypt's anti-terror unit, working in close cooperation with London's famous Scotland Yard.
What is this? Said Jabba. Read it to me.
I can't, cried Kantara. It's lies! It's lies!
She burst into tears.
Read it to me!
Jabba shouted, bringing the paper close to his face and scanning it as if he could absorb the meaning by mere proximity.
Someone's impersonated me, to make it look like I killed all those people.
Are you not proud, woman? This is a blow for Islam, for our organization, Jabba said. I would be proud, he said, thumping his chest.
The sound of a vehicle approaching ended the conversation. Jabba pushed the sobbing Kantara back into her cell and locked the door.
Do not say anything to Omar about the newspapers, or I will kill you.
He drew his finger across his throat for emphasis. That night was the darkest moment in Kantara's life. Captive to Islamist thugs in a remote area of Sinai was bad enough, but it was now clear that Rifat and perhaps even Irfan Tiwana had put her there. But why? They wanted to stop her finding out. She began to think again about the last day before the flight she was supposed to take to Egypt. Were they going to put a bomb in her luggage? And when they finally decided it wasn't her, who would they use? The questions whirled around and around in her head, but the one thing was certain. Rifat, for all the friendship she had offered him, had betrayed her. He had been prepared to send her to her death. The fight in the Musala between Rifat and Brahm, where she had heard her name being mentioned, it all began to make sense now. Maybe it was Brahm who was trying to protect her. She had read about a case like that, in which an Irish woman was duped into taking a bomb onto an El Al flight by someone who claimed to be her lover.
But how could they make me set a bomb off?
She couldn't begin to think. Then she felt a twinge of pain in her stomach.
Could it be? Could it really be?
She dismissed the thought, but kept returning to it.
Is there a bomb inside me? Could that be possible?
She examined her scar, touching the raised flesh, probing her abdomen until the pain responded. A sharp pain. Pushing as deep as she could bear, she could feel a denser mass, a hard outline. That made it all the more important that she find a way to escape. She needed a plan, but her resources were minuscule. She hadn't seen her backpack since the day she arrived. She'd been given just one change of clothes, a mat and a blanket. No phone, no blade, not even a spoon. She had found an edged pebble whose scratches on the cave wall recorded her days of captivity, but that was all. There was nothing there which would allow her to escape. Her best hope, then, was to fake illness. Something convincing that would mean she might be taken to hospital. But having seen Omar, he might just as easily decide to kill her on the spot. Whatever it was, she was certain that she would have to act quickly. Jabba now knew that she was aware of being part of an airline bomb plot. She reckoned he would not discuss it for fear of reprisals for letting her read the newspapers. Omar might just kill him for such an act. Jabba, being illiterate, may not realize how significant such knowledge would be for her. That night she couldn't sleep for all the implications and possibilities tumbling through her mind. In the middle of the night she heard a vehicle approach fast. It stopped sharply. A door slammed. Omar was shouting to Jabba, so loud that she could hear. The Crusader Princess, as he referred to her, was to be moved. The Egyptian army had begun some kind of military operation nearby and had killed some of their brothers in the north. Iyad and Hazim were scouting out a new location, but may no longer be able to trust the Bedouin. Omar cursed them as rogues and turncoats. The lopsided sound of Omar's gait approached.
"You are no longer safe here,"
he said as he undid Kantara's cage.
"Put this on."
He threw her a bulky plastic bag and left a hurricane lamp just outside the cage so she could see. In the bag was a proper black cotton niqab with a little silver embroidery. It was made up of an ankle-length abaya with poppers from chest to neck and a flip-style niqab as big as a hijab, which tied around the head and allowed the wearer to flip over the top layer towards the back of the head. This left a layer with coarse gauze over the eyes and a divider that ran over the bridge of the nose. Kantara tipped out the bag and found a biro and a receipt from an electronic till, which showed the niqab had been bought in St. Catherine yesterday. She pocketed the pen, slipped the article about the plane crash into her blouse, and then slipped the niqab over as best she could. She called for Jabba to let her out of the cage, and he did so. In the darkness and with a narrow slot of vision, she stumbled. Jabba guided her out of the cave and towards the sound of an impatiently revved engine.
"We have a long drive,"
Jabba said as she reached the vehicle. He gave her some flatbread. It was still warm and smelt delicious.
"Thank you,"
she whispered, and tore off a hunk to pass into her mouth under the veil. It was the best bread she thought she had ever tasted.
"Hurry up!"
Omar yelled, grabbing hold of her and pushing her onto the middle of the bench seat of the pickup next to him.
"It is bad enough we holy warriors have been given nothing more important to do than guard a stupid girl. But your complaining and ungratefulness are an even bigger insult."
Jabba clattered around, loading weapons into a box in the back. Once he had finished, he squeezed in on the passenger side, sandwiching her in the middle. Omar drove off immediately, gunning the engine, sending fans of gravel clattering against the chassis of the truck. For all the odd sensation of wearing the niqab and the restricted view it gave her, it almost made her cease to exist as a person. She continued to eat quietly, feeding pieces of bread under the veil and listening to the unguarded conversation of Omar, who was fulminating against the untrustworthy Bedouin fornicators with goats and camels, who he believed had informed on them, and against the superiors in Al-Qaeda who could think of no better use for his talents than as a jailer.
"Where is the jihad in this?" bellowed Omar to Jabba. "While Yemen allows Rifat to build suicide bombs to blow up some peace conference, we are given nothing more important to do than guard this creature. We are running around like rats in a trap. The walkie-talkie has broken, and not a single leaf of cat to chew."
Kantara was stunned by the revelation.
Suicide bombs. Perhaps others like me. And Rifat really is behind it.
As they headed back through the canyons and mountains, she soon gleaned that they were heading back south to Sharm el-Sheikh and didn't expect to get there until the morning. After 2 or 3 hours, the conversation dried up, and Jabba began to fall asleep, his head starting to loll against her. Kantara could see that Omar had a pistol and a wickedly sharp-looking knife at his belt. Possibilities of escape wafted through her mind, but then she thought of Tofi and how Omar hadn't hesitated to squash him on the road like an insect. This man, for all his wooden leg, was too dangerous and terrifying to take on. Instead, she considered more subtle plans. She slipped the pen and receipt from the plastic bag and brought it under the long hem of her niqab. Quietly, she braced the folded newspaper on her thigh and turning the receipt over for its blank side. Then she tried to write, blind, the neatest Arabic she ever had.
Help. I'm Kantara al-Mansour, kidnapped by Al-Qaeda in Sham, February the 9th.
On the palm of her hand she wrote,
Kidnapped. Please rescue.
She put the note in her pocket and kept her hand clenched. Her heart was pounding. If she was found out, she was certain they would kill her. After another hour, she saw lights ahead.
"Army checkpoint!" yelled Omar. "Wake up, idiot!"
Jabba jerked awake.
"There wasn't one here before," he said. "This is the place where we martyred the incompetent," laughed Omar.
He's referring to Tufi, Kantara realized. This is where Omar ran him over. She peered through the veil, trying to see how big the checkpoint was. Omar slowed down and reached across her to the glove compartment, from which he extracted a sheaf of documents, including 3 credit card-sized plastic identity documents.
"Jabba, sort these out. There's one for our princess, too."
He then turned to her and said,
"If you so much as squeak, I will cut out your liver very slowly and eat it raw."
He brandished the knife and waved it in front of her eyes. Kantara nodded nervously. She didn't doubt his willingness to carry out the threat. The checkpoint was a chain across the road between 2 concrete-filled oil drums, guarded by 2 giant 8-wheeled Soviet-made armoured cars. A soldier sat on top of one, with a machine gun trained on them. Another soldier, carrying a torch, walked up to the driver's door and shone the light inside. Omar wound the window down. "Identity papers," the soldier said.
"He has them,"
said Omar, pointing at Jabba. Kantara was aware of a sharp point of a knife resting against her side. Jabba handed over the documents, and the soldier carefully looked through them.
"Get out," he said. "All of you."
There was a sharp intake of breath in the vehicle. Omar got out, grumbling, and played up his disability, calling on Kantara to help him stand and to pass him his crutch. It was cold and quite breezy. They made their way over to a well-lit metal booth, where the soldier and an officer sitting inside started to examine the cards. Kantara took the receipt with her message on it and dropped it behind her, praying that it would blow far enough to not be around their feet, but not too far so that it was never found. But to her horror, an eddy of wind immediately swept it forward around Omar's artificial leg, then cartwheeling over to the feet of the soldier. For several seconds she was mesmerized by this slip of paper, which clung trembling to the shoelaces of the soldier's boot, as she would dearly love to. It briefly inverted, flashing the message she had written, before being snatched away into the air with a shoal of plastic bags and dust as the wind picked up. The scrap of paper whirled high into the air before tumbling across the road behind the chain and then into a ditch. There wasn't the slightest sign any of the soldiers had noticed it. Now she only had one chance. She shuffled forward so she was level with Omar and Jabba, and did something that put her life in the crosshairs of death. She yawned loudly, stood on tiptoe, and stretched both hands out in front of her, fingers interlaced, so that the message she had written on her palm might be visible to the soldiers in the light from the booth, if they turned to look. They did not. She still seemed invisible. Suddenly she felt a terrible blow on the cheek, which knocked her to the ground.
"Did I give you permission to yawn?"
yelled Omar. She could hear laughter from the soldiers in the background.
"This unworthy daughter,"
Omar proclaimed,
"sits in my truck, eating my food, farting and snoring while I drive, and now she is so tired."
She couldn't see anything, and her head was swimming amid the chuckles of the soldiers.
"Get up and do not speak,"
Omar whispered to her. She tried to get up, but then felt an even stronger blow, which flattened her. In her mouth and nose she could taste the metallic taint of blood. All she had the strength to do was put her hand under her kneecap and rub the palm in the dripping blood to obliterate the message. She desperately wanted to cry, in fear, in loneliness and in desperation, but didn't want to give them the satisfaction of hearing it. Instead, she held her sobs to the minimum, catching and holding each jagged breath. A kick followed to her midriff, and she gagged, drool and blood mixing on the inside of her veil. She was dragged to the pickup, and this time was put against the passenger side door, so that Omar and Jabba could sit next to each other. Beating her up seemed to have cheered them both, and they now sang boisterously as they drove.
"I think Rifat wasted his time with this one," Omar said to Jabba. "I don't see what possible use she can be."
Jabba laughed nervously.
"Did you see the nerve?" Omar said. "Stretching like a cat in front of me. There is no respect. I was told she spent time in the West, probably on her back."
Jabba laughed again.
"I think we should Kill her, Omar said, emphasizing kill. He leaned towards Kantara. Would you like that, Princess? I would enjoy slowly severing your head. Kantara tried hard to let no noise whatever escape her. Are you going to call Yemen first? Jabba asked. Omar sighed. As the silence stretched out, she allowed herself to breathe again.
They know they cannot kill me. Yet.
They drove in silence for the next hour, stopping with the first light of dawn for Fajr prayers. Omar got out, and, having given thanks to God for a return to phone coverage, made a call on his mobile. They were on the brow of a hill as the sun broke the horizon. Even through the restricted visor of her niqab, now stiff, darker and matted to her face by blood, Kantara could make out in the distance an arc of shimmering lights. Sharm el-Sheikh. Despite her predicament and the throbbing pain of swollen eyes, stomach and jaw, just seeing the town where she was supposed to be raised her spirits. Against all knowledge and rationality, a part of her hoped that if Rifat was here, there would be some explanation to show that her experience of him was the truth, not the lies peddled by these jihadis. The desire for a friendly face, a friendly word, consumed her. Chapter 39. February the 9th, 2011. Day one of his assignment in Sharm el-Sheikh, and Wycliffe could tell he wasn't at the BBC any longer. Arab satellite broadcasting had given him a luxury suite with a 4-poster bed at the top-rated Majestic Hotel, and a freelance producer-cum-fixer with local crew already in situ. Not everything could be smoothed over by lavish spending, though. Conference bureaucracy was, as always, a nightmare. First, there was the main accreditation process for the United Nations, which was hosting the conference and necessitated dealing with New York. Then another for the Egyptian Interior Ministry, which was issuing the security passes for access to the Grand Tutankhamun Hotel, and another for the U.S. State Department, which wanted an additional layer of checks for the opening press conference that it was hosting in the grand columned ballroom of the hotel. The Israelis, too, had a separate accreditation process, even though they wouldn't yet confirm whether Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would attend or not. The Palestinian Authority in Ramallah wanted a checklist of attendees, but was still working only on faxes, and no one could get through. It turned out they had been waiting for an engineer to be given clearance by Israel to cross to the West Bank to fix their secure fax machine. Final accreditation would probably not be finished until the day of the conference. By then, he'd have a half-dozen lanyards around his neck, each with a separate card. Getting past security would take hours. His first scheduled TV report for ASB was the curtain raiser for the conference, to introduce the audience to the event and to outline how big the stakes were for Palestinians hoping for a two-state solution and Israelis hoping for an enduring peace. But also the background of the many failed attempts to find common ground, going back more than half a century. He had also decided to home in on the extraordinary security measures that were being taken, the risk implicit in deciding to go ahead with the conference while mainland Egypt, just across the Suez Canal, was in such political turmoil. But it soon became clear to Wycliffe why the location made such sense. Sinai was thinly populated and easy to police. It was the same reason that Hosni Mubarak had a home here, to which he had fled when he resigned the month before. Only one main road came south to Sharm through the mountains, and the ragtag jihadists, who were making a nuisance of themselves in the north of the peninsula, had no traction down here. The ongoing revolution, albeit an intense maelstrom in just one Cairo square, had smashed the tourist trade. Sharm was less than half full in its peak season. There weren't many Egyptians here either. Those who ran the hotels in Sharm, toiled in the laundries, made beds and cooked food, were as likely to be Bangladeshis and Filipinos as they were Egyptian. Even if they were Egyptian, they wouldn't be from Sinai. Almost no one was local. The Grand Tutankhamun itself was owned by a consortium of Gulf businessmen, and had been finished to extraordinary standards of opulence just a year ago at the cost of $175 million. The ballroom, where world leaders would address the journalists, was almost the same size as New York's Grand Central Station. was lined with marble and boasted a chandelier the size of a hot air balloon beneath its 60-foot ceiling. Offering it on the cheap as a venue for the conference was an imaginative piece of marketing. The owners could not have guessed that it would turn out to be Sharm's insurance against the twin disasters of the terror bombing of a jet and domestic political turmoil. So, while every other Egyptian resort was now almost empty, the Grand Tutankhamun and the rest of Sharm would for a week be crammed with big-spending guests, officials, and journalists. There were already Egyptian Air Force technicians visible on the 12th-floor penthouse roof of the Grand Tutankhamun. They were checking the Saab Bofors RBS-70 laser-guided anti-aircraft missile launchers, set up next to the faux Golden Pyramid, inside which was a gymnasium and plunge pool. The hectare of water gardens behind the front entrance were being searched by Navy frogmen. For 2 days, the main airport at Sharm would be closed to all but dignitaries. The few tourists still resolute enough to visit would instead be bussed up to the old military airfield at Bir Gifgafa, 60 miles east of the Suez Canal. Though the exact arrival times of VIPs were still confidential, even to journalist attendees, Wycliffe's security sources reckoned that Hillary Clinton would arrive directly at Sharm. The arrival of a giant U.S. military C-5A transport aircraft yesterday indicated that one of the U.S. President's fleet of armoured limousines was being made available to her. The Israelis, by contrast, would arrive by chopper, almost certainly at night, having followed a route down the Gulf of Aqaba. None of Wycliffe's security sources was quite sure how the Russians would play their movements. The first piece to camera was done in shirt sleeves from the roof of his hotel, with the Grand Tutankhamun in the distant background. No one was yet being allowed in to report from inside. The sniffer dogs were in, and there had been all sorts of military convoys coming and going. The most spectacular of which involved a large crane lowering in a dozen car-sized concrete blocks around the hotel entrance, designed to prevent truck-borne suicide bombers. The extensive hotel grounds, defiantly lush green and watered by its own seawater desalination plant, were set between the beach to the southeast and the El Sheikh Zayed Road to the northwest. Both side access roads were closed, their ends crimped with razor wire, while a couple of tanks were placed on the beach to deter seaborne attack. Half a mile before anyone reached the hotel, there was a police checkpoint across the main road, at which all but essential vehicles were turned away. Inside the hotel, his sources said, sniffer dogs had already given the all-clear for explosives. The 9 miles of air-conditioning vents within the hotel and the units themselves, so new that you could eat your dinner from them, were checked inch by inch. The air was sampled for biological agents, from Legionnaire's disease to anthrax, and for nerve gases. The water system was tested for toxins. Most staff were being brought in by the organisers, but even the few required locally were extensively vetted by specialist psychoprofilers. Nothing, as Wycliffe told Arab satellite broadcasting viewers, was being left to chance. A tone on his iPhone indicated the arrival of an email. It was from Peter Hook, who had narrowed down the missing persons list for him based on the accent information to just one name, Pamela Hargreaves.
Pamela Hargreaves, a.k.a. Zainab Picho, disappeared March 2008, leaving behind a young son, now looked after by her mother. Wife of Mohammed Ferkez, a.k.a. Jamal Picho, an Iraqi national, last UK address Nelson, Lancashire, who was in 2006 convicted in Jordan of the murder of a police officer and conspiracy to cause explosions. Hargreaves came to the attention of the intelligence community in November 2007 after trying to smuggle in a mobile phone when visiting her husband. She was released from Jordanian custody after 10 days, following UK consular intervention. However, intelligence sources suggest she may already have been radicalised. Her current whereabouts are unknown. Hargreaves' mother denies contact with daughter. However, social worker visiting child in June 2009 asked about a clearly new toy. "Mummy gave it to me," he said. Passport unused since 2007. Description 5 feet 5 inches, slim build, brown hair, frequently dyed, blue eyes. Strong regional accent. Pamela Hargreaves. The name meant nothing to Wycliffe, but it gave him fresh hope that somewhere, somehow, Kantara was still alive. He thought about her every day. If only there was more he could do to find her. He'd do anything. Anything at all. Not all hotels in Sham were luxurious. The Bami Rook Lodge was supposedly 2-star, but it sat at the end of the Sharm el-Sheikh runway and guaranteed an early morning alarm call of thunderous intensity. That, Rifat supposed, was the only reason why he'd been able to get space there during the peace conference. The lodge mainly catered for middle management migrant workers, Malaysian accountants, Sikh engineers and Jordanian chefs who were still hanging on to their jobs even as the tourists stayed away. Rifat himself was barely less financially troubled. The truth was that since Irfan Tiwana's arrest, he hadn't dared access the Islamic Light Foundation's bank accounts, nor use the credit card. Using any cards would just have flagged up his location for those who might now be following him. Instead, he used his own money, paid monthly by his father into a London account, and intended for covering the cost of studies at Imperial College. There was just enough until Yemen could organise an alternative account. It covered a one-way flight to Sham and this basic room, but not much more until his father's next payment in March. In the meantime, Yemen was arranging for a courier to bring him a bundle of Egyptian notes, $5,000 worth. With it, they had promised a gun. Rifat didn't have high hopes. It would probably be some cumbersome Egyptian-made pistol. He missed the Glock with its sleek silencer. It might come tomorrow, they said, or maybe the next day. There were other problems. The Trojan on Wycliffe's computer had lasted longer than he expected, but had now stopped working. He could follow the journalist's movements by GPS, but could no longer anticipate them by reading his emails. Still, Rifat knew that Wycliffe remained a potent and undetectable bomb, his very own remote drone, packed with plastic explosives and controlled via satellite and mobile phone signal by him. His first task on arrival had been to open his laptop and check the GPS tracker. He was delighted to see that Wycliffe was already in town, moving around one of the big luxury hotels. The signal was good and strong, just as it had been when Rifat first started following it the day after the operation in Mersa Matruh. With a doubled battery in the implanted device and a full 400 grams of PETP, this was clearly a bigger, better bomb than the one he had inside Kantara. Tomorrow's opening ceremony of the conference, Rifat knew, was a photo opportunity in which all the attendees would shake hands with each other for the cameras in the ballroom and perhaps answer a few impromptu questions. While the real work, undertaken by officials, translators and mediators in back rooms, would be what the conference was about, most of the really top officials would only be there for the very beginning, and then return for the final press conference 5 days later. That was the time to detonate. Right at the start. That would be tomorrow afternoon around 1 p.m. A dozen TV channels, including all the Arabic ones, would be covering it live. Wycliffe was bound to be at the ceremony. So as long as the TV was on and Rifat had his laptop with the Google map of the hotel superimposed on the tracker, he would know for sure. He had calculated that the bomb load had a lethal radius of 6 meters, certainly enough to kill most of those present. Rifat's musings were interrupted by a phone call. Omar's group had emerged from North Sinai and had Kantara with them. They were planning to stay at an unfinished hotel on the northern edge of Sharm el-Sheikh. "How is Kantara?"
"You ask about the health of this Western princess?"
Omar laughed. "Yes, I do. It is vitally important that she remains healthy and well looked after. I've told you why before," Rifat said. He opened his laptop and initiated the GPS trace icon for Kantara. It was dead. "I'm not getting a signal from her. She is with you? In range of the same mast?"
"Of course she is with me. Do you think I've abandoned her?"
Omar shouted.
"I am Al-Qaeda's chief nursemaid, beholden to a woman."
He hawked and spat. "Calm down. It won't be for much longer. A day or two at most. Have patience."
"I would be happy to have her off my hands as soon as possible."
Rifat noticed a faint pulse on Kantara's trace. The red light went on and then flickered out. 10 seconds later, it was on and stayed on. It could be that the battery in her device was finally failing. It was only designed to last 3 months.
Make sure you look after her, Omar. It's important. I'll be in contact with instructions in a day or so.
When Omar got back to the truck, he seemed in a bad mood. Kantara decided that Omar's suggestion had been turned down, and she might have some chance to live, at least a few more days. He revved the truck and drove fiercely downhill toward Sham, turning off left on a dirt road by a large advertising hoarding for Red Sea Emerald, a 5-star hotel complex under construction. They were travelling along a newly made road above the resort, with no surface yet, but with new white curbstones, a water tower, and slender aluminium lamppost shells already in place. To their right, several kilometres away, the glittering scimitar of the coast, studded with hotels, stretched around the horizon. Faced with a barred metal gate, Omar simply drove around, over an ornamental rock garden. They stopped in front of 3 curved-fronted 3-story buildings, each topped with glittering solar panels and grouped around 3 empty swimming pools. Construction machinery lay idle at the site. There was a shipping container which looked like a site office, and a scruffy-looking man in a jalaba emerged from it.
"What are you doing? This is private property,"
the man said angrily, as Omar lowered himself carefully from the truck.
"We spoke to the other guard about it,"
Omar said.
"What other guard?"
the man exclaimed.
"I'm the only guard, and no one cleared it with me." "Bad answer,"
said Omar. A shot rang out, and the security guard fell to the floor. Kantara gasped and bit her knuckles to still her alarm. She could see a dark question mark spreading in the dust under the man's head. Omar clicked his fingers at Jabba.
"Clear this up. Make sure you find his phone and bring it to me."
Omar dragged Kantara from the truck, then led her uphill and through the steel and glass entrance of the highest block. This was the one building that already looked to have been completed. The reception area was carpeted and boasted a curved blonde wood and glazed aluminium bar overlooking the Red Sea. He pointed her up the stairs and followed her along a carpeted curved corridor. Most of the rooms were unfinished, lacking locks and handles, but right at the end, perhaps 50 metres from reception, was what looked to be a showroom, beds made and clean towels folded carefully on them.
"A Western palace for our princess, courtesy of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula."
Omar made a mock bow.
"You stay here. There is water. Clean off the blood. Launder your clothes, girl. I'm ashamed to be seen with you looking like that."
As he left, she closed the door behind her and leaned against it. Omar ashamed? Of her? The man was worse than an animal, and smelled it. Her dirt at least was no more than skin deep, and the product only of the neglect of her captors. The bathroom was fully equipped, boasted a solar-heated water system plus sample bottles of shampoo and body wash. It appeared never to have been used. She ran the tap and was delighted to get a hearty gush of hot water. Locking the bathroom door, she stripped off her niqab, dumped it and all the rest of her clothes in a bathtub of soapy water, and took a long shower. She had decided that she was going to revel in this shower, even if it was the last thing she ever did. She started on her hair, still matted with blood and painfully tangled. She massaged her scalp, enjoying the stimulation, the freshness, and thinking back to the last time she had felt such a feeling. It was back in the Musala, when Zainab had combed her hair. Thinking about their secret evenings of music, of conversation and friendship, made her eyes prickle with longing and loneliness. Then, as she washed the dirt slowly and sensuously off her body, she thought of Chris. His hands, his understanding, his warm brown eyes, his strength. Soon she was weeping torrents, and she turned up the heat to drive it away, to purge herself. Yes, she wanted him. But he wasn't here. He was probably thousands of miles away and had no idea of the predicament she was in. She had to use her own resources. Her reverie was interrupted by a banging on the door. It was Jabba telling her that she had spent a half hour in there. "Enough time, princess, for an entire village to wash." Kantara scrambled out into a towel. The only thing she lacked and desperately needed was a toothbrush. She found some delightful minty toothpaste and loaded a finger with it, then began some gentle massaging of her sore gums. Her finger came away bloody. Jabba banged on the door again.
"Come on, or I'm going to fetch Omar."
"My clothes are still wet," she said. "They need time to dry."
"Put them on anyway and sit in the sun," he yelled.
Kantara did as she was told. While drying herself, she opened the wardrobe. An unopened pack of carpet tiles lay in the bottom, and on a shelf above it a pack of curtains. Next to the carpet tiles were a bottle of glue and a Stanley knife that had presumably been left by the fitter. She picked up the knife, testing its sharp, retractable triangular blade with her thumb. Useful. Before she got dressed, she plucked up the courage to wipe the steam off the mirror and glance. She gasped. Her eye was swollen like a boxer's, purple and pale yellow, and her jaw swollen. Most of all, she was shockingly gaunt. Lacking a brush, she tied her hair into a wet ponytail. She would have liked to cut her hair, but wouldn't be stupid enough to give away the existence of the blade. Strangely enough, her abdomen seemed to have stopped hurting since she had been kicked. Jabba led her out onto a sun terrace and gave her a chair. The wet kneecap soon warmed up, and then quickly became unbearably hot. She moved the chair towards the shade.
"Where are you going?"
Jabba said.
"I'm cooking in this damn thing."
Jabba clicked his teeth in exasperation.
"Too cold one day, now too hot?"
"What are we doing here?"
she asked.
"Omar thinks this is safer, away from the Bedouin sneaks. But I'm not so sure."
"Someone will come to check on the guard, won't they?"
"The tourists are all gone, scared away by the terror of Tahrir."
He laughed, pleased with his expression.
"But guards have bosses. Sites have managers."
"Omar does not think like that,"
Jabba said, his grimace indicating discomfort.
"He is thinking of the big waste of time peace conference that begins here in 2 days.
He jerked his chin toward Sham.
They'll all be coming soon. Jews, Americans, United Nations people, crusaders for peace."
He spat onto the polished basalt tiles, then absent-mindedly spread the phlegm around with his sandal.
"We will show them the way to peace."
Kantara was locked back in the hotel room for the rest of the afternoon. She heard Omar drive off in the truck. After she had finished showering for a second time, she sat in her underwear on the bed, toying with the Stanley knife. She felt the scar on her belly, and wondered again whether she really could be carrying a bomb inside. It was the only reason she could think of that she was still alive. They planned to use her. But how? She rested the cold sharpness of the blade against the scar and imagined the pain. Would she have the strength to do it? She didn't know. Even if she did and was successful, she would remove the one reason they were keeping her alive. There was no point in cutting out the bomb until she had escaped and was close to safety. It was a tall order. She inspected her room minutely. The windows were huge and didn't open. There were no screws or fastenings visible that she could work on, and the whole assembly was just too big to deal with. Even if she could break the glass, she was nearly 10 meters from the ground. There were some possibilities of escape through the ceiling. Standing on the wash basin, with the bathroom door bolted, she could feel that the rectangular tiles were light and had some give. If she could remove one, she was just slim enough to climb up through the gap. She tested the Stanley knife along the edges and found that it would cut the plasterboard edging. Suddenly there was a roaring noise, like a crowd cheering. Before she could investigate further, she heard Jabba bashing at the main door. She called for him to wait a moment, then quietly jumped down and slipped on her abaya.
"Come quick,"
Jabba said, betraying a hint of excitement. He led her to the hotel reception area, where a giant TV screen was showing football with what sounded like Spanish commentary.
"Manchester United,"
he said approvingly.
"My team, 2-0 up. Other team is rubbish."
Kantara knew nothing about football, but she could see that Jabba's distraction could be useful. In fact, just having a TV could be useful.
"Have you found Al Jazeera?" she asked, hoping to get some news. "Maybe they have commentary in Arabic."
Jabba flicked through the channels. There were several others with varying picture qualities, including BBC World. Kantara started to ask Jabba to leave it, but he had already flicked to Al Jazeera English, which was running a news piece about the peace conference starting soon in Sharm el-Sheikh.
After 2 minutes, Jabba tutted. So much English. They don't even have Arabic news.
It isn't surprising. The hotel is just for tourists, Kantara said.
He flicked again. This time the picture was the worst so far, almost completely scrambled. All she could make out was a vague outline of a man and the wobbly letters beneath. Arab Satellite Broadcasting. But the sound, though crackly, was unmistakable. It was Chris. Her heart leapt. He was talking about the peace conference.
More rubbish,
Jabba said, flicking on.
No, go back,
Kantara said.
Please.
For a moment, Jabba looked as if he was going to strike her.
Please, Jabba. Please.
Curious to see what had so exercised her, Jabba switched back to the channel and turned the sound up.
But given the disappointing outcome of previous attempts, from Camp David to Oslo, no one will be holding their breath for a breakthrough to an enduring and real peace. Chris Wycliffe, Arab Satellite Broadcasting, Sharm el-Sheikh.
Despite her best efforts, a gasp escaped Kantara's lips. Her eyes flicked to Jabba, who was watching her intently.
You hope for peace from this talking shop? He said.
Of course, she said. I am a Palestinian. My family come from Jaffa, but I was brought up in a refugee camp in Sidon. We long to return to Palestine.
Then you must fight, just as we fight for all Muslims.
We have tried fighting,
Kantara said, tears starting unbidden in her eyes.
For more than half a century. How can you not know this?
Half an hour later, at 7, the roar of the truck in the gathering darkness outside indicated Omar's return. Kantara slid back to her room and closed the door, hoping to avoid meeting him. 2 minutes later, she heard his clip-clap gait, and her pulse quickened in anxiety. The door was flung open, and Omar tossed a pizza box into the room together with a can of Sprite.
Food and drink fit for our princess, Omar said. Have nice day, he added in English.
He slammed the door behind, locking it. The 3 slices of pizza may have been almost cold, but after the diet Kantara had endured for almost 3 months, they were heavenly. The drink was icy cold, the bubbles and chill searing her throat with refreshment. After finishing the food, she picked every crumb out of the box, every string and scab of melted cheese. She licked the cardboard. She hoped this food heralded a change of policy. Being treated better wasn't just good in itself, but it made her feel that she might be ransomed or even released. She listened at the door and could clearly hear Omar's voice telling Jabba how to improve the TV signal amid the background roar of a football crowd. Chris Wycliffe was in Sharm. But how to reach him? And there was never going to be a better time to get out of here than right now. The sport was a perfect distraction. Her captor's preoccupation gave her the chance to again investigate the ceiling. She clambered onto the wash basin and reached up to the tiles. She used the knife to cut the plaster seal. It took a few minutes. With some gentle taps, she was able to lift up one tile and on tiptoe peer above the false ceiling. Though it was quite dark, she could see that the crawl space between the ceiling and the actual flat roof of the building was easily big enough for her. She would be able to move along at a crouch. There were big harnesses of electric cables to negotiate and large silvery ducts for the air conditioning. The biggest problems were the lack of light and the flimsiness of the ceiling. Walking on the framework of metal struts which held up the tiles was dangerous. It would be quite easy to dislodge one, or even fall through and break her leg. Any noise would invite devastating retribution. Even though Omar couldn't follow her up in the ceiling, he could rake it with bullets. She would be helpless. It was horribly risky, but she had to do it. She assembled her resources. Her Western clothes were tatty but dry and practical, so long as the hurriedly re-glued soles on her shoes held up. She had the plastic bag that the abaya and niqab came in, a pen and a variety of small hotel toiletries. Most important were the Stanley knife, the tube of glue, and a small bottle of water that she'd found in the room. She put all these in the bag, bar the knife which she put in the pocket of her trousers. At first she had considered mocking up the abaya, stuffed with towels, as if she was lying in bed wearing a niqab. She dismissed it. It wouldn't fool them for a second. Instead, she stuffed both abaya and niqab into the bag and knotted the top. It trebled the bulk she had to carry, but might offer some form of anonymity in a crowd should she escape. She put the chain on the room door, bolted the bathroom door, and wiped up the dust. She stood on the basin, gently pushed up the loose ceiling tile, and slid it to one side inside the ceiling. The darkness was intimidating. There were faint patches of light in the distance, where ventilators sat over the lit corridor. She knew there was a push-bar emergency exit at the end of the corridor furthest from reception. She had no idea whether it would be locked, but that must be her target destination. She calculated she would only have to crawl a few meters. The hardest part would be pulling herself up to begin with. She stood on tiptoe, allowing her head and shoulders into the cavity. She wedged her elbows above the frame, then spread her shoulders and gave a heave. Her feet lifted off the basin, but she struggled to get any higher. As she dangled, a roar of "Goal!" came from the TV, with answering shouts from Omar and Jabba. It was much easier to hear them up here than in the room, and it added a measure of panic to her. With a desperate lunge, she bounced down on the basin and threw herself back upwards. She got better purchase this time, and despite scraping her hips on the metal edge of the tile frame, managed to drag herself fully in. Once her feet were no longer dangling, she slid the tile back down behind her. She waited a couple of minutes to let her eyes accustom to the darkness and use the faint light coming up through ventilators. For all the hotel's newness, there was plenty of insect life up here. Movement of insects and spiders on top of the pipes, and the bodies of hundreds more lying in cobwebs. She raised herself to a crouch and followed by touch a metal roof girder until it reached an air-conditioning duct that was as wide as she was. After brushing away the cobwebs, there was just room to slide over the top and under the cold roof above. In 2 more minutes, she had reached the edge of a corridor ventilator. She crouched down and felt for the edge of a tile. She then cut away at the plasterwork with the knife. It came away easily enough, and using the blade and her nails, she managed to ease the edge of the tile up. Kantara could hear the TV still, and briefly lowered her head carefully through the hole. She would have made a strange sight, popping out upside down with her ponytail dangling. The curved corridor kept her out of direct sight of reception. Back in the roof space, she grabbed her bag, shuffled forward so her legs were hanging out, then lowered herself through. It was a much bigger drop to the floor than she had hoped, but there was nothing else for her to do but try. She kept her knees bent and dropped. Though she landed quietly, she dislodged another tile in her fall, and it cartwheeled across the floor, making an exuberant clattering. Not waiting to see if there was any reaction, she ran for the exit. She hit the push bar, and the metal door scraped open. She was free. A set of paved steps led down to a rudimentarily landscaped garden. The truck was slightly off to her left. She ran for it and tried the door. It was locked. She thought about trying to slash the tires so she couldn't be followed. No time. Instead, she just ran along the dirt track, away from the hotel and toward the metalled road. After so long in captivity, it felt like an enormous release to run, to stretch out cramped limbs, to extend powerful strides and exult in her freedom. The gravel just disappeared beneath her feet and her arms pumped. Adrenaline coursed through her bloodstream, and the chill of the cold velvet night made her flesh tingle. To her left, the broad arc of Sharm el-Sheikh twinkled in the distance. Somewhere there was Chris Wirecliffe, who probably thought her dead. Had he grieved on hearing the news? Yes, he would have done. She was sure of that. She had run no more than 400 meters when she heard the truck engine. She was still some way short of the road, but she was near the Red Sea Emerald hoarding, which stood on the right and uphill. It was lit from above by 3 powerful lights, so that it could be seen miles away towards the coast. In the deep shadows behind it was the only place for her to hide. She crept round the back, amid spiky weeds and rubble. The billboard was huge, a metre off the ground and the size of a small bus. The full beam of the truck lights slid over the front of the hoarding, and the vehicle roared by and down the road towards Sharm. She was just about to heave a sigh of relief when she heard the scrunch of gravel. Someone was walking along the path from the hotel less than 50 meters away. The gate certainly wasn't Omar. He must have been in the truck. That means it must be Jabba.
He had a torch, and from the changing sound of his footfalls was looking through the weeds on either side of the road. She knelt behind a stanchion and looked towards the sounds. Jabba had his AK-47 in one hand and was approaching her, closer and closer. Then his phone rang. He answered it and turned round to look down the valley. He was all of 2 meters away, just the other side of the billboard.
I don't think she could have got far. No, not as far as the main road. I was out within a minute and saw her running. Yes, our little princess can certainly run. I haven't searched the other wings. I'll do that next. But it could take all night.
He paused to listen.
You're calling Rifat? Isn't it dangerous for you to let Rifat know she escaped? Yemen will find out. It makes us look stupid.
Omar's reply was so loud and abusive that Jabba held the phone away for a moment.
Well, I didn't know he could do that.
There was a long pause.
Omar, why didn't you let me know? Of course you can trust me. I always keep my mouth shut.
Jabba ended the call and checked the line was closed before cursing Omar as the son of a whore. He leaned back against the hoarding and lit a cigarette. He was so close that Kantara could have stabbed him, anywhere from ankle to buttock. But she wasn't sure enough that a 1-inch blade could do enough damage. He'd turn and shoot her before she could have a second try. Better to stay still. Flight, not fight. Soon she heard the truck returning. Omar. He would show no mercy. They would be onto her in no time. Oh, God, what was she to do? The pickup pulled up, and Omar leaned his head out of the window, a phone pressed to his head.
Rifat's got precise satellite coordinates for her, he hissed. Trouble is, he says there are no detailed computer maps to cross-check it against. There's only the main road. She is within 50 meters of that, and she's apparently not moving at the moment. She'll want to get to the road. That's the only way out, Jabba said. We can just search the roadside. I told Rifat trigger the bomb. Just blow the she-devil to pieces, Omar whispered, holding his hand over the phone. But he won't. Says it would be a waste. He wants to use her tomorrow, at the same time as the big one, the BBC martyr at the conference. So we can't shoot her either. I can't believe it. It's like chasing one of my father's stray camels. Too fast to catch, too valuable to shoot. So tomorrow anyway she dies. God has willed it. Then so be it. Now we must search, said Jabba, cocking his gun. I'll drive around the perimeter. You search the other buildings. Keep your phone on. Hello?
Omar was back on the phone now, and Jabba put his head through the open truck window to listen in.
Still not moving. Okay.
Kantara held her breath. Not only a bomb inside her, but a homing device. If this was what she suspected, there would be no hope until she had removed it. The whole lot. Maybe the pacemaker itself. But how could it be done? No doctor would agree to do it, because they wouldn't believe the story. And then there was the peace conference. A bomb planned there, one of Chris's former colleagues. That, she decided, must be her priority. To warn them. To warn him. In a moment of inspiration, Kantara picked up a rounded stone and looked for targets. There was a pile of builder's rubble 30 meters away down the hill on the other side of the track. It was partially lit by the hoarding lights. She squinted and sized up the target. Putting her head and throwing arm horizontally so she could pitch below the level of the hoarding, she let fly. The stone flew, low over the back of the truck, sailed down into the valley and smashed loudly into a tile on the rubbish heap. Jabba immediately looked up and raced round the front of the truck, away from her. Scanning the horizon, he started to make his way down through the field of weeds towards the noise. Omar got out of the truck, AK-47 in hand, and limped after him. Clip-clap, with the phone still clamped to his ear.
Rifat? Hello. Yes, we may have found her, Omar said. Yes, not far away.
Jabba shouted for her to come out. She saw him raise his gun as if to fire in the air. She prepared herself. When the burst of fire rang out, she lunged for the truck. It was just 5 meters away. Though she knew the gravel made a noise, no one would be able to hear anything for a few seconds after the firing. She climbed carefully into the back of the truck and slid under a tarpaulin which had been used to cover the gun box. She could hear Omar yell out to Jabba,
She's just moved! Heading south!
Omar got back in the truck and fired up the engine. He threw the truck into a violent three-point turn and drove out towards the main road. At the junction he waited while a minibus came past, then turned left after it. He drove down level with where Jabba was and yelled to him to come over.
Jabba! Come quickly, you idiot! She's getting away!
Jabba ran over to the truck.
Rifat's got a perfect trace. She's moving too fast to be on foot. Going south now. She'll be on that bus. How did she get on it? Only the Almighty knows, but get in quickly. Inshallah, when I get my hands on her, she will curse her mother forever, daring to bear her into this world. I do not care what Yemen says. I will drink her blood.
The truck was going faster now, and the rattle of the gun box next to Kantara obliterated the sound of voices from the cab. After a few minutes, she risked peeking from underneath the tarpaulin. They had already passed an army base and were now getting closer to the cheaper hotels that gathered around the airport and the bus station. While Sham was a tourist town, this was clearly the hub for the thousands of migrant workers who served it. The truck put on a burst of speed, and she saw it overhauling the minibus. The bus, which was crowded, pulled over in a bay next to the bus station, and the truck slewed across in front. Jabba leapt out of the truck and ran towards the minibus. A group of male construction workers, clothes thick with dust, were getting off, followed by two women in full niqab with young children in tow. Jabba jostled the men aside to get to the women. There was no sign of his gun. Kantara peeked from the tarpaulin and through the rear window into the back of the pickup's cab. Omar was staring out towards the bus and still on the phone. An AK-47 lay partly under a jacket by his side. Jabba pulled a woman's niqab off. She screeched, and a man with her pushed Jabba. An angry row quickly began, including numerous others. Turning away from the bus to the far side of the road, Kantara noticed a line of canvas-covered food stalls. They were crowded with jalabba-clad manual workers from a couple of battered minibuses. They were hanging around, eating shawarma and kofta. There was a narrow alleyway between the stalls. It was just a few meters away, and an obvious exit that the truck couldn't follow. This was her moment. She had to go for it. Kantara slid over to the passenger side of the truck, away from the continuing argument, unhooked the bungee cord that kept the tarpaulin in place, and emerged carefully so as not to rock the pickup. As she did so, there was a shout from the bus. A passenger had pointed her out to Jabba. Kantara jumped out and ran as low as she could, keeping the truck between her and Jabba. She darted through the milling kofta customers, heading for the alleyway. The bellowing of Omar carried all before it. "Move out of the way, you sons of dogs! My daughter is escaping!" By the time he had said it, she was running down the alley, the view from the road blocked by the crowd. She was glad to see the alleyway was narrow and uneven, dotted with parked motorcycles, puddles of wastewater, and food vendors' baskets. That would give her a greater advantage over her pursuers. She turned sharp left down another alley behind a large building. There was no one there. She ran as fast as she could, finding another alley to the right, too narrow for pursuit except on foot. At the end of the alley, there was a major road, and then beyond it an American-style shopping mall, newly built. She was reluctant to cross that road. On the side were a group of Westerners, shopping in an upmarket haberdashery. An American matron was cooing over the beautiful scarves and embroidery. Beyond them was a red minibus, marked as a courtesy vehicle for the Ramada Royal Pharaoh Hotel. Kantara slid to a halt, paused for breath, and then walked calmly towards the bus. She spoke to the Egyptian driver in English.
"Hello. How soon are you going back to the hotel?"
He looked at his watch. It was almost 9.
"About now?"
He looked at her quizzically. Perhaps it was the remains of the bruise or her worn-out clothing.
"I'm Noor. I'm the guide for a group arriving at the Ramada from Lebanon tomorrow," Kantara said.
The driver smiled at her, but his eyes showed doubts. Nevertheless, he showed her into the front passenger seat. He then started rounding up the tourists, taking 10 agonizing minutes to guide them all back in. Kantara resisted the temptation to help shepherd them on and speed them up. Instead, she helped herself to a pair of cheap sunglasses she found on the dashboard and a man's jacket, which she draped around her shoulders.
"Oh, who are you, honey?"
asked one American woman.
"Are you Rafiq's girlfriend?"
she said, indicating the driver.
"No, I'm just a guide for another group."
She dealt with the questions and small talk as best she could as the minibus slid out into a main road. While they were waiting at traffic lights, she saw Omar's truck cross in front of her. He was looking the other way, phone still clamped to his ear, then did a dangerous U-turn in the middle of traffic, bumping up and across the low concrete median which separated the two carriageways. She looked down and shivered as he crossed back the way he had come. The lights changed, and the bus headed off. It took only 5 minutes to reach the hotel. As she reluctantly returned the jacket, the driver said in Arabic, "Keep the sunglasses. Inshallah, the men in the pickup truck will never find you." As she turned to him in surprise and gratitude, he added, "I saw the fear in your face. Whether it is husband, brother, father, no one should strike a woman. It makes me angry." She thanked the driver, staring wistfully after him as he drove away. The tourists were making their way up the hotel steps, and she mingled with them. A security guard outside looked at her dirty clothes suspiciously until she greeted him in English, when he lifted a hand in apology. Jabba and Omar would be looking for her. She couldn't rely on them being barred entry to the hotel. They might pass as maintenance men. They might even shoot their way in. The dilemma which she had tried to suppress just could not be delayed much longer. But first, she needed a good disguise. As soon as she was inside the large marble-lined entrance hall, she saw 2 trolleys being loaded with luggage by a porter. She waited by a newspaper stand until he pushed one trolley away towards the lift. From the remaining trolley, she picked up a small pink-wheeled suitcase and strode off to the ladies' room. The bathroom was luxurious and well lit, and reminded her of her time at the Royal Opera House. There she had drunk alcohol with Chris, and had felt like Cinderella at the ball. This time there was no one around. That was as well, because she resembled an ugly sister. The huge mirror showed the true awfulness of her bruised face and threadbare trousers and stained blouse. The low heel of one of her shoes was literally hanging off. She had no money, not even a cent. Her only possessions, in a tatty plastic bag, were the niqab and abaya, which were wrapped around the Stanley knife, a tube of glue, and a few small bottles of complimentary soaps, eau de toilette and aftershave. She had high hopes for the suitcase. She took it into a cubicle, closed the toilet lid, placed the case on it, and got to work. It was padlocked, but not secure. The Stanley knife made short work of it. She cut across the zip just below the padlocked tag, then forced the teeth apart. It opened effortlessly. A woman's heels clicked into the bathroom. She stayed just a minute, talking on a phone about being on reception for the peace conference. She complained about her hair. Then she left. Kantara picked through the case. There was underwear, but much too big. No blouses or trousers, but a navy blue niqab and abaya. A Muslim woman's case. Makeup, lots of it. Scissors, a hand mirror, a sewing kit, a roll of sticking plaster, and a tube of antiseptic cream. Best of all, a pair of practical sandals which fitted her perfectly. She risked taking the case out of the cubicle and lifted it onto the counter of a wash basin. She rapidly applied the makeup, heavy eyeliner, thick red lipstick, and some brown eyeshadow, then put the niqab and abaya on, but with the veil thrown back so her face could be seen. An inflatable neck pillow, wrapped in a blouse and stuffed up the front of the abaya, gave her a quite unflattering belly. A garish sequin shoulder bag made a good place to keep her knife and other small items. Finally, she opened a spectacle case and found a pair of unfashionable pink-tinted reading glasses. She toyed with these against the sunglasses, but decided the sunglasses covered the bruise much better. Either way, she realized she looked quite a lot like Musaina Abbas, the woman whose passport she had been given in the Mosala in London. She certainly looked nothing like Kantara al-Mansour. Satisfied, but dreading the next step, she emerged from the bathroom as a portly middle-aged matron. She left the suitcase next to a new pile of luggage, which was being stacked by the main door. Then, heading to the lift, she set off to a higher floor to look for a room. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere she could cut herself open. Rifat was furious. While he was relaying Kantara's movements at the Red Sea Emerald over the phone to Omar, it soon became clear that she had got into a vehicle. She suddenly switched from moving at 3 or 4 kilometers an hour up to 30 or 40. But it was only half an hour later, when he overheard an angry exchange between Omar and Jabba in downtown Sham, that he realized that she had been traveling in the back of their own pickup. How stupid they were not to check. Hiding in the truck was, he had to admit it, an act of genius. High-risk genius, but genius all the same. In fact, it was so clever that it almost made him suspect that she knew she was being tracked. It had got her out of the hills and into the city, where there was at least some chance of someone helping her. That was a big worry. But tracking her down now should be easier. The Google map of Sharm el-Sheikh was finely detailed compared to the rough sketch provided for the hills and mountains. Here, he had every side street, every large building, and detailed satellite photos too. Yet even here, Omar and Jabba had difficulty, and not just because of the police patrols, which were everywhere. When he had told them that she was right at the crossroads of El Salam and Hussein Salam, they didn't even seem to be able to find her.
"She's in a vehicle!" he had yelled.
"Not ours," was Omar's reply.
"Well, maybe she's running in the middle of the road. She's registering 12 kph.
"I don't see her."
"But she's right there. At your junction, look around."
"We are looking. There are lots of cars and taxis, and police. Police everywhere." At one point, Omar had been stopped by traffic police for the suspicious maneuvers he was undertaking. The place was crawling with cops, and soldiers, paratroops, armoured cars. There were others, not just Egyptian, but private security men, American Secret Service agents with their dark suits, sunglasses, and coiled wires leading to earpieces. Rifat knew that, and he was as nervous as hell. But the one demand that came up again and again from Omar was, "Why don't you just blow her to pieces now? We are sick of this whirling dervish dance." They were right. He should have detonated Kantara weeks ago, in the mountains, when the human remains, like those of the incompetent Tofi, could have been hidden. Certainly, it had been obvious for a long time that she could never have been used the way he had intended. Having made her a prisoner made it impossible. Rifat should have predicted that she was bound to become mistrustful. If she had to be bodily transported to the target area, she was no better than a car bomb. Worse even, because the charge inside her was small. It was suited to little more than blowing out the skin of an airliner. But the time for regrets was past. The one thing he certainly could not do was to detonate her this evening in the middle of Sharm el-Sheikh. It was quite possible that the whole conference might be called off in such circumstances, or at least many of the VIPs stay away. Wycliffe was the crucial weapon. He just had to be there in that conference, with all those VIPs, with 400 grams, nearly a pound of PETP. The most audacious bomb in human history. There would be no other way to describe it. Rifat was looking forward to bringing the house down on the so-called peace process. He was looking forward to the notoriety that it would bring him. Rifat looked back to the tracker axes. Kantara's dot was now pulsing in the car park of a hotel. "Omar, are you there?"
"I'm always here. A handmaiden to the devil that you are."
Omar hawked and spat. "She's walking into the Ramada Royal Pharaoh Hotel."
"Where is that?"
"On El Salam, the south side, just before Happy Time Restaurant. You should be able to see it."
"Okay, we're not far."
A few minutes later, Omar confirmed he was there. Kantara's dot had been static for some time. The altitude readout had showed her on the ground floor, but now she was moving again, and she was now 13 meters up. "Are you in there yet?" "She's on the 2nd or 3rd floor. How many floors are there?"
"Maybe 3 or 4. And there's armed security at the door. I don't think they'll let us in."
"Perhaps you shouldn't look so much like a murderous jihadi," Rifat said. The thought came to him again of Irfan Tiwana's remarks about the flexibility of women as tools on their path to the caliphate. Tiwana, now being held in Belmarsh Prison, London. He had been the prime mover in selecting Kantara as their human bomb. Perhaps he might regret it now, if he'd seen how much trouble she had caused.
"I am what I am,"
Omar said.
"Jabba, pass me my trusty AK-47, would you? We have God's work to do."
He turned off the phone. Chapter 40. Kantara had found an open room on the third floor of the Ramada Royal. The bed was unmade, the room service cart outside the door. The chambermaid was in her storeroom chatting to someone, unaware that the room that she was halfway through cleaning had been taken over. Kantara hung the Do Not Disturb sign on the door, went in and locked it. When the chambermaid knocked, Kantara replied in English that she had forgotten something and would be gone again in 10 minutes. The maid went away. Kantara spread a spare blanket over the bed, and then a towel. She stripped down to her underwear. With her fingers she felt the scar. It was just above the line of her pants. She positioned the mirror on a chair so she could see exactly what she was doing. Her whole body was trembling. The hand-width horizontal incision was fully healed after 8 months, but at least she knew exactly where to cut. If only the tremors of fear that were pulsing in her abdomen would cease. She looked at her resources: a darning needle, which she had threaded with cotton, a miniature bottle of eau de toilette, some cotton wadding, a roll of sticking plaster, antiseptic cream, and a leather belt. She pressed the button and slid the triangular blade out, wiped it in perfume to sterilize it, then retracted it smoothly into the metal shaft. Slid it out, then retracted. She didn't know how long she had sat there with the carpet cutter, trying to pluck up the courage to do what she had to do. If there was any other way, any alternative, she would have taken it. But there was not. It had to be done. There was no one to help her, no one to take the responsibility, no one to do the job that had to be done. She just had to do it herself. She had prayed for strength, and, inshallah, she would find it. She didn't know whether she could bear the pain, but she knew she must try. It wasn't just her own life at stake. The lives of others, perhaps many others, would depend on her having the courage to cut her own flesh and to remove the evil within her. She folded the belt and gripped it between her teeth. Then she brought the blade to the edge of her quivering, coffee-coloured flesh and began to cut. 2 miles further north, Wirecliffe's taxi was stopped at the security barrier, half a mile from the Tutankhamun Hotel. He joined hundreds of other journalists, producers, and photographers who were milling about under floodlights. They were waiting to pass all their equipment through a mobile X-ray scanner and be patted down in prefabricated wooden kiosks. They would then be allowed to board one of half a dozen buses, which would take them the short distance to the hotel lobby. The conference did not begin until tomorrow, but this evening's introductory press briefing showed how seriously security was being taken. On the bus, a PR woman handed out bulky press packs, which included some advertising for the hotel with all its facilities, some frequently asked questions about Egypt's attitude to Middle East peace, and some file pictures of the attendees, from Tony Blair to Hillary Clinton. While the bus crawled at walking pace, the PR woman picked up a microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press, welcome to Sharm el-Sheikh, and the most important Middle East peace conference in 50 years. You may think that today's security is tight, but tomorrow's will be unprecedented. 1,500 military personnel, 9 surveillance and attack helicopters, and state-of-the-art anti-aircraft defense systems are being deployed. We also have 3 new millimeter-wave advanced imaging technology body scanners. They don't even have these at JFK in New York yet. I can safely say that the heads of state and other dignitaries who are coming will be safer here than they are at home." In the distance there was a series of pops. Immediately half a dozen reporters at the back of Wirecliffe's bus bobbed up, looking through the back window. "That was gunfire. Definitely," one said. "There is nothing to worry about," the woman said. "It is probably just—" The next fusillade of gunfire was unmistakable, and there were flashes in the night sky coming from the southern end of town behind them. Almost as one, the journalists got out their phones and started making calls. "What? What?" bellowed an enormous shaven-headed journalist from CNN, phone to one ear, and his hand clamped over the other. "Guys with AK-47s storming the Ramada Royal Pharaoh. Fuck!" Another reporter yelled out, "Listen up, everyone! We got a feed from the center of the city." He brandished his iPad. "Look at this. It's a terrorist attack." Everyone tried to squash around to look at the footage or access it on their own smartphones.
We'll be at the reception in just 1 minute, the PR woman said. Please, sit down.
We've been sold a dummy! Turn this goddamn bus around now! Yelled an American voice. For fuck's sake, we've got to get back into town!
Everyone was standing up, trying to see, shouting to the driver. Several were climbing down the steps to the front door, but were blocked by an armed security guard.
Please, sit down. It's too dangerous to exit here, the PR woman said.
The sound of helicopters clattering low overhead drowned out the arguments. In the distance, sirens wailed. Wirecliffe, trapped in his window seat by an overfed Polish radio reporter, could go precisely nowhere. His phone calls were faring no better. Arab Satellite Broadcasting's fixer had his phone set to voicemail, while the line to the cameraman just rang and rang. All he could do was try again and again, as a bus full of frustrated newsmen rumbled at 10 miles an hour directly away from the biggest story in months. Kantara had tried not to scream. She really had. The TV was on loud, heavy metal music videos, but she was louder. The pain of cutting her own flesh was unendurable. Tears misted her vision. She had cut less than a fingernail width, and there was blood, a lot of it. She didn't think she could do more. 5 minutes went by as she tried to pluck up the courage to try again. Then, outside, a single gunshot, a scream, followed by a deafening burst of gunfire. It sounded identical to the AK-47 Omar had used. It was right outside. Glass exploding. There were more screams.
They're coming for me. Oh, God, they know where I am.
The next noise came up from the stairwell, echoing into the corridor. More shooting, more shouting and screaming, the sound of a door being kicked. Then there were noises outside, sirens, a throbbing orange light flashed through the curtains, a flickering light show on the ceiling of her room. She had intended to be slow and deliberate, but there was no time for that. After wiping her eyes, she took in a very deep breath and made a single deliberate but agonizing stroke along the whole scar, which brought a mewling cry through her clamped teeth. Wiping up the first gush of blood, she tentatively felt at the cut, poking a finger inside her abdomen. More blood, and a strange whitish fatty substance oozed out, spilling onto her thighs and the towel beneath. With 2 probing fingers, she moved upwards and to the left, where her stomach's bulge revealed the hard outline of the device now pressed against her skin. She found a cable leading into it, and tugged gently. The spattered mirror revealed a mass of dried black blood on a webbing of inflamed scar tissue, an alien object coated by her body's defences. As she tugged, the device moved, slowly. But the scar tissue made it too large to come out of the incision. The sharp pain as the cut was strained further made her cry out, and she was forced to add an agonizing extra nick in her own flesh. Another burst of gunfire came from the stairwell, echoing up to her floor. There was panic in the corridor outside. Guests trying to gather their families, knocking frantically on doors, running, shouting, ragged voices. A man shout in English, "They're shooting everyone!" With shaking hands, she edged the device out, a stretching, tearing pain she imagined to be like giving birth. 5 excruciating seconds and it was out. She cut the cable which led back through the incision, wrapping the exposed wire end in sticking plaster. The other end of the cable presumably led up to the pacemaker higher in her chest. She feared to disturb that. What she had removed now lay between her legs like a hideous abortion, but there was nothing human about it. It looked like a revolting, putrid pastry, with only some patterned grid in the gore to show there was a plastic object within. She kept having to remind herself that this was a functioning bomb, which, for all she knew, could detonate at any time. She carefully wrapped it in a hand towel and placed it at the foot of the bed, unsure how to dispose of it, but desperate to be somewhere else, anywhere else, away from it. But disposal would have to wait until she could move. More shooting, even closer, screams in the room directly beneath hers, silenced by a deafening blast which made the window downstairs explode in a shower of fragments. They were working their way up to her floor. They must know exactly where she was. She took the previously threaded needle, dipped it in the eau de toilette, and made 3 quick, broad stitches to close the incision. The pain was terrible, almost as bad as the first cut, but the thread held the wound closed. The cut was weeping, but there was no further blood. Another burst of gunfire, another broken window, shouting directly below.
She clicked the TV off. It was Omar's voice bellowing. "That wasn't her, you idiot! Try the next room!" Kantara picked up the bundle and looked at her own window. Giant, unopenable, another air-conditioned hotel. She took the bundle into the bathroom, unwrapped it, and looked at the toilet bowl. Would it flush? She had to try. Even if it didn't, the water might stop the location signal, with luck. She eased it gently into the bowl and flushed. The water swirled, and at first it sank, then bobbed back up again. Shrugging, she realized that she had to leave it. Kantara dressed hurriedly, being careful not to stretch the wound, which was throbbing horribly. If she was not recognized, there was at least a chance of survival. She put on the abaya and headscarf and reading glasses, stuffed the cushion up the front, and slung the colourful bag over her shoulder. She waddled to the door, knowing she could move no faster. She kept the Stanley knife concealed in her hand. The corridor was deserted. Many rooms had been abandoned, doors open. Luggage was strewn along the corridor. The lift was 30 metres to her left in a small lobby. The corridor continued parallel to the street, another 10 metres, before turning sharply right away and towards the back of the hotel. Looking to her right, the staircase was just 10 metres away, a wooden door doing little to muffle the horrible sounds echoing up it. Someone was begging for their life in English. Then a shot. There was no way she could tackle stairs. It had to be the lift. If Omar was killing on the staircase, she might be able to get past and down in the lift. She shuffled to the lift as fast as she could, old lady steps and painful still. A floor below, she could hear the rhythmic smashing of doors, one after another, and the occasional shot. At the lift lobby, she pressed the call button, which lit up and then went off. The out-of-service button flashed on. Behind her was a window. On the street below, she saw dozens of vehicles, with armed police taking cover behind them. Dozens of guns were pointing at her. She waved frantically at them, pointing left down the corridor towards the staircase. She made 3 precise gestures. She held up 2 fingers to indicate the number of assailants, pointed towards the staircase where she had heard them, and mimed a throat-cutting gesture for what was happening to the guests. An officer on the ground frantically gestured for her to move further along the building to her right, and then upwards towards the roof. Perhaps he was indicating an emergency exit. A squad of 12 armed police raced towards the building, disappearing from view beneath her. There was more shooting, different gun sounds, not Omar's AK-47. She edged along to the end of the corridor, which turned sharply right away from the street. There was an emergency exit, but when she got to it, it wouldn't open. She rattled the bar frantically, but it was locked. No way out. She heard clearly the ascent of feet on the staircase at the other end of the corridor, which ran for maybe 40 metres until it reached the dogleg, then 10 metres in which she was hiding. Between the firing, another sound was clear. Clip, clap. Clip, clap. Omar's artificial shoe. He was going to find her. None of the bedroom doors down here were open. Kantara now knew a twisted version of the old saying, "You can't run, and you can't hide." Chapter 41. Rifat was furious. Omar and Jabba had disobeyed his orders. They were hunting down the girl and had turned off their phone. It could ruin everything. He would wash his hands of the 2 Yemeni morons, weapons too crude for the 21st century, monsters of the Caliphate, unchanged since the dawn of Islam. They had never understood the subtle modern battle that needed to be fought. Within an hour, he guessed, they would be dead anyway. With luck, the crudity of their assault would convince the authorities that nothing more sophisticated was planned against the peace conference. Yes, perhaps that was it. Their deaths in some squalid shootout would help to relax the security operation, even a fraction. That could only help him. Turning back to the laptop, he was still getting a faint trace from Kantara's tracking device. It had barely moved in the last half hour. Maybe Omar and Jabba would get to her before she moved. Maybe not. Either way, there was nothing to lose now from detonating it. He smiled to himself, picked up his phone, and scrolled down to the preset text. "Goodbye, Kantara," he said. He pressed the send button. Kantara decided the best she could do was play dead. She lay on the corridor floor by an abandoned suitcase, felt underneath her abaya for her midriff, and sure enough, there was wetness. There were shouts and gunfire from downstairs and the ringing of feet on the stairs, but she still heard, much nearer, the clip-clap of Omar's wooden foot as he moved along the corridor searching from room to room. A burst of gunfire and a kick indicating each one of those locked doors broken in. The blast took her by surprise, duller and less loud than the shooting. The hotel briefly shuddered, and a gust of wooden fragments blew down the corridor. A deep growl of pain and an oath in Arabic showed Omar was still alive. She took her bloody fingers and smeared them across her face and all over the blue hijab. If she could pass for injured or dead, she might yet survive. The clip-clap sound was gone. She crawled carefully towards the corner and peered around. 30 meters away, Omar was sitting down in the corridor, looking away from her, watching the staircase with his AK-47 to his shoulder. Part of a toilet bowl lay on the soaked carpet next to him. The wall of the room opposite, her room, completely demolished. Only then did she realize the splintered object standing between them was Omar's wooden foot, snapped at the shin. It looked as if it too was leaving him, having finally rejected his murderous ways. The fire door to the staircase briefly opened. An exchange of fire. Bullets whined over Kantara's head. Glass shattered. A scream rang out, and someone fell, clanging down the metalled stairs. "Another infidel on the way to hell," Omar muttered, as he changed the clip on the AK-47. For a minute there was quiet, and Omar stood, leaning on the wall facing the staircase. Wheezes of effort or pain escaping him as he hobbled backwards towards Kantara, leaning on the wall, pulling himself along with his left hand. She could see he had been hit, high on the left shoulder. Blood was soaking his jalaba. Omar was just a few meters from her corner, so she wriggled back and played dead, lying on her side. Omar finally slid around the corner and sat just in front of her. There he could take cover, his weapon pointing towards the staircase. She could smell the animal's sweat and the blood on him. Silently, she clicked out the blade of the Stanley knife, still concealed in her hand. To save her life, she might yet again have to use it on living flesh. There was another exchange of gunfire and the sound of heavy boots. Through half-closed eyes, she watched Omar knocked back and a ragged growl escape him. A bloody spray had graffitied itself on the corridor wall opposite, at its centre a neat bullet hole. Someone else was moaning softly around the corner, where they had fallen in the corridor. Omar didn't even glance in her direction, but reached into his belt for a new clip. He was about to end another life. Kantara couldn't bear it. She raised herself gingerly to a kneeling position, and just as she was readying herself to lunge with the knife, he turned and saw her, his mouth jagged in recognition and anger. "You! Are you not dead?"
Before he could turn the gun, a single shot rang out, and Omar slumped, dead, underneath her readied knife. Kantara awoke as she was being lifted on a stretcher into a helicopter on the roof of the hotel. An Egyptian army medic standing over her was yelling to a helmeted airman.
"One more! Another gunshot wound! Stomach wound looks serious! Are you full now?"
The crewman gave him a thumbs up as they hauled her inside. There was someone else on a stretcher next to her. Kantara put her hand on the crewman's wrist and tried to speak, to let them know how urgent it was to find Chris. But the roar of the rotors drowned out every syllable. The man just gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Her next moment of consciousness was hours later. A hospital bed, a light being shone in her eyes. She was aware of a huge amount of activity in the background, the squeal of trolley wheels, urgent voices, footsteps, and occasional cries of pain or alarm.
"You are safe now," said a doctor, whose face appeared from behind the light. "And I'm delighted to tell you that despite appearances, you have not been shot."
"I know," she whispered.
"Can you tell me your name?"
"I am Kantara al-Mansour. I have an urgent message."
A nurse was looking at a clipboard, her pen running down the names. She shook her head.
"No one of that name listed at the hotel."
"Is that really your name, miss?" the doctor asked.
"Yes, it is really me."
The doctor turned away, whispering to a colleague.
Kantara could only snatch a few phrases. I think she's that Lebanese terrorist who blew up the plane. Delirious. A woman's voice. She might believe she's pregnant. A pillow under her abaya. The man's voice. Maybe she was trying to abort this phantom pregnancy. A nurse came over and hurriedly gave her an injection. This will make you sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll tidy up that nasty-looking wound once the antibiotics have had chance to work. We've got lots of badly hurt people to look after, but you'll be fine. When she next awoke, it was dark outside. She was in bed, in a screened-off section of a busy ward, wearing a paper nightdress. She could hear movement and moaning from nearby beds. Suddenly she felt fully awake and very hungry. With tentative fingers she felt her stomach. There was a fresh dressing, but, flexing her tummy muscles, the stitches still pulled. She carefully sat up. Her stolen clothes were in the bedside cabinet, next to the shoulder bag. She abandoned attempts to don underwear, fearful of pulling her stitches, but found a slip, a blouse, and the abaya. The blood had dried to resemble a whole bar of chocolate melted across the black midriff. She eased her feet into the sandals. By the ward door, out to the lifts, sat a huge uniformed policeman, underneath a clock which said 4:53 a.m. He was snoring, his head tucked down to his chest. She tiptoed past, then noticed a wallet protruding from his tunic pocket. Kantara licked her lips. She needed money, for food, for transport, to reach Chris. She lifted her hand, fingers shaking. This was a step further into theft than borrowing clothes. But then she was so hungry. She thought of her own mother, her proud mother, who had always lambasted the thieves who plagued Ayin al-Hilwa, and made her own children promise, on the holy book, never to take that which does not belong to them. Pride in honesty had been their staff to lean on all the unforgiving years. With a silent plea for forgiveness, Kantara eased out the wallet and slipped it into her shoulder bag. She eased open the ward door, summoned the lift, and a minute later stood outside in the bustling nighttime streets of Sharm el-Sheikh. Amid the bustle of taxis and anxious relatives by the hospital entrance, she sought out the all-night food and provision stalls. She bought bread, water, and painkillers, masking the stain with the bag. As she leaned against a wall to eat, an Egyptian TV crew interviewed relatives waiting for the injured. The female reporter practiced her bulletin, announcing that the attack on the Ramada Royal Pharaoh had left 9 dead and 22 injured. Both attackers were killed. Between takes, Kantara asked the crew if they had seen anyone from Arab satellite broadcasting. No, maybe they'll be here later, said the producer, a middle-aged man.
I urgently need to get in contact with a British journalist at ASB called Chris Wycliffe, Kantara said. Don't know him, the reporter said, looking into a hand mirror to check her makeup. She then looked up at the producer. Aren't ASB based at the Majestic?
Yes, he said. Most of the internationals are there.
Where's the Majestic? Kantara asked. It's the huge unfashionable place, just opposite the Tutankhamun. But it's got a great roof terrace for filming, with a view right across, she said. Hold on. The reporter got out her phone and rang the hotel. She asked for Chris Wycliffe, but a minute later relayed that there was no reply from his room. If you need to find him, take a taxi. It's only 5 minutes. If he's international press, he's bound to be in bed. They never get up this early.
Chris Wycliffe rolled over and onto his back, breathless but blissfully happy. He was in Tessina's room, in Tessina's bed. Her naked body lay next to him, her breasts and belly glistening with a fine moisture amid the rumpled sheets in the half-light of the dawn. This was the perfect way to start his big day. Things had become quite hectic since last night's jihadi attack on the Ramada Royal Pharaoh. He'd been working until 2 a.m. The hourly bulletins had been repetitive enough, but the two-way interviews from the ASB news anchor in Dubai had been poorly directed. He'd no advance warning of the questions, not a hint that they were going to be obsessed with the rumour that the jihadis may have had a female accomplice, as Al Jazeera was reporting. Wycliffe had seen Al Jazeera's coverage, interviewing bus passengers who had supposedly seen her. There were no pictures, and given the inevitable confusion over the casualties among the 17 different nationalities staying at the hotel, an injured woman who apparently checked herself out of the Shah medical facility may quite simply have been someone else. Other media took different lines. The doctor Wycliffe had seen interviewed on Al Arabiya TV seemed convinced his patient had tried to give herself an abortion, which didn't quite match the image put out by Al Jazeera. Taysina had reckoned this female jihadi angle wasn't worth spending his precious time on, and he agreed, though no one had apparently told Dubai. One sensible precaution was Taysina's move to reserve ASB's Gulf correspondent, Finn Finlay, a fluent Arabic speaker, with a second crew to cover the overnight shift in case of more attacks. Real action had added piquancy to yet more talks about peace. Viewing figures, she predicted, would be way up, though it was hard to compete with the turmoil across the Arab world from Jordan to Libya. One ratings asset was Omar bin Ghalafani, the notorious one-legged Yemeni militant who led the raid and died in it. A classic baddie, with many killings to his name in Afghanistan, Pakistan and Yemen, he illustrated the sad truth that war is always more interesting than peace. Wycliffe knew he'd have to go back to his room soon to prepare for the early morning bulletins for the Gulf breakfast show. 2 more brief reports on the hour, a 2-minute slot at noon, then the big press conference with world leaders at 1 p.m. With a deep, satisfied sigh, he eased himself up and started to put on a shirt. Taysina watched him through half-closed feline eyes.
"Come here," she said, reaching out and caressing his thigh. "Let's take a proper look at where they put this pacemaker. I was in too much of a hurry last night."
She clicked on the bedside lamp and sat on the edge of the bed facing his midriff. She ran her finger along the scar and through the crop of bristly hair that was regrowing.
"Does that tickle?"
"Like crazy, yes."
"My father had his pacemaker up here."
She caressed Wycliffe's collarbone.
"Just a tiny scar." "This is so different," she said,
measuring the full length of her hand against the incision. "Like I said, I'm going to get it checked over once I get some time. My consultant in London reckons that I shouldn't need some big old Soviet coal boiler to keep my heart working."
"Well, it seems to work well enough," she smiled. 3 times.
"Twice," corrected Wycliffe.
"No, 3,
Taysina said. She grasped his soft, heavy penis and caressed it, looking up into his face to watch the pleasure she was creating.
"I've arranged for Finn's crew to do the early bulletin. Now take that shirt off."
He laughed. "Carry on like this and you'll make that Russian pacemaker explode." It was 6 a.m. when Kantara got to Wycliffe's hotel. The receptionist rang his room, but with no reply. Kantara wrote a note.
"Please make sure you give this to him," she said. "It's very, very important." "I think he's still in the hotel. He hasn't returned his key. Perhaps he is at breakfast," the receptionist said.
Kantara nodded. It was a good point. Chris would never willingly miss a cooked breakfast. She took the lift to the basement and was drawn irresistibly by the smell of freshly cooked food into a huge, low-ceilinged refectory. There were already many dozens of people queuing for the buffet, sitting and eating. Clusters of journalists with bags and laptops dotted among the plastic palms and columns, but despite walking 2 slow circuits of the many tables, she couldn't see Wycliffe or anyone from ASB. Everyone was glued to the TV news. People wanted to question a possible female accomplice who had been seen with the Ramada Royal terrorists. Eyewitnesses on the bus had described a woman who had been hiding in their pickup truck, had taken a lift in a courtesy bus, and who had been seen later at the hotel. She had been assumed to be a victim when taken to hospital, but had since disappeared. Kantara's heart rose into her mouth. She picked up a tray, joined the buffet queue, and helped herself to food. She sat down near the entrance. When a waitress asked her room number, she quoted Wycliffe's. It was nearly 9:30 a.m. when Wycliffe's mobile rang. He swung out of bed when he realized it was a voice he didn't recognize. "Who's this?" he asked. Taysina sat up in bed, watching him. "I'm a Saudi reporter here in Sham. Listen, there's a link between the Al-Qaeda men killed last night and the Egypt air bombing." "Really?"
said Wycliffe.
What do you know?
I can't talk over the phone. Meet me in Cafe Sunshine in 15 minutes.
Listen, said Wycliffe, the memory of the wild goose chase with Cat Quinlan fresh in his mind.
If you're a reporter, you know what's happening today, and I'm very busy. If it's good, fine, but don't waste my time.
It's good, the caller said.
Okay, but why me, as a matter of interest? Wycliffe added.
You're the only one who thinks she's still alive, that's why.
He hung up.
Jesus Christ,
Wycliffe said, pulling on a bathrobe.
Where's Cafe Sunshine?
Tessina shrugged and started to Google it on her phone.
Someone reckons they know something about Kantara,
Wycliffe said.
Don't wait for me at breakfast. I'll go straight on to security check-in after.
Rifat put down the phone and smiled to himself. Wycliffe had fallen for the gambit, as he knew he would. His death would come soon enough, but not before he knew the damage he had caused. But there were other vengeances to exact. Rifat stood on a chair, and with a roll of masking tape covered over the hotel room's smoke alarm. Then he got down, opened his briefcase, and carefully lifted out the Helwan pistol Yemen had sent him. It was, as he expected, an Egyptian copy of the Italian Beretta M1951, serviceable, proven, but not as good as the Glock. The silencer, however, was good. A brand-new Gemtech Raptor, still in its packaging, with a Heckler & Koch 3-lug adapter. His practiced hands assembled them, loaded a clip of ammunition, then set them aside. He took a dog-eared folder from the briefcase. Inside were page after page of photographs of Tessina, old family snaps showing her as a child, at school, among university friends. Rifat carefully leafed through his meticulous scrapbook, moving on to more recent pictures, professional headshots, and several pages of printouts from Google Images. Over all of them, from beginning to end in tiny, neat, handwritten Arabic script, were dense tracts of hatred, condemnations and Quranic quotations to castigate the life of the woman who had turned out to be his mother. On the final pages were the faded pornographic images from a 2-decade-old Playboy magazine. As far as he could calculate, she was already pregnant with him when these pictures were taken. There she was, blasphemously spread-eagled for the lust of the world, revelling in her dangerous and inflammatory beauty. The woman from whose public loins he would 7 or 8 months later emerge. And there she was, on pages blistered with the stain of her own son's seed. Rifat lifted the pages to his mouth and kissed each delicately. "Goodbye, blessed mother, my fallen angel," he said. "Your time is nigh." He took one of the professional portraits and taped it to the wall at head height. He then took the gun, paced out the greatest distance he could, 8 meters, which entailed him standing in the bathroom with the door open. He lifted the gun and sighted it on his mother's smiling face. He fired. The suppressed click from the weapon was swamped by the hammer blow of the bullet's impact. The photograph had a neat hole in the mouth, the bullet buried deep in the wall. With a cigarette lighter, he set fire to the scrapbook, holding it up as the pages curled, and fire first darkened, then consumed Tessina's flesh. As the flames spread, Rifat dropped the folder into a metal waste bin and added to it the punctured portrait from the wall. When it was thoroughly charred, he took the bin to the bathroom and ran it under the tap. Once the smoke had cleared, he reloaded and packed the weapon, locked it in the briefcase, and took it with him as he left the hotel. By 9:45 a.m., Kantara had eaten her fill, but Wycliffe still hadn't arrived. She watched TV listlessly, breaking off every few seconds to glance at the door, as the last of the hotel guests gradually filtered out to start their day, and the waitresses began to clear the tables. Reluctantly, she decided to leave. The click of high heels drew her attention. A self-aware Arab woman in expensive Western clothes and a short skirt had just arrived. She was talking loudly on her mobile and began absent-mindedly loading up a plate with fruit. Kantora saw from the lanyard around her neck that she was with Arab Satellite Broadcasting. She stood to follow her. While the woman hung up on the call and reached for coffee, Kantara leaned closer to read the name on the security card. Tessina Christodopoulos.
The power of that name, the woman Chris preferred to her, was enough to make her take a step back. "Can I help you?" Tessina said, turning. "I'm Kantara al-Mansour." She took off her sunglasses. Tessina just stared, taking in the blood-stained abaya, the bruised face and smeared eye makeup. "I need to find Chris urgently. Do you know where he is?" "Oh my God," Tessina said. "Chris was right all along. He's raised heaven and earth trying to find out if you are still alive. I can't say I believed him, but—" She touched Kantara's arm as if to be sure that this was really the woman she had heard so much about. Kantara felt ugly and dirty in the critical gaze of this glamorous woman. Instinctively, she slid a hand over the dried bloodstain on her midriff. "Are you hurt?" Tessina looked at the stain. Kantara shrugged. "Yes, but I've got more important things to do. Al-Qaeda is planning to blow up the peace conference. One of the BBC journalists may be a suicide bomber. It is really vital that I talk to Chris and warn him. I'll ring him now. Oh, God, he's going to want to know everything that has happened to you in the last year and a half. There's a terrific story here. Don't go away. I want you to tell us all about it. Don't talk to anyone else, okay? We can get you good terms." "Please hurry," Kantara pleaded. Tessina turned away. "Chris, need to speak to you right away. You'll never guess who is standing right next to me. Bye." She turned back. "Line must be busy," she told Kantara. "Right. I'm going to alert conference security. Then I'll call the BBC. Are you sure they are still going to be able to do this? It doesn't sound likely. The police reckon they killed both the guys who attacked the Ramada Royal last night." "Yes, they were trying to kill me. They were holding me captive. But the mastermind is a Saudi called Rifat, who builds their bombs. That's who they really have to worry about." "Rifat?" Tessina looked straight into her eyes. "Did you say Rifat?" "Yes, Rifat." Seeing Tessina's dumbstruck face, Kantara raised her voice. "His name is Rifat. Rifat ibn Juluwi Aziz al-Khalifa, age 21 from Medina. He is the most evil man I have ever met, and he is here, in Sham." Tessina screamed and dropped her phone. "Rifat! No, no, no!" "What is it?" yelled Kantara, as Tessina lowered herself to a chair. "Tell me!" Tessina fell into hysterical sobbing. Kantara waited for a minute, and then, when it didn't stop, slapped her hard. Tessina almost fell, sending fruit, crockery, and cutlery flying. "Tessina, we don't have time for this. Come on. Lives are at stake. Give me the phone." "No, no, no," Tessina sobbed. "It cannot be true." Kantara had her hand up, ready to strike again. Sullying that poised self-confidence had given Kantara a rush of satisfaction, alarming in its intensity. But now it felt somehow unworthy. Waitresses were watching her in horror. Tessina steadied herself from the debris of shattered plates and squashed strawberries. "I don't believe you. I don't even know who you really are." Kantara knelt with difficulty and retrieved the phone. The casing had cracked and there was no signal. A burly chef in fat spattered apron and hat had emerged from the kitchen and grabbed Kantara's wrist. "I saw this. You struck this woman and tried to steal her phone." "I did not," Kantara said, looking intently at Tessina. She had lost an earring, and her makeup was smeared with tears. "I came to warn her, but she does not listen." "I'm going to call the police," the chef said, as a security man arrived. "Egypt has severe penalties for thieves." He turned to Tessina. "I do apologize. These low-life types are always trying to get into the hotel to steal from travelers and tourists. They take advantage of the chaos of the resignation of our president to further their mischief. I will send her back to whatever Cairo squatter camp she came from, if you wish it, madam." Tessina narrowed her eyes and looked Kantara up and down. "I can't believe he was ever interested in you." "I must speak to him," Kantara said. "And you come here, to follow him, spreading your poisonous lies? Your target a harmless but confused young man? You should be ashamed." "Why do you defend this terrorist?" Kantara asked. "Because he is my son," she yelled. The security man took this scream as a cue to seize Kantara around the neck. The hotel manager and 2 of his staff had arrived too. Everyone was shouting at once, and Kantara had to raise her voice. "Tessina!" Don't let them do this. I'm speaking the truth. Chris's life is in danger. If you love him, you must let him know. What do you know about love? Tessina said. You came from dirt, and you will return to dirt. You only ever got to leave that camp because Chris felt pity for you and your twisted foot. But I can see he never spotted your twisted mind. I have evidence that your son is a cruel man, bent on murder, she said, as the security man tried to drag her away, her neck bent back. What possible evidence can there be? Sneered Tessina. This, said Kantara. She pulled up her abaya and slip, leaving her naked from waist to ankles. In a single agonizing movement, she tore off the dressing to expose to everyone her wound, crude dark stitches and a rime of blackened blood. Your son did this to me! He put a bomb inside my body! There was a collective gasp. Tessina recoiled in shock into the arms of a security guard. The hotel manager, expressing his revulsion at this disgusting display of mental disorder, directed 2 of his security staff to cover Kantara and carry her down to a private room to await the police. Kantara was writhing with pain and frustration as she was picked up and carried to the emergency stairs. Don't let them take me! Tessina, please! Tessina! I beg you! I beg you! Wirecliff lifted up his sunglasses and looked at his watch. It was 9:55 a.m. The Saudi was late. Sunshine was, appropriately enough, an outdoor cafe, very pleasant under the palm trees. He'd spent the last 15 minutes on the phone to Finn Finley, finalizing the logistics for today. He drained the overly strong coffee and regretted missing the majestic buffet breakfast. In a few minutes he'd have to leave to prepare his piece to camera, then start the long and inevitably tedious process of going through security at the Tutankhamun to be ready at the press conference at 1 p.m. The networks, ASB included, had already been ferrying production staff and equipment through since 7 a.m., but the correspondents themselves could afford to wait until what in security terms was the last minute. 90 minutes, they had been told to allow. The CBS chief correspondent had summed up the journalists' reaction perfectly. What a bunch of crap. Mr. Wirecliff, at last. A shadow fell across the pages of Wirecliff's International Herald Tribune. He looked up, squinting into the sun. The dazzling halo around the man's head almost blinded him. "You better sit down," Wirecliff said, folding up the paper. "I was just about to go." "I'm glad you didn't." The man sat. Wirecliff dropped his sunglasses on the table and stared at the black gloves, the dark, youthful face. "You," he breathed. "Yes, I've had quite an interest in you for some time." For Wirecliff, a series of cogs clicked into place. "You're Rifat, aren't you? That's why you keep turning up in my life. At the talk in Red Lion Square, in the old Bell on Fleet Street. I can't believe I didn't guess before. Did you also follow me in a taxi?" Rifat smiled. "Yes, twice. I met your wife. I've seen where you live, the home in Baron's Court, as well as the one in Dulwich. I visited your daughter and her friend in York." "Michaela? So it was you that got them drunk?" Anger and anxiety curdled in Wirecliff's mind. "Hardly. I think they were quite intoxicated before I arrived. I do not approve of alcohol." "But you went all the way to York to meet them?" "Only to learn more about you. About my father." Wirecliff restrained an urge to apologize in some general way for the accident of Rifat's birth. "Why didn't you just speak to me about this? Why didn't you introduce yourself to me earlier?" "My understanding was that you were unaware that you had a third child." "Well, that was true until a few days ago, certainly." "So you would probably not have believed me." "If you'd mentioned the circumstances and time of your birth, I might have." "Then you would have known that your attempts to have me disposed of before birth were unsuccessful." "Now steady on. I never tried—" "No, you listen to me, father. You wanted my mother to have me aborted, and she almost agreed." Rifat's face was intense, his gaze unblinking. Wirecliff felt the air chilling. "She'd warned me that you might be angry," Wirecliff said. "Angry? Oh, I'm not angry. That doesn't quite describe the way I feel. I am the bastard child of a whore and a godless Lothario." His fingers flexed in the gloves as if playing some secret andante.
You can think what you like of me, that's your privilege, Wycliffe said, but I won't have you describing your mother that way. He stood up and tossed some notes on the table. I've got work to do. In case you hadn't noticed, a few hours from now there will be an attempt to find some peace in this benighted part of the world, and it is my job to report it.
The enormous power of the press, yes. Rifat smiled, his grin getting broader by the moment as he pointed at him. My father, Christopher Wycliffe, crusader for peace. I know you have it within you to explode the myth that there can be any peace without justice.
It doesn't feel that way, believe me. Look, you tempted me here with some bollocks about the attack on the Ramada Royal and about Kantara. If you have anything to tell me, you'd better start now, because I've got work to do.
Rifat stared at Wycliffe, saying nothing.
In fact, you don't know anything about Kantara, do you? Wycliffe said. Probably never met her. Just read up some stuff in the papers, right?
Rifat shrugged. Well, it seems you have found me out. Sorry.
Look, Rifat, this hasn't been the best way for us to get to know each other, and I'm sorry you got dealt a bad hand. None of us ever get to control that, I'm afraid. It's what you do with it afterwards that matters. And if you ever feel you can be civil, I'll happily meet you again. Until then, goodbye.
He put out his hand towards the black glove, but Rifat's fingers twitched, withdrawing and curling like withering flowers. As Wycliffe turned and walked away, he felt something cold seep down inside him, a chill blade right into his entrails. It was nothing he'd ever felt before. Fatherhood? He'd felt fatherhood before, but it was never anything like this. Despite the gathering heat of the day, he shuddered. Tessina fled in tears to her room, looking for her spare phone. She was there in 2 minutes, took out her key, unlocked the door and stumbled in. She had to ring Chris. Perhaps she had done something terrible. But then, who was this woman to say such ridiculous things about Rifat? She flung her handbag on the bed while she hunted in her luggage for the spare phone. That dishevelled bed, where she and Chris had so recently made love. Then she remembered. She remembered caressing his scar. Oh, God! The scar! It was in exactly the same place as Kantara's scar. Low, across the abdomen. Surely it couldn't be. Of course not. Chris's scar was neat, properly sewn up, professional, not that horrible botched job the Palestinian had displayed. It still made her sick to think about that. Where is that phone? Chris had had his operation in a proper Egyptian hospital. He'd been flown home at the BBC's expense. It was surely all official. It wasn't done by some untrained jihadi in a spare room. And yet, he had complained about the size of the pacemaker. He said it sometimes felt like a bowling ball. She'd never heard of anyone else with a pacemaker in the abdomen. Chris had said it wasn't uncommon where heart surgery was needed at the same time. So little time to check. Where is that damn phone? Ah, yes. She finally found it and rang Chris. It went straight to voicemail. Damn. Of course, Chris would probably by now be up on the hotel roof, recording his piece to camera. It would be turned off, maybe for 10, 15 minutes. She'd go straight up and find him. But first she rang her trusted golf correspondent, a man who could get anything done. Finn, it's Tessina. I need you to do something urgently. No, forget that. Do this now. The police have just arrested a young woman called Kantara al-Mansour. Yes, I know. Same name as the bomber. I know. Now, I want you to offer whatever bail they need to get her out. Bribe whoever you need to. We've got 10,000 in cash, if you need all that. No, I have no idea where she is being held. Call in some favors. Whatever it takes. We need her for just a few hours. Say it's for an interview. She knows important things. Yes, a scoop. Massive. I'm afraid I didn't believe what she just told me, and I've just realized that I was probably wrong. It might just be the biggest mistake of my life. Do it now. I've got to ring conference security right now. Bye. Tessina turned to the doorway. A figure was standing there, in her room, closing the door behind him, with black gloves. For the second time that day, she dropped the phone. 1 second after it hit the floor, so did she. a neat, silenced bullet hole through her beautiful forehead. She hadn't even had the chance to greet her son before he killed her. A military jet screamed low over the roof of the hotel, and Wirecliff instinctively ducked. It was escorting a Russian airliner, which was just coming into land at Charm's now restricted airport.
"Is that Putin?"
cameraman Alistair Williams asked.
"Probably,"
said Wirecliff, training his binoculars towards the airport.
"Blair's already here for the quartet, and the Palestinians. No idea when we're getting the Israelis. Hillary Clinton was supposed to have flown in last night, but I think she's late. Glad we're finished here, then," Williams said.
They had just finished wrapping up the package for the Gulf lunchtime news. Now it was a rush to the bus for the dreaded security clearance. Buses left at 5-minute intervals. The third of 10 was idling outside, with reporters milling around. Wirecliff needed to be in early. With 500 journalists, only those near the front would stand a chance of getting a question in. Tessina should be ready by now. He had tried both her phones, but got no answer. On the way down to his own room, he stopped at hers. A sign on her room door, "Do not disturb." He laughed. Someone's idea of a joke, probably hers. He knocked, then banged. No reply. She must have caught an earlier bus. The bus was about to go. Waiting to board it, he ran into BBC Middle East editor and friend Gerald Monaghan, talking to Jim Moore, Wirecliff's old boss from Beirut days. Cairo-based fixer Nima Mustafa was there too, as was the French freelancer Christian Leroy, who Kat Quinlan had taken a fancy to.
"Is Tessina already at the Tutankhamun?" Monaghan asked. "I hope so. I haven't seen her since yesterday evening,"
Wirecliff said.
"She was at breakfast,"
Christian said absent-mindedly, while texting.
"Got into some terrible fight with a local woman."
"A fight? In the hotel?" Wirecliff said.
"Yeah. I couldn't follow the Arabic, but Tessina seemed real upset about something. The woman slapped her and exposed herself."
"Exposed herself?" Monaghan said.
"Yeah. Just lifted up her abaya and exposed everything before the cops took her away. A complete fruitcake, seemingly. Thank God she didn't have a knife."
"Christ almighty," Wirecliff said.
"That explains the do not disturb sign," he thought. "She's probably in shock. Still, she wouldn't want to miss this, would she?"
Shrugging, he boarded the bus, once again tried ringing both her phones, and then sent her an email. The solitary cell in the police station was cold and damp. Grey concrete walls, a solid metal door, a filthy enamel bucket for a toilet. There was no daylight, just a dim light recessed in the roof behind a grill. Kantara's stomach had started to hurt. A stitch had torn when she was struggling to avoid arrest. Blood seeped from it. The 2 young policemen who'd arrested her hadn't believed who she was and had demanded identity papers she didn't have. In her bag they had found a policeman's wallet, with his identity card still in it, and some Jordanian documents identifying the woman whose luggage she took. A sergeant arrived and said the prosecuting magistrate wouldn't even have time to look at her case for a few weeks, but a psychiatrist may visit her later in the day. While the police could hardly deny the fact she spoke fluent English, they suspected she may just be an illegal immigrant from Gaza, little more than a thief, and a crazy one. The more she warned about bombings at the peace conference, the more they laughed. Finally, she sat down alone and wept. In the distance, she heard the sounds of other prisoners arriving or leaving, the banging of doors, the rattling of keys. After her months in the cell in Sinai, to be captive again was a bitter blow. A while later, she heard someone being brought to an adjacent cell, so she pressed her face to the inspection hole and yelled for attention. 5 minutes later, a fat-bellied and brutal-looking sergeant came to her cell. He unlocked it and stood glaring at her with a folded leather strap in his hands.
"If you make another sound, I am going to thrash you,"
he said, flexing the strap.
"I'm busy now, but rest assured, when the shrink gets here, he will send you to Cairo's worst madhouse. Know of it? Every Egyptian does. They call it the pit of hell. No one ever comes out, except in a coffin."
Kantara said nothing for a moment, and then asked, "Please, can you tell me the time?"
"It is 11:45.
Have you passed on my warnings to the conference security people? There is still time before the press conference.
He stared at her and folded his arms. What do you think they would say to me if I bothered these busy people and said, "Hello, we have a crazy thief here who attacked a member of the press in a hotel and exposed her modesty to all the guests. She says that journalists are being stuffed with explosives by Al-Qaeda and sent into your conference to destroy world peace. So please, cut open all members of the press and search through their entrails looking for bombs." What do you think they would say?
That isn't what I said. What I said was—
What you said were the ravings of a mad woman, he said.
The closing of the door and the rattling of keys as he left marked the end of the conversation. Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, 12:30 p.m. Wycliffe had been through accreditation. Now he was at reception. His interim security pass and lanyard was swapped with one bearing a hologram and a microchip, which would open doors within the conference. Still ahead was the airport-style baggage scanner, a walk-through metal detector, the laptop examination, the explosive swab, and then finally the brand-new AIT body scanners. With truculent Western journalists and Egyptian officials short on English, it was always going to be fraught. Wycliffe was worried about Tessina. Having heard about the fight in the restaurant and her upset, he wanted to know what had happened. She was resilient and tough. Anybody with her track record of freelance work during the Lebanese Civil War had nerves of steel. For her, going sick without calling in would be unprecedented. He checked his phone for messages. 36 missed calls since last night, an average total for this kind of event. Most were from various nervous Nellies at the editor's desk in Dubai, but he'd spoken to them since. But there was one from Tessina, 9:48 a.m., almost 3 hours ago.
Chris, need to speak to you right away. You'll never guess who is standing right next to me. Bye.
The next message was from Finn Finley.
Chris, heads up. I'm waiting at Sharm Central Police HQ. Tessina wanted me to let you know that there's a woman claiming to be Kantara al-Mansour held there. Same name as the dead Egypt air bomber, as you know. Tessina probably already briefed you on the details, but I just wanted you to know that she insisted that I get the woman bail. She wants to speak to you, apparently. Tessina's not answering her phone, so I've no idea what's going on. So if you can call me back and let me know why I'm being asked to do this instead of covering a global news event, I'd appreciate it.
Kantara. Here in Egypt. How? Wycliffe could hardly believe it possible. As he stared at the screen, a security official asked him to turn off the phone and put it and his laptop, his shoes and belt through the airport-style scanner. Wycliffe looked at the impatient queue behind him. He didn't want to lose his place, or, God forbid, start again at the beginning. Following up the call would have to wait until the end of the security process, when he could use the phone again. As he stepped towards the metal detector frame, a security guard approached.
"Good afternoon, sir. Any artificial hip, knee?" "No, but I've got a pacemaker."
The man looked unsure.
"For my heart? A pacemaker?"
Wycliffe fumbled with his wallet and produced the pacemaker identity card. The official nodded and smiled.
"Of course. Go to cubicle, please, for hand search."
He stepped around the metal detector and into a curtained booth, where a mustachioed man in crisp white uniform, white gloves and beret asked him to raise his hands in the air. Wycliffe pointed out where his pacemaker was, as the white-gloved hands slid up underneath the shoulders of his jacket, into his armpits and up along each thigh, inside and out.
"Drop trousers, please." "Oh, for Christ's sake, is this really necessary?" "Security of one is security for all, sir. That is our mantra."
Okay, he said, and slid his trousers down. The official patted him on the buttocks, then said,
"You must excuse me, sir."
He then pressed the edge of his hand into the cleft of Wycliffe's underwear. It was quickly and efficiently done.
"Now lift testicles, please."
Wycliffe looked heavenward and cupped his balls, as the officer knelt and tapped at his perineum. The underpants bomber certainly had a lot to answer for.
"All done, sir. Have a nice day."
As Wycliffe emerged from the booth, he saw a shoeless and very unhappy Gerald Monaghan, with his laptop on a table being examined by a woman with a swab on a stick.
Catching his eye, they exchanged sighs of exasperation. Wycliffe shuffled onwards, still shoeless, and was directed by a woman army officer towards the millimetre wave scanner, which looked like a space-age phone booth. "I've got a pacemaker," he said. "Is it okay?" She shouted to a technician, one of several at a console behind the machine. Worryingly, they were poring over what looked like the user manual. "Okay," said one of them, with a thumbs up. "I hope so," Wycliffe said. The clock on the wall said 12:40 p.m. 5 minutes later, he was through, and turned the phone back on. It rang immediately. Rifat sat in his hotel room watching TV. It was showing an Egyptian Air Force band playing as Hillary Clinton walked down a red carpet from a helicopter. The voiceover said that the VIPs, also including ministers from France, Germany, and Russia, had arrived for a photo shoot on the steps at the back of the hotel and would then be taken inside for a press conference. A news anchor in the studio switched to a correspondent who was already inside the press auditorium, where behind her a number of speakers' podia, including one with the US State Department eagle-winged seal of office, were being checked over by technicians. None of the podia had wooden bodies, just a metal pole up to the waist-height superstructure. Good, thought Rifat. Not only can the correspondents get really close, the targets will not be shielded. This will be carnage. The laptop, open beside him, showed the Google map of the hotel and its surroundings, and for clarity he opted to switch to the aerial photograph. Wycliffe's red dot was flashing at the front of the hotel, and had moved only very slowly. The conference auditorium, he assumed, was in the middle, but he would only know for certain when the conference began, and Wycliffe was in it. He flicked channels to ABS, but they were covering other news. He surfed through Al Jazeera, Al Arabiya, and a dozen other channels. He learned nothing extra about the layout of the building. He flicked up his own phone and looked at the pre-formatted text to be sent to the device within Wycliffe. Feel the revenge of the Caliphate. It was ready to go. Kantara was surprised to find the cell door opened and the grizzled sergeant stood before her. "It seems even lunatics have friends. Come with me." She followed him out of the cell and into a reception area where a tall, sandy-haired man in his late 30s and wearing a light blue suit was smiling at her. It was the first kind smile she had seen in months, and it melted her fears. "Hello, Kantara. I'm Finn Finley, from Arab Satellite Broadcasting. Tesina Christodopoulos sent me to arrange bail for you." He put out a hand, which she took in both of hers. "Thank you so much. Oh, my God, this is such a relief," she said. "Will I have to return here?" With a dismissive hand movement, she indicated the dirt, the noise, and the loneliness of incarceration. "In theory, yeah. In practice, I don't think so. Not for what we paid." "I'm very grateful. To you and to Mrs. Christodopoulos." She looked up at the clock. 12:50 p.m. "So you have spoken to Chris Wycliffe and to conference security to tell them about the bomb?" "Don't worry. Tesina has done all that. I spoke to her a couple of hours ago. It should all be in hand." She gasped. "He doesn't believe me. They still think I'm making all this up." "Finn, listen to me. It is vitally important that I speak to Chris. Does he know I'm here? I know that everyone thinks I'm crazy, but you've got to believe me." "I've left him a message, and I'm sure Tesina has told him already," Finn said, getting up and leading her out to a taxi. "First, let's get you out of here. We're going to take you to a hotel where you can clean up. We'll cover the cost of the hotel doctor, too, and any medicines you might need." "Thank you, but first I need a phone." "You can use the hotel phone. Tesina said that Chris will probably want to talk to you. He's frantically busy today, of course, but as soon as he's free, I promise I'll get him to sit down for a good long talk with you. Then you can tell us all about what happened." He handed her an envelope. "This is enough money for some clean clothes." As they got into the taxi, Kantara took Finn's hands in both of hers and looked straight into his eyes. "Finn, I can clearly see you don't believe a word I've said." He smiled reassuringly at her. "Well, Tesina must do, or she wouldn't have sent for me to get you out. So I'm sure that all your warnings have been heeded. You've got to understand, The security at the conference is incredible, so I'm pretty sure that everything is in hand. In fact, if it wasn't, I'm sure Chris wouldn't be risking his life in covering it. He's had enough health scares recently."
"Health scares?" Kantara said,
then looked intently at Finn.
"Has he had an operation?"
Finn turned and gave her a quizzical look. "Well, I'm not sure I should say, but yeah, I believe he recently had a heart pacemaker fitted. It gets a lot of us middle-aged—"
"A pacemaker? Where was it fitted?" Kantara shouted.
"Somewhere in Egypt, I believe," Finn said, recoiling.
"No, where on his body? Was it down here?"
She indicated her abdomen. "I really haven't the faintest."
"Okay, I don't have time to change your mind."
Kantara leaned forward to the driver and said to him in Arabic,
"Get us to the Peace Conference Hotel as fast as you can."
She took a 20 Egyptian pound note out of the envelope and gave it to him. "Now look here," Finn said as the car accelerated. "You can't just drive into the bloody peace conference. There's not a cat in hell's chance of you getting anywhere near the place. It's hard enough for us."
"Okay, then ring conference security."
Okay, he said. "Anything for a bit of bloody peace. I know the head of security for the State Department." Finn rang a number and explained who he was. "Is Vonda there?" "Yeah, I'm sorry, I know what the time is. Look, I've got a member of the public here with potentially significant security information. You've probably heard it already, but can you speak to her, please? Thank you."
He handed the phone to Kantara.
"Over to you."
She grabbed it.
"Now listen carefully. No, never mind who I am. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Al-Qaeda has a bomb at the conference, almost certainly surgically planted inside the body of a journalist. I don't know for sure who, but it could be a BBC journalist or Chris Wycliffe from Arab Satellite Broadcasting. No, not a suicide bomber. Listen. They won't know they are carrying a bomb. It will have been implanted in an operation. It is not far-fetched. I know because it happened to me. I removed the bomb myself. Yes. Cut it out with a knife. It would have been triggered by a mobile phone signal."
Kantara turned to Finn.
"They've told me to stay on the line. They don't believe me, but they are finally listening, and the conference is starting right now. It is exactly 1 o'clock.
"Look, there's nothing more you can do," Finn said.
"Yes, there is. I can make people listen, and I can make people believe. I'm going to start with you."
Having finally escaped the clutches of security, Wycliffe walked through into the auditorium. He rang Finn, but the call diverted to voicemail. He took a seat on the third row, between the State Department podium and that of the Middle East Quartet. As seats filled up around him, and while waiting for his own laptop to power up, he reread Finn's message. Kantara was somewhere in Sham. He couldn't believe it. Could she really be alive and out here? Taysina had thought so, to send Finn to the police station to get her out on bail. But from what charge? He tried to ring Taysina again. Still no reply. Her voicemail box was now full. This was really worrying. Finn's phone was still busy, so he left a message. Everything would have to wait now. It was 1 o'clock. Head of Security Vonda Watson walked out onto the stage.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid there's a slight delay, so bear with us. The conference will start shortly."
Someone was clearly talking to her in an earpiece, and she was frowning. She nodded and started to walk off stage, but Wycliffe could still hear her.
"That's crazy. We can't confiscate all their phones," she whispered. "There'll be a riot."
Wycliffe's phone rang.
"It's Finn. I've got someone for you."
"Chris, it's me, Kantara."
"Kantara?" His heart leapt. "Oh, my word. I'm so glad to hear your voice."
"Listen, Chris, there's no time. This is very important. You had a pacemaker operation, right?"
"Yes, but what's—"
"It's a bomb, Chris. Rifat's had a bomb connected to a mobile phone inserted into your body, and he's going to detonate it any time. He could be anywhere in the world, but can see exactly where you are. This phone has a GPS tracker. He can see it on a computer. When those VIPs come into the room—"
"Rifat? I saw him this morning. Now, he's not the happiest person in the world, but I hardly think it's possible—"
"Chris, listen. You are rushed unexpectedly into surgery. Do you have a large, low scar on your belly, about a handwidth across?"
Yes, and yes," he whispered. "Oh, Christ."
"Chris, get out of there. You need to cut this thing out." He started to get up, walking back towards the entrance of the hall. Over the public address system, journalists were being told to hand in all phones, laptops, computer tablets, and electronic devices. Wycliffe had a hand to his other ear to block out the noise.
Kantara, I can't just cut myself open.
You must. You must. It can be done. I did it. I'd have been dead if I hadn't. The only possible alternative is... He never got the next word. The phone was snatched away. An Egyptian army security guard dropped it in a box with dozens of others.
No phones, please. Security measure, he said.
Christ on a bike! Wycliffe yelled. He lunged to get it back, but was restrained by two other guards.
I was in the middle of an important call.
Wycliffe knew there was no point in arguing. Kantara was about to tell him something, but what? What alternative was there? Backing off from the guards, he looked for a quick exit. The main entrance was congested with hundreds of angry journalists, some scuffling with the guards who were collecting phones. A side entrance, which led to the rest of the hotel, was marked prohibited entry and was barred by an armed guard. There was one other exit, parallel to the congested one, which was blocked with stacks of chairs, but would lead back out to reception. His name was now being called on the PA, but he ignored it. No time now for bureaucracy. He had to get out. He might be too late to save himself, but he might save others. He ran up to the chair-blocked exit, wound up his 6'3" frame, and started tossing aside stacks of metal chairs as if they were playthings. 13:15 p.m. Rifat was watching the TV like a hawk. Al Jazeera was reporting a delay in the peace conference. They went live to a correspondent standing on the hotel's front steps, who reported that there were chaotic scenes within the auditorium. This was sparked off by a new security clampdown. Journalists inside are having to surrender mobile phones and other electronic equipment, she said. There's no official comment on why as yet. He looked across at his laptop, clenching and unclenching his fists. Wycliffe's GPS signal was drifting back across the hotel ballroom.
Oh, no, you don't. There is no way you are getting away from me.
Kantara stared at the phone. No, it's gone dead, she said. We've got two chances. One is to get Chris to safety. The other is to find Rifat. Now I know he's in town. Finn, let's ring the security people again. The taxi had arrived at the first security post, a metal barrier flanked by rolls of razor wire and staffed by dozens of Egyptian police. Half a kilometre in the distance, the Tutankhamun Hotel glinted in the sun. Two cops approached the car. Finn slipped a lanyard around Kantara's neck. This is Tessina's conference accreditation, which she should have picked up this morning. It won't get you into the conference, but will get you to the start of security. So long as they don't check the photo. Finn rolled down the window and addressed the guard in Arabic. The guard looked at the taxi and wagged his finger. No vehicles. Wait for the bus. But there was no bus. Come on, we'll have to walk, Finn said. The guard glanced at the passes and waved them on. The heat of the tarmac and the shimmering road ahead were oppressive. Kantara felt faint and thirsty, but strode out as much as she dared. Finn was through on the phone to Vonda Watson and asked that they be met on arrival.
No, Vonda, I can't vouch for her. I don't actually know anything about her, Finn said. Except from her name, she is supposed to have died in the Egypt air crash. Yeah, she claims to have escaped from Al-Qaeda and cut a bomb out of her own body. I agree, but I understand she does have the scars to prove it. My boss, Tessina Christopoulos, can furnish the details. Well, no, I can't locate her either. The obvious start is Chris Wycliffe. You must have spoken to him. Oh, you can't find him. He's definitely in there with you. Oh, are you?
Finn hung up and turned to Kantara.
The mountain is coming to Mohammed.
Kantara's question was drowned out by the sound of a helicopter taking off from the hotel. Within a minute it was above them, coming down. The downdraft of the blades blasted a dust storm into their eyes and whipped Kantara's abaya around like a flag. The chopper landed on the road, the door slid open, and two bullet-headed American Secret Service agents in sharp suits jumped out. One had a pair of high-heel shoes in his hand. They helped down a well-dressed middle-aged woman, barefoot, but so rigidly coiffed that even the downdraft made no impression. "Hi, I'm Vonda Watson, State Department Head of Security." The agent passed her the shoes and she put them on. "I can't let you in, but I can come out. I've got some big questions,
I need some quick answers.
Leaving the Tutankhamun wasn't supposed to be as hard as getting in. Wycliffe had negotiated his exit from the auditorium and was now pushing his way briskly through the clusters of milling, complaining journalists in the hotel lobby towards the exit turnstile. Finding some space, he accelerated to a steady jog. The turnstile was the only barrier between him and an airport-sized revolving door, but between him and it were a half-dozen guards with berets, crisp white uniforms and holsters. His speed made them look up. One stepped forward and put up his hand to stop him. "Stop! Security check," the guard said. This, Wycliffe decided, was going to be a short conversation. He inhaled heavily, put his head down and thundered into them. With his size and rugby training, they didn't stand a chance. They went down like skittles.
"My apologies,"
Wycliffe muttered. The turnstile was waist-high, designed to stop anyone getting in. It might work automatically for those leaving, or it might not. He didn't have time to figure it out. As he raced towards it, he put a hand on the card reader, gave a huge heave and vaulted. He didn't exactly land cleanly, but he was still on his feet. Ahead was the hotel's 60-foot-high plate-glass front. A bomber's wet dream, a billion flesh-shredding shards in the making. He had to get past and away from it, well away. Beyond that were steps down onto a marble causeway which snaked for 100 metres through the gardens down to the coach park. If he got there in one piece, he reckoned he'd be doing well. The automatic revolving door started to glide as he entered, and would not hurry to his pushing. Instead, he turned to watch his pursuers, 3 of whom had made it into the next glass compartment, scowling at him as they fiddled with those carefully blancoed holsters. Nervous thoughts entered Wycliffe's head. Were those holsters easy to unbutton? Did the guards practice regularly? Or were the guns really just for show? Old British Army Webley revolvers, heavy and menacing and not very good. He could only hope. He slipped off his jacket, and as the door finally cleared to let him out, he tossed it just ahead of the advancing panel behind him. The door jammed instantly, and the guards crashed into it. The first shot rang out when Wycliffe was tearing down the stairs outside. Looking down, he saw huge slabs of dazzling white marble, inlaid with hieroglyphics. As he tumbled off balance to meet them, a press release factoid popped into his head. The star designs were replicas of those found in the Boy King's tomb, but these had now, he noticed, got spatters of blood on them.
"I do hope it's not mine,"
he thought, as he spun to his feet. There was wet warmth in his shoulder, but as yet no pain, just a dizziness where he had cracked his head on falling. The water gardens, the biggest outside the United Arab Emirates, lay to his right, the snaking path to the coach park straight ahead. Rifat saw Wycliffe's trace emerge from the building. In a panic, he surfed through 6 TV channels. What was happening at the conference? Was it being delayed? Is that why Wycliffe was moving away? No. He wasn't just walking. The GPS trace registered 20 kph. He was running hard. For a moment, Rifat panicked. Somehow Wycliffe knew he was a human bomb. That could be the only reason for him to run, surely, to sacrifice himself by getting out of the building. His gloved hands hovered over the mobile phone. He had no choice. "Bye-bye, Daddy," Rifat murmured, and hit send. For a moment there was nothing. Then about half a minute later there was a boom. He heard it through the window and in the background on the TV screen. A reporter in the hotel foyer cringed at the noise, but gamely carried on her piece to camera. Rifat looked down at his laptop. The GPS trace for Wycliffe was extinguished. The distant explosion rocked the chopper and blew Kantara, Vonda Watson and Finlay to the ground. When Kantara looked up, she saw a puff of smoke drift over the top of the Tutankhamun Hotel. "No! No! Oh, Chris!" Kantara fell back onto the ground. "I was too late!" She pounded the road with her fist. "No one believed me!" Finlay helped her to her feet. Vonda Watson was staring at the hotel, speaking on a walkie-talkie. One of the Secret Service agents handed her a pair of binoculars. When she turned to Kantara, she was smiling. The Beretta was checked and loaded. The false passport in hand, the hotel bill paid in advance.
Rifat, dressed in dark suit and white shirt, was packed and ready to leave as the first TV reports about the explosion at the Tutankhamun Hotel emerged. Casualties were unknown. There was no comment from the conference organisers. None of the journalists seemed to really know what was going on. Al Jazeera was reporting, oddly, that the blast had seemed to come from the roof. It was something that, with more time, Rifat would like to have checked. Wycliffe had been at ground level. He was sure of that. Rifat couldn't see the Tutankhamun from his hotel and didn't have time to get close enough to check. But with the GPS trace gone, he knew he had achieved his objectives. There had been constant helicopter activity since the blast. He knew that it would bring the security forces buzzing all over Sham like angry bees. Of course, he could easily have detonated the bomb from Cairo, or even from London, but he wanted to see Wycliffe face to face first, to let him know what he knew before packing him off to hell. It had been very satisfying. With Wycliffe, Tessina, and Kantara all dead, there would be nothing to connect him with the explosion at the Tutankhamun Hotel. He would take the first Hurghada ferry, an easy 90-minute crossing of the Red Sea, back to mainland Egypt. It might not be possible to go today, with all the inevitable security panic, but if not, he would go the next day. Once there, Al-Qaeda would help him disappear, perhaps down to Somalia with Al-Shabaab. Rifat walked slowly down the stairs, laptop bag over his shoulder and a small suitcase in his gloved hand. An air-conditioned luxury taxi with darkened windows was waiting for him outside. There would be roadblocks and security, but nothing to concern him. When Kantara got to the hotel, she ran straight towards the ambulance. Squeezing through a crowd of medics, she rushed to see Chris Wycliffe, standing with a blanket around his shoulders. He was soaking wet. "Chris! Oh, I'm so glad to see you," she said, and flung herself into his arms. "I thought you were dead."
"Likewise," he said, kissing her on the forehead. "For 18 months, everyone was telling me that you were dead. I almost believed it myself. And like magic, here you are, alive."
"So how did you survive?" she asked.
"After your call, I ran out and just dived into the water garden. I guessed that staying up to my neck in water might stop the signal getting through."
"You're hurt," she said, noticing a dressing on his shoulder.
"Less than you are, I imagine. I collected a bullet in the shoulder. They tell me I can't go anywhere for now. Looks like I might have to be operated on here, in the ambulance. I can't say I understand why."
"Vonda Watson just explained it to me when we were in the helicopter," Kantara said. "They knew only one sure way to stop a signal reaching a phone, and that was to take down all the local cell transmitters which could reach it. As it happened, for this part of Sham, all the different cell phone companies share a mast on the roof of the Tutankhamun Hotel. So Vonda just ordered them to blow it up with one of the missiles that were already on the roof. That was the blast we all heard. The reason you can't be moved is that you might get within range of another cell. The text message to detonate you is still out there, stored at the central switch. You've got to stay in the dead cell where it can't be delivered. The telecom security people are currently searching for a way to delete all unsent text messages in the local server."
"What about Rifat?"
"Good question. We've got one way of tracking him down that is nothing to do with electronics." Rifat's taxi was held in a queue at a police checkpoint in the centre of Sharm el-Sheikh, the last one before the harbour. Identity documents were demanded. When his taxi rolled forward, the driver lowered his window and passed out his own documents, and the Saudi passport which Rifat had handed to him. The officer examined them. Unable to see Rifat through the tinted rear window, he tapped to get him to lower it. The officer, a small man with a neat black beard, stared at him, and Rifat smiled back. He flicked through the olive-green booklet, examined the royal scimitar crest and the embossed plastic covering the picture. Rifat was confident that it was a good forgery, his own photograph but a false name. Only a very experienced official, only a Saudi who knew the kingdom's passports intimately, would notice the white thread binding when it should have been a twill of green and white. Other discrepancies were more minor still. Finally, the officer smiled and offered Rifat the document. Rifat reached out of the car window, his black-gloved hand ready to receive it. The officer saw the glove, froze momentarily, then whipped out a whistle from his tunic pocket and blew a shrill note. Rifat's first silenced bullet cut the note short, leaving the officer spread-eagled on the floor. He bundled the taxi driver out at gunpoint, slid into the driver's seat. The car screamed into a sharp U-turn before the other cops could respond and roared up a side street away from the port. There were warehouses here and industrial units. It was a Saturday, and there was no one on the streets. He turned left at the first block, then right at the next. Spotting an unshuttered delivery bay to his right, he turned into what seemed to be a textile warehouse. Time was short. The cops would not be far behind. He jumped out of the car just as a young man of about his own age appeared from an untidy office which displayed the latest women's fashions. He was a slim man in a white shirt and darkish trousers. Rifat pointed the Beretta at him, the silencer a long, accusatory finger. "Close the shutter, quick!" The young man, eyes wide with terror, pointed a remote at the gate, and a steel gate slid down. "Is there an exit on the other side?" "Yes." "Unlocked?" "The keys are there." Shaking uncontrollably, he pointed to a desk. Rifat took off his gloves. "Put them on," he demanded. He then forced the young man into the driver's seat of the car. "Now, recline the seat. Lean back, head horizontal. Now close your eyes." The man was sobbing and trembling. Rifat could already hear sirens. Leaning into the vehicle, he slotted his own real passport into the man's shirt pocket. "Open your mouth." He pushed the silencer into the quivering mouth and fired. The rear windows of the car were sprayed crimson. The man's trembling continued for a second, then ceased. Rifat's gorge rose to see how little of the face was intact, but was pleased that the gore had not come his way. He carefully wiped the gun's handle and trigger, then placed it in the dead man's gloved right hand. He took the warehouse keys and headed for the exit opposite, but as he got there he heard sirens outside, on both sides of the warehouse. He then retreated among the bolts of cloth and the packing containers, finding and then climbing a staircase which led up to an office above. The local anaesthetic was beginning to wear off by the time that Wycliffe and Kantara got back to the Majestic Hotel. His abdomen was aching where the device had been removed. Accompanied by a short and fat police inspector, they made their way slowly along the corridor to Tessina's room. Sombre-faced police and hotel security guards were waiting outside, and there was blue and white tape across the open door. Wycliffe was given a glimpse inside. The fear that he had been harbouring since he learned of Rifat's intent was now made flesh. Tessina, in death still beautiful, her hair spread wide over the floor, her eyes open wide in shock. The woman in whom all his dreams had grown, but now merely a sepulchre for his love. After a few seconds to confirm the identity, the police soon shepherded them away. It was only a few minutes later, while sitting in the lobby, that the inspector took a long call on his radio. After taking the call, he turned to Wycliffe. "We found the man with the gloves. He committed suicide. Passport found on the body gives his name as Rifat ibn Jaloubi Aziz al-Khalifa. That's him, isn't it?" Wycliffe and Kantara looked at each other. He put an arm around her shoulders. "We need some formal identification just to be sure," the inspector said. "I knew him well," Kantara said. "I can do it." "Are you next of kin then, miss?" She shook her head. "In theory, I am," Wycliffe said. "I'm his biological father, though I've only met him a few times. It was his mother that he shot. The family who brought him up live in Saudi Arabia. If you're his father, that's perfect. It's top of the preferred list for the paperwork. It's a pretty grisly sight, but we can clear up the scene pretty quickly once we get a formal identification. I shall leave it to you to contact the rest of the family." Sunday. Chris Wycliffe and Kantara al-Mansour, dressed in dark clothing, stood arm in arm in the shadow of the loading bay of the chartered cargo jet. Next to them was Nico Christodopoulos, still clearly in shock. The warm wind whispered across the apron as two ornate coffins, draped in the Saudi flag, were removed carefully from the hearse and winched aboard. Mother and son, going home. Just as the tailgate closed and the engines started to roar,
Wycliffe noticed a police car travelling at speed along the apron, sirens blaring. The cargo aircraft had taxied away by the time it arrived. The fat police inspector levered himself out of the seat and pointed to the aircraft, now stationary.
"I'm sorry. We've withdrawn permission for the flight." "Why on earth have you done that?" Wycliffe asked.
The policeman mopped his brow with a dirty handkerchief.
"There's been a mistake. It's probably not your fault, but we now believe the body isn't that of Rifat al-Khalifa. It could be the office manager of the textile warehouse, who seems to have gone missing."
"So where is Rifat?" Kantara asked. The policeman shrugged. Sunday. The water was calm and clear as the 11 a.m. ferry slid out of Sharm el-Sheikh. The Sunday journey to Hurghada on the Egyptian mainland would take an hour and a half on the sleek high-speed vessel. The incoming boat had been crowded with construction and hotel workers, arriving for the start of the Islamic working week. But the departing vessel was almost empty, bar a few tourists. Having waited 24 hours, hiding overnight in the warehouse before travelling, Rifat noticed the security presence on the dockside seemed a bit more relaxed than the day before. The bomber had been found, so the TV said, though they were still looking for accomplices. But they didn't have any descriptions. Rifat didn't yet dare take off the niqab and abaya he had found in the warehouse. Amongst all the female clothing, he'd found plenty of material to bulk himself out in the right places, and a consignment of ladies' shoes. None were large enough. He took the biggest, and with textile shears cut the uppers away from the sole. These he stapled to the front and sides of his own shoes. Only the toes ever protruded beneath the hem of the abaya. He'd also found some free samples of women's eye makeup, and had spent half an hour in the bathroom learning how to put it around his big brown eyes. He was surprised how feminine he looked, with his long mascara-tipped eyelashes. Tall for a woman, but quite elegant. The only nervous moment was after passing the police, when presenting the ticket on the gangplank. The inspector had looked him straight in the eyes and asked brazenly why she was travelling alone. Where was her family?
"I am a widow,"
whispered Rifat, turning away. The man nodded and passed back the ticket. Rifat took it in gloved hands. White cotton ladies' gloves that fitted him perfectly. Epilogue. 1 year later. Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp, Lebanon. Chris Wycliffe sat in the shade of the hibiscus, sipping mint tea and watching Walid and Fatima al-Mansour fuss over the wedding arrangements. Kantara looked gorgeous in her traditional white dress, embroidered in red and blue, with a headdress sewn with coin decorations along the hairline. Her female cousins, wearing the latest fashionable Khaliji-style hijabs, looked on admiringly as she rehearsed the procedure for tomorrow's ceremony. She even practiced a little dancing, moving with an ease and grace which belied the surgery she had undergone just 12 months ago. The doctors at Sharm el-Sheikh had indeed done a good job on them both. Kantara had miraculously avoided serious infection from her self-surgery, while he had discovered that he did not actually require a pacemaker at all. There was less now to unsettle his heart, after all. The West London terror cell had been closed down in its entirety, though only the surgeon, Khalidar Tanoli, had willingly confessed to his part in the plot. Bram Malik had disappeared abroad, thought to be either in Morocco or Algeria. Irfan Tiwana was still in Belmarsh prison, protesting his innocence, while evidence was being assembled against him. As for Rifat, Wycliffe's intelligence sources said he was either active in Syria's growing civil war, fomenting discord in the ranks of the rebels, or back in Yemen, now that Anwar al-Awlaki had been killed in a drone strike. Some said that he was a natural leader for al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Foiling the plot to destroy the peace conference hadn't brought the Middle East any closer to peace. Though the talks had gone ahead, with much talk of reconciliation and land for peace, detailed discussions on implementation broke down in acrimony within a week. The region was nowhere near surrendering its capacity to foil all good intentions. Wycliffe thought often of Taysina. He had twice visited her grave, amid an olive grove overlooking the Ionian Sea at Nico Christodopoulos' country estate in Greece. There would never be anyone else who in life and death could so move his heart. Tessina had in the last day of her life unwittingly helped Kantara find love too. By sending Finn Finlay to bail Kantara out of jail, she'd introduced her to the man she would marry. Finn had been bowled over from the first moment he saw her, and felt the irresistible spirit within her. When his elderly relatives, not knowing the full media story, had asked how they met, he would say, "I bought her in an Egyptian prison, and she was very expensive." In half an hour, Wycliffe was going to pick up Finn from Beirut Airport, and was going to take him and some of Finn's colleagues around some of his old Beirut haunts for a restrained stag night. Kat Quinlan, now a trainee at Arab Satellite Broadcasting, had emailed that she and Khalil wished them well and envied them an evening's drinking while she was stuck on evening duty at the English-language editing desk in Dubai. In future, perhaps, she would edit Wycliffe's work. Once the rehearsal had drawn to a close and Kantara had changed, Chris whispered something in her ear. She nodded and picked up the huge bunch of carnations and chrysanthemums he had bought at the airport. They walked out of the cramped house, with its newly installed shower and solar panel paid for by the Fuad Adwan Foundation, and walked across the rebuilt roadway with the underground sewers, paid for by the UNHCR. They threaded their way through cramped homes and narrow alleyways, exchanging greetings with people who came to their doors to watch them, until they came to a hedge of thorn bushes. The thorns, high and tangled to keep out the goats, marked the boundaries of a cemetery, the only open space in Ain al-Hilwa. Passing through a wicket gate, they climbed a slight incline, past many hundreds of rough-hewn headstones which marked the dead of 7 decades of exile. Finally, they reached the 3 graves they were looking for. Fuad Adwan, Kantara's father; Hakim Adwan, his only son; Abu Salim, Kantara's grandfather. They knelt by the graves and carefully laid the flowers by each. Kantara cried a little, and Wycliffe too felt his eyes smart. But as he looked down at the small embossed picture of Fuad Adwan, Wycliffe was finally able to say to himself that, in the end, he had fulfilled his pledge to the man who had risked and lost his life to help bring us news.